My biological parents cut off relations with me, but they regretted it for the rest of their lives. I once ignored the kindness of my adoptive parents and only wanted to find my biological parents. But I didn't expect that after I returned home, I was wrongly accused by them and my wife, Eve, was almost killed. In the end, my biological parents kicked me out of the house. I forgot that nurturing love is more important than giving birth to love. Now, I was reborn, and I decided to return to my adoptive mother. With the memory of my previous life and the opportunities one knew, I monopolized the southern market. While I became a multi-millionaire, my biological parents were left with nothing. But what is unbelievable is that after I became successful, they came to my door and even said that they kicked me out of the house just to train me. My success was all thanks to them. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. My name is Frank, and I never thought that fate would give me a second chance. I used to be desperate and became a street beggar, carrying endless regret and pain. Now I am standing here, returning to the place that once broke my heart, the Zhou family, my biological parents, my blood. I can't believe all this. This old cement building in front of me was once the source of my nightmare. There was heavy snow in front of the door, and the surroundings were silent. Johnson, the father I once revered, was wearing a Zhongshan suit, with a look of deep disgust in his eyes. Diana was standing beside me, and her mother's face was full of disappointment. Standing behind them were my sister, Zhou Xiaoli, and Marlin, my adopted brother, whom I will never forget. At this moment, I actually felt as if I was in another world, as if everything had returned to 3 years ago. At that time, I was just an orphan living under the care of others. With a longing for my biological parents, I finally found the Zhou family. When I first returned, they gave me a lot of compensation, money, care, and I thought it was family love. Until that despicable adopted son Marlin started to interfere, turning all the good things into a conspiracy. And finally, I was ruthlessly kicked out of the house. At that time, I didn't realize that the so-called family affection of the Zhou family was just talk. Those warm words now echoed in my ears, but they were so cold. My father Johnson and mother Diana were supposed to be my warm embrace, but in the end they became the deepest wounds. Marlin's betrayal made me realize that the so-called home may never have a place for me. In the following years, I fell into the lowest point of my life. After being abandoned by my biological parents, I fell into the arms of my adoptive parents. Although they gave me the opportunity to stand up again, I didn't cherish it. I spent recklessly, indulged in alcohol and decadence, until my beloved woman, Eve, lost her child, and my adoptive parents died one after another due to disappointment and overwork. At that moment, I understood what true loss was. I have fantasized countless times about how I would make up for the lost time if God gave me another chance. Now, God has really given me this opportunity. I stand at the door of Zhou's house, but there is no fear in my eyes, only complete relief. Johnson's cold voice brought me back to reality from my thoughts. He said, "I, Johnson, don't have a son like you. You don't have to come to us again. This is our Zhou family's final compensation to you." I sneered, and what surged in my heart was uncontrollable anger and coldness. I was no longer the Frank who was humble for the sake of family affection. I knew I deserved better. So I stood up without hesitation, picked up the food coupons on the ground, and tore them into pieces in front of them. "You are not worthy at all." I looked straight at my father and mother, with a determination I had never heard before in my voice. They once made me take family affection for granted, until I realized that what is truly worth cherishing is no longer them, but those who truly care about me. Today, I finally made a decision. I, Frank, will no longer have any relationship with this so-called family. Marlin looked at me and smiled so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. He knew that every time I showed up, the Zhou couple's attitude would waver, and they might even be afraid that I would replace him and take away what belonged to him. Today, I finally took the initiative to break off relations with them, which was exactly what he wanted. Diana stood aside, her face full of disappointment, but I could see the conflict in her heart. She might still care about me, but her pain was revealed in her silence. I looked around and finally fixed my eyes on Johnson, the father who had cried with me. I thought we could start over, but it was impossible. I forgot that nurturing love is more important than creating love. From today on, I, Frank, will have no ties with the Zhou family anymore. I said without hesitation. Johnson's face changed a little, and everyone else was stunned. Marlin sneered, "Stop acting and get out of here. Don't dirty our house." He left triumphantly with his parents, and I stood there, feeling a long-lost sense of relief. I finally understood that all this was in the past, and the anger and regret I once had were no longer important. From now on, I will live my own life and never look back. Shujia village is only a dozen miles away from Pingshan County, but transportation was really inconvenient in that era. It would take at least a whole day to make a round trip. There's a dilapidated, thatched house in the village. At the door stands an old man in his 60s, frowning and pacing back and forth anxiously. That was my adoptive father, Benjamin, who brought me home when I was just an orphan. Although our family had never been rich, the old couple selflessly adopted me and gave me warmth and love. I remember when I was a child, every time I got into trouble, he always taught me patiently. Even when the family was already stretched to the limit, Benjamin and Stella still took out the little food and money they had to give me the best. They tried their best to raise me, but I really let them down. My actions failed their expectations for many years. That day, the village midwife came with a worried look on her face. She told my adoptive father that Eve was bleeding heavily and in critical condition, and suggested that she be sent to the county hospital as soon as possible. After hearing this, the old father was stunned, with mixed feelings in his heart. At that moment, I really didn't know how to respond. I realized that I had missed too much. I remember that Eve was pregnant with our child, but her body was getting weaker and weaker. She often had shoulder pains while doing farm work, and her hands were covered with calluses. All of this was the result of my drunken violence. When I saw her slumped on the bed, breathing weakly, I suddenly realized what I had done wrong. My parents didn't blame me, but their eyes were filled with endless heartache. My mother, Stella, was no longer the tolerant and kind woman she used to be. She became angry with me, scolding me for being irresponsible and even threatening to end our relationship. At that moment, my heart completely broke. I suddenly realized that I couldn't go on like this any longer. I knew that no matter how much I apologized, it would not make up for the past hurt. But I couldn't watch Eve and my child die in this house. I knelt down and apologized to them. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this before. Please forgive me. At that moment, I felt an unprecedented pain and regret, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Frank, the once cold-blooded man, actually began to cry for the wrong things he had done. I didn't have time to explain. I immediately picked up Eve and took her to the county hospital. My parents finally stopped trying to stop me. Although they were still dissatisfied, they followed me. I held Eve in my arms and walked through the rugged mountain road, ignoring the cold, thinking only of getting her to the hospital in time. Chapter 3. In those days, there were hardly any cars on the streets of the county town, let alone our remote village. The only means of transportation in the village was an old tractor, and my second uncle Kevin was the only one who could drive a tractor. Uncle Sue is my mother's cousin. He has some prestige in the village. He has a hot temper, but he is kind-hearted. Although he always scolded me, he never really abandoned me. Especially when I made mistakes, he always helped me clean up the mess silently. Even if everyone in the village looked down on me, he was the only one who never despised me, and even secretly sent some food to our family to help my parents through the difficult times. What I hated most in the past was his nosy attitude. But until my family was broken and I became a disabled person, he was the only one who was willing to lend a hand. At that time, he gave me the last straw to save me from starving to death. That night, it was as dark as ink outside the house, and suddenly a light in the house came on. Outside the door, a man in a military coat pushed open the door and walked out. When he saw me holding the unconscious Eve, he was immediately stunned. What's going on?" he asked in surprise. "Brother, Eve fell when she came back and is bleeding badly. The midwife said there is nothing she can do and we must be sent to the county hospital immediately." My mother's voice was choked with sobs. "Please drive the tractor to take us to the hospital, otherwise Eve and the baby in her belly." "It's so late. Why are you begging? Hurry up and bring her in." Without saying a word, my second uncle opened the door and ran straight to the cowshed to start the tractor. It was not easy to start the tractor. My second uncle tried several times before he succeeded. The wind was biting cold all around and everyone was shivering, but no one cared about that at the moment. "Hurry up and fight from behind," second uncle shouted hurriedly. I thanked him repeatedly, but I knew in my heart that this was not the time to say these things. Holding Eve, I tried to make her feel less bumpy and climbed onto the back of the tractor. It was almost dark and the mountain road was rugged and uneven, so driving a tractor was not a wise choice, but it was our only option. My dad and mom were both in the back seat, staring at Eve, and I noticed that my dad wasn't wearing a coat. His face was a little pale, and his body was shivering from the cold wind. My heart tightened, and the guilt I had never felt before surged into my heart again. I never realized how everything turned out like this before, and I pushed all the problems onto others. Looking at my father's frail figure, I felt bitter and miserable. I knew that all this was caused by me. Frank, you are a piece of shit. I cursed myself in my heart and couldn't help but slap myself. This sound startled my mother. She looked at me sideways. Her eyes changed inexplicably. I knew that I seemed different tonight, and she couldn't figure out what I was thinking. Although the wind was still biting cold all around, I hugged Eve tightly with only one thought in my mind. I must change all this in this life and let my family live a good life. Mom, help me hold Eve, I said to my mom, and then took off my coat and put it on my dad. Dad, it's cold. Put it on. Don't freeze again. You put it on yourself. My dad was a little stunned, and his face turned red. I'm not cold. I was almost sweating from holding Eve just now. After I said that, without giving him a chance to refuse, I turned around and hugged Eve. My dad didn't say anything else. His eyes met mine, with some complicated emotions in them. I knew that he probably noticed a change in me. Half an hour later, the tractor finally stopped in front of the county hospital. My second uncle rushed into the hospital first, and I rushed into the emergency room immediately, holding Eve in my arms, regardless of my frozen body. Help, bring a doctor, I shouted anxiously. Seeing the blood on Eve's body, the nurse turned pale instantly and quickly arranged for a doctor to perform first aid. Outside the emergency room, my mother was curled up in a corner, her sleeves soaked with tears. My father was squatting beside her, holding an unlit, dry cigarette in his hand, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of worry. I stood at the door of the emergency room, staring inside, my heart filled with anxiety and prayer. In my previous life, it was from this day that I lost everything. I never want to relive that heart-wrenching feeling again. God, please don't let anything happen to Eve this time. I kept praying in my heart. Suddenly, the lights in the emergency room went out and a doctor came out. Nurse, how's my wife? I almost rushed over. My anxiety and uneasiness made my heart beat faster. The nurse took off her mask and looked at me coldly. What's wrong with you? A pregnant woman is in this condition. Why are you letting her do heavy work? Every word she said was like a hammer hitting my heart. She is now at risk of miscarriage and is malnourished. Her condition is very dangerous, and a subsequent rescue will be very complicated. At that moment, when I heard these words, I felt as if I was struck by lightning. My legs went weak, and I could hardly stand. The parents behind him were also stunned and pale. Only the second uncle, Kevin, was slightly calmer. He hurried forward and asked, Are the pregnant woman and the child in danger now? The nurse sighed deeply. Yes, the child is already in danger. If she is not rescued, the pregnant woman may also be in danger of life. She paused and added, Even if the rescue is successful, there is no guarantee that the baby will be saved, and the pregnant woman may be infertile for life. Infertile for life? My parents looked at each other with grief in their eyes. I was stunned and tears welled up in my eyes. I clearly knew I was wrong, and God gave me a chance to make amends. So why did this happen? I must never let Eve be in danger again. The nurse continued, Think about it carefully. In this era, many people cannot get treatment for their diseases because they don't have money. Rescue him. We must rescue him. My second uncle's voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. The nurse smiled bitterly and shook her head. The surgery is not cheap. Are you sure you want to save the baby? She was not being nosy, but in this era, girls in rural areas are really not worth much, especially after they can't have children. Their status is even lower. If you have decided, please ask your immediate family members to sign and then pay the fee. All risks during the surgery are at your own risk. I took the critical illness notice with trembling hands. Holding it weakly, my mind was blank. Sign it quickly. Why are you standing there? My second uncle pulled my collar angrily, his eyes red. If you don't save Eve, I will be the first to break your legs. My voice was trembling, and I was afraid that after I signed the agreement, the tragedy of my previous life would repeat itself, and Eve would leave me again. Are you planning to give up? Are you afraid to save her because you are afraid of the high cost and Eve's inability to have children? My second uncle's question was like a heavy blow, followed by a slap in the face. My parents' eyes were filled with helplessness. I was not like this before. Everything changed when I knew I was not a biological child. Instead, I became extreme and thought that this family ruined me. You don't want to save me, right? Then I will save you. My second uncle snatched the critical illness notice and turned to my parents. You are direct relatives. Please sign quickly. I will pay for all the expenses. Don't worry. My parents looked at each other, and finally my mother took the notice tremblingly and tried to sign it, but she had hardly written anything in her life, and her hands were shaking with anxiety. At this moment, I suddenly snatched the critical illness notice. What do you want to do? Stop it, you little brat. They thought I would tear up the notice, and their hearts tightened, but something unexpected happened. I quickly signed my name and then knelt down in front of the nurse. This scene stunned everyone. I, a tall and strong man, actually knelt down in front of the nurse. The nurse was also startled and hurriedly tried to help me up. But I held her hand tightly, tears in my eyes. Nurse, please save my wife. No matter how much money it costs, I will find a way to get it together. It doesn't matter whether she can have children or not. I just want her to be alive and healthy. If you can cure her, I will work like a slave for you all my life. This sudden action made second uncle and the others almost unable to believe their eyes. Get up, this is not about money. The nurse hurriedly helped me up. No matter what, we will do our best. We just tell you the worst case scenario so that you can be mentally prepared. Looking at her eyes, the big stone in my heart fell a little. When the nurse left with the critical illness notice, my heart was torn again, and I felt that I had no strength to support myself. The lights in the emergency room came on again, the door opened, and the doctor came out with several nurses, frowning. At that moment, my heart seemed to be raised in my throat. The air seemed to freeze in front of me. Everyone's eyes were on the doctor's face, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that I could hardly breathe. Finally, I couldn't help but speak, my voice choking with sobs. Doctor, my wife, she... The words came to my lips, but I couldn't say any more. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of my eyes like beads that had broken off the string. Men don't cry easily, but my pain at this moment is beyond words. Thinking back to the bastard things I did to my adoptive parents and my wife over the past 3 years, at this moment, I wish I could lie on a hospital bed instead of her. Seeing the shock on the faces of the people around them, Benjamin and Stella were also stunned. They didn't understand how I, who is usually selfish and ruthless, could have changed so much. Kevin also had tears in his eyes. He stepped forward and asked, Doctor, is the child okay? The doctor sighed and frowned. The adult and the child are safe for now, but the child is too young. The possibility of survival is very low. Before he finished speaking, I rushed over and grabbed the doctor's wrist. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Thank you, really. I almost used up all my strength to retain a glimmer of hope. The doctor frowned and pulled his hand back, his tone becoming more serious. Calm down first. The situation is not simple. Although the master has escaped death this time, his body is very weak and he needs to be hospitalized for at least 10 days. As for the child, the treatment will be expensive. You have to prepare for it. My heart sank when I heard the cost. The doctor's words were like a thunderbolt, which made my ears ring. Benjamin asked anxiously, Doctor, can you roughly calculate how much it will cost? The doctor said directly, Prepare 1,000 yuan first. This sentence made Benjamin's legs go weak, and he almost fell to the ground. The richest people in our village could only get together a few hundred yuan. When we heard the number of 1,000 yuan, Kevin and I were heartbroken. Benjamin had tears in his eyes and clenched his teeth. 1,000 yuan? Can it be? Can it be lower? The doctor raised his eyebrows and said, If it's just to save the adult, 200 yuan will be enough. However, upon hearing this news, Benjamin almost collapsed. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the operating room, his voice choking. Girl, it's Dad's incompetence. My heart tightened, and I felt an inexplicable pain when I saw my father kneeling on the ground. Stella hurried forward to hold Benjamin. Get up, get up. What's the point of you being like this now? Kevin also hurried forward to dissuade him. At this moment, I rushed forward and used all my strength to help Benjamin up, with a determined light in my eyes. Doctor, no matter how much it costs, I will find a way. Please save them. My words were extremely heavy, as if I had made a decision all at once. Everyone was stunned, and only then did they finally realize that I had changed. The doctor obviously didn't expect me to be so determined. His brows gradually relaxed, and there was a touch of emotion in his eyes. Don't worry, little brother. Our hospital will do its best. He then instructed, Whoever goes to pay the fee first, the rest of you will wait to take the mother to the ward. I took a deep breath, knowing that at least now I still had a chance to make up for my past mistakes. The doctor reminded us, The bill will be out tomorrow at noon. Pay 300 yuan first. 300 yuan was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for us. Kevin had 50 yuan on him, and Benjamin only had 2.37 yuan. I suppressed my anxiety and looked down at them. Uncle, Dad, how much money do you have? Kevin took out 50 yuan. I took the money and said firmly, Doctor, can you pay 50 yuan first? I promised to pay the rest before noon tomorrow. The doctor hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, pay 50 yuan first, and I must pay the rest tomorrow. The doctor frowned, perhaps moved by me. He nodded and said, Okay, but you have to pay in full before noon tomorrow, otherwise I can't speak for you. When the doctor turned and left, I felt heavy-hearted. The nurse quickly pushed Eve out. After the child was taken out, I just glanced at her and was then taken away by the nurse to the pediatric department. A few minutes later, Eve was sent to the intensive care unit, and we were driven out by the nurse and stood outside the door. Benjamin's face was full of sorrow. He kept grabbing his worn-out cotton-padded clothes with his hands, watching the yellow cotton in the clothes fall out from the gaps and rub into strips. His mood was as worn out as his clothes. Kevin stood aside, silent on his face, without saying a word. The family can't even make up 300 yuan now. Frank has stopped working and has been doing nothing for a long time. He works alone in the fields and earns only a few cents. But even so, we can't let Frank give up the child. Frank, the second uncle, finally spoke. I'm the bad guy today. If you want to save Eve, give up treatment for the child. He could hardly stop crying when he said this. I knew in my heart that they really had no other options. Uncle, Dad, Mom, you guys continue to take care of Eve. I'll find a solution. I could feel the reluctance of my family, especially Stella, who held my wrist with tears in her eyes. Child, you've done well enough. Don't do stupid things again. Yes, in this era, the only way to quickly gather so much money seems to be to steal or rob. But I know that this is definitely not my way. Mom, Dad, Uncle, don't worry, I will never do anything illegal. I said firmly. Benjamin sighed and turned his back to me. Go ahead and find someone to borrow it from. Just say that I borrowed it and use my name on the IOU. He added in a low voice, $1,000 is for your mother and I for the rest of our lives. I didn't say much, just glanced at the bed and vowed in my heart, Eve, when I come back, I will definitely protect you. After leaving the hospital, I went straight to Shujia village without hesitation. My mind kept recalling the things in my previous life. I remember that the day after the Zhou family kicked me out, the village got news that 2 fugitives had entered the back mountain. In order to catch these 2 people, a reward notice was even issued, with a reward of 2,000. I tried hard to recall the details. The villagers said that Su Xiaofang mistook the 2 men for hooligans who were watching her go to the toilet. The next day, the entire county's police force was mobilized to search the mountain. In the end, we learned that the 2 men were wanted criminals nationwide. All the details flooded into my mind like a flood. It took me less than 2 hours to return to the village after traveling more than 10 miles on the mountain road. When I first arrived in the village, I went straight to Wang Zhengwo's house. Wang Zhengwo is 3 years younger than me and is the company commander of the militia. We have always had a good relationship. Today, I knew it was time for me to ask him for help. I broke open Wang Zhengwo's door. He looked unhappy and said, You again? I just grabbed his wrist and said, Brother, take the keys and give me a gun. Wang Zhengwo was stunned. What? I didn't say much. Never mind. Hurry up. His eyes widened. Please tell me clearly. Otherwise, how can I dare to give it to you? I didn't have time to explain. My stomach was growling with hunger. Wang Jingwo heard the voice and laughed. Let's go hunt wild boars? Don't forget to leave me a pig's hind leg. I nodded. Don't worry. I'll give you 200 if you succeed. He thought I was joking, put on a sheepskin coat, took me to the militia warehouse, and gave me a rifle and 10 rounds of ammunition. Be careful. Don't hurt anyone. I promise, don't worry. After getting the gun, I didn't stop and immediately ran towards the village entrance. For my wife and children, I couldn't retreat. Even if this road was full of dangers, I had no choice but to go on. Half an hour later, I arrived at the entrance of the village. In the moonlight, I saw the lights of the village chief's house in the distance. I held my breath and watched quietly. Soon after, 2 figures came from the village entrance. I aimed at one of them and said silently in my heart, God bless me. If I can survive, I will definitely become a kind and righteous person. It was dawn and Shujia village was silent. In the early morning of deep winter, the air was cold and there were no birds singing or flowers blooming around. Only the biting cold wind made me shiver. I held my breath and stared ahead. When the two men approached about 30 meters away, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. I had been a member of the village militia since I was a teenager. Although my marksmanship is not amazing, it is not difficult for me to hit the target within 30 meters. Bang! The bullet penetrated the short man's calf, and the sound of a gunshot broke the dead silence. The short man let out a shrill howl, and the tall man quickly fell to the ground and rushed to the ditch next to him. I watched the short man limping away towards the ridge nervously, and fear surged in my heart. My heartbeat accelerated, especially when I saw the red marks on the white snow. However, I knew that this was not the time to back down, so I took advantage of the brief pause to load my rifle and try to remain calm. The tall man lay beside the ditch, holding the gun tightly in his hand, and asked in a low voice, "Brother, are you a public servant?" He obviously heard that there was only one person in action and was judging my position by the sound of the gunfire. I didn't answer, knowing that if I opened my mouth, my hiding place would be exposed. I gently dug a gap in the snow, observing the tall man's movements, aiming at his position, with my finger on the cold trigger. Suddenly, the tall man took off his shoes and quietly pushed them along the canal. I caught a glimpse of him and quickly fired. Bang! The bullet accurately shot off his shoe. The tall man was shocked and cursed. "You bastard, your shooting is so accurate." I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, no wonder he was so surprised. After all, my marksmanship is among the best in the militia camp. Plus my physical strength and fighting ability, it should not be underestimated. The tall one tried to determine my position, while the short one was preparing to fight back in pain. I knew that only by defeating them could I have a chance of survival. There was silence all around us, and we were both waiting for the other side to attack. I took off my coat, supported myself with a rifle, and raised it slightly. It was still dark, and the tall man in the ditch saw my shadow and immediately opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire left me no chance to move. When he stopped shooting, I knew my chance had come. I stood up quickly, but the short man took the opportunity to aim his gun at my head. The distance was less than 5 meters, and the crisis broke out instantly. Without hesitation, I smashed the rifle in my hand into the short man's head. Then, I kicked him to the ground, and the pistol fell into the snow. Knowing that this was not the time to be lenient, I kicked him hard in the chin, and the short man fell unconscious. I picked up his rifle and quickly rushed to the ditch. The tall man was still changing the magazine. His hands were shaking from the cold, and his movements were very slow. I rushed to him and put the muzzle of the rifle directly against his head. The tall man looked at me with horror and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" I sneered, "Don't worry about who I am. Just get down now." He lowered his head in a hurry, trying to bargain. "Brother, I have 800 yuan on me. Let me go, and the money is yours." I didn't respond, but raised the butt of my gun and smashed it hard on his chin. The sound of blood and flesh flying around made me excited. Then I pressed him to the ground. Philip in horror. Philip hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet, and he was cursing while getting dressed. Unexpectedly, many villagers had gathered at the entrance of the village and were walking towards the direction of the gunshots. After walking a few steps, Philip saw Wang Jiangwo and couldn't help cursing. "Wang Jiangwo, why did you go out with a gun again? What's going on?" Wang Jiangwo anxiously explained to Philip that Frank came to him in the morning to borrow a gun, saying he wanted to hunt wild boars. "Bullshit." Philip kicked Wang Jiangwo. "Frank is an ungrateful guy. Did you lend him a gun?" Philip walked towards the village entrance angrily, and Wang Jiangwo followed him helplessly. He muttered in a low voice, "Village chief, but from the noise just now, in addition to our rifles, there seems to be a big black star." Philip stopped, his heart skipping a beat. His face turned pale. "Big black star? That's bullshit. Isn't the big black star a gun only used by the government?" Just saying this, Philip suddenly remembered something. He yelled, "Oh no." He quickly turned around and shouted to Wang Jiangwo, "Quick, go to the warehouse and call up all the militiamen in the village." Wang Jiangwo took a breath and asked cautiously, "Village chief, what's wrong?" Philip had no time to explain. He kicked Wang Jiangwo again and cursed. "Damn it, you just did whatever I told you to do? Hurry up and stop asking questions here." Although Wang Jiangwo didn't know what had happened, he could tell from the expression on Philip's face that something big must have happened in Shujia village this time. Otherwise, how could the village chief, who has always been as steady as an old dog, become like this? Thinking of this, Wang Jiangwo did not dare to hesitate at all, turned around, and ran towards the village. Philip took off his military coat and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with the sleeves of his cotton-padded jacket. Years ago, the party secretaries of each village went to the township for a meeting. At that time, the commune secretary told them that they should ask the village militia to be on duty after returning to the village, saying that 2 murderers from other places had fled to Xinjiang province where they were. And these 2 murderers have killed more than a dozen people during their time on the run. Among them were several public police officers, and they were holding pistols that had been snatched from the police. After returning to the village, Philip was busy celebrating the new year, and he felt that Shujia village was located deep in the mountains, so even if the murderer ran away, he would definitely not come to their place. Then, he didn't take the matter to heart. It was not until Wang Jiangwo said the 3 words "Big Black Star" that he came back to his senses. Watching Wang Jiangwo run away, Philip turned around a few times and prayed in his heart, "Please don't let anyone die. If someone dies, I will be done as the village chief." Little did I know in the previous life. It was also on that morning, after hearing his daughter describe the general appearance of the 2 hooligans, that Philip remembered what the commune secretary had said at the meeting a year ago. He then asked Wang Jiangwo to ride his bicycle to the township to inform them. Then in less than 3 hours, more than 10,000 people flocked to their Shujia village. Only this life. Because of Frank's existence, everything has changed in the dark. It was already bright by then. Philip originally planned to go to the village entrance to take a look, but when he thought that the murderer still had a gun in his hand and was afraid that he would be shot to death, he could only stop and wait for Wang Jiangwo to bring people to support him. Result: Wang Jiangwo hasn't arrived yet. 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the village. As the person came closer and closer, Philip clearly saw 2 people, one tall and one short, with their hand behind their backs. The short one was limping, and the tall one was staggering toward him. I walked slowly behind the 2 criminals, my chest still aching. The fierce breath just now had dissipated, replaced by a sense of oppression. Holding a rifle, I followed closely behind. My skin was slightly red, and I felt the blood flowing rapidly in my body. With every step I took, my heartbeat would speed up a little. Philip was pale and looked like he was about to explode. But he was not afraid, but excited. The scene in front of him reminded him of those majestic heroes. "Frank, you really did a great job today," he shouted loudly, walked quickly to me, and handed me his military coat. "This time you are the Chongshan Zhao Zilong of our village." I smiled helplessly, feeling something was wrong. I was a little uncomfortable with Philip calling me in such an exaggerated way. The surrounding militiamen had tied up the 2 criminals tightly. I breathed a sigh of relief. My long, tense nerves finally relaxed. My legs softened, and I almost fell to the ground. My head was a little dizzy, and my mouth was dry like a desert. Seeing Philip chattering, I couldn't help but interrupt him. "Uncle Philip, do you have a cigarette?" Without saying anything, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and put it in my mouth skillfully. Then, he lit the cigarette with a match. I took a puff, feeling the smoke spreading in my lungs, which slightly relieved my fatigue. "This kid's leg is injured. He needs to be taken to the hospital immediately." I pointed at the short man I had injured and said in a low voice. Philip quickly got up and took care of the follow-up work. "Go find Kevin and ask him to use a tractor to take this criminal to the hospital," he urged everyone while making the arrangements. But I said somewhat awkwardly, "Uncle Philip, my second uncle took my wife to the county hospital last night, and no one is driving the tractor now." Philip was stunned for a moment, then quickly adjusted his expression and forced a smile. "It's okay. Having a baby is important. It's good that people are fine, and the credit still has to be given to you." After a lot of work, we were finally ready to set off. After the convoy set off, Philip was still uneasy, as if he was thinking about something. He didn't know that the relationship between my father and I had broken down. If he knew, he would definitely be more careful. "You see, this time you heard the news and arranged precautions in advance." He handed me another cigarette. "I have to report this to my superiors." I smiled calmly, but I felt some complicated emotions in my heart. So, even if I want to do business next time, at least I have to establish a good relationship with the village chief first. Otherwise, forget about doing business. As long as this person knows that he has cut off contact with Johnson, it will be difficult for him to leave the village in the future. "Uncle Philip, who said you forgot about this? Didn't you ask me to stand guard last night?" I took a deep breath and looked at Philip in front of me, feeling a heaviness I had never felt before. The shot just now injured the gangster, but the problem was far more than that. I couldn't ignore my wife Eve's difficult labor. and the most urgent thing of the moment was to solve the hospital fees. Uncle Philip, do you have a cigarette? I asked in a low voice, pretending to be calm despite my anxiety. Philip smiled and took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and handed it to me. I took a puff, feeling the smoke slowly entering my lungs, and my mind became a little clearer. How is Eve? Philip asked with concern. My heart ached. She had a difficult birth. She survived, but she is still in danger. He frowned after hearing this. Is he okay? I nodded. It's okay for now, but it will take some time before we are out of danger. The air was silent for a while until we arrived at the township. Since it was a spring festival holiday, Chun Fuang, the armed minister on duty, almost jumped up when he saw us with the gangsters. He quickly called other leaders to inform them, and the whole Anyang commune was instantly boiling. In less than half an hour, the leaders of the commune, the director of the county revolutionary committee, and the police chiefs all arrived. The atmosphere was tense and exciting. Even Johnson arrived. Everyone congratulated us. This was undoubtedly their most perfect New Year's gift. Finally, Philip and I were surrounded, and the leaders began to ask about what happened. I didn't rush to speak. Philip took the initiative to give me the credit. Nephew, tell me how you found these criminals. I took a deep breath and sorted out my thoughts. Last night, when I returned to the village chief arranged for me to stand guard. I waited at the entrance of the village with a gun until dawn. I saw two people who looked similar to the criminals described by the village chief. I immediately opened fire, but I didn't aim at the vital parts and only shot their legs. I paused. Then they fought back, and I took advantage of the opportunity and captured them alive. There was silence for a moment, and all eyes were on me. Suddenly, Johnson's face turned gloomy, and I could sense that he had some complicated emotions. Great, this is good news for the new year. Director Liu said with a smile, with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. This is a great achievement. We must reward it well. At this moment, I couldn't help but kneel down. The sense of urgency in my heart made it impossible for me to remain calm. Leader, I have something to ask of you. Director Liu's face changed, and he quickly helped me up. Young man, tell me what you want to say. My wife is bleeding heavily, and the baby is born prematurely. The doctor said that a large sum of money is needed. I know there is a reward for catching the criminal. Can I get the reward first? I have to get to the hospital before noon. My voice was choked, and I could hardly speak. Director Liu was silent for a moment, then looked at the police chief. Can you guys solve the bonus issue first? The director looked a little unhappy. We have to go through the process, but there is indeed a bonus. Okay, first take 2,000 from the bureau, and then the county will give you another 300. Director Liu made the decision immediately and turned to the financial commissioner. Commissioner Wu, get this done. I burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you very much. Director Liu patted my shoulder and said, You are a young man who puts the interests of the people first. You have done a great job. Go quickly. The village will give you a vacation. Go and spend some time with your wife and children. I bowed deeply and left with Director Huang and Commissioner Wu. The special car sped all the way and finally arrived at the hospital at 11:40. When I walked into the ward, Kevin came up to me and asked expectantly, How's it going? Did you borrow the money? I took out a wad of money from my pocket, counted out 40 bills, and handed them to him. Second uncle, out of these $400, 300 goes to the medical expenses, and the remaining 100 is for you to keep. Kevin stood there in a daze, his eyes dull. When Benjamin saw the money, he couldn't help but feel sad. Yes, Frank had his biological father as a backer, and he was just a powerless adoptive father. Looking at Kevin's stunned look, I whispered, Uncle, what's wrong? Say something. Kevin's eyes were complicated, and he couldn't respond to me for a while. He stared at the money in my hand and was silent for a long time. That was more than 1,000 yuan, and the Zhou family could lend it to me without hesitation, which made him start to re-examine me. He used to think that I was an ungrateful person and that I was not trustworthy, but he did not expect that a sudden bonus would lead to a huge change in my opinion of him. Reluctantly, he took out 5 big Unity notes from his pocket and handed them to me. You have to return the money to them. His words were full of helplessness and reluctance. I smiled and quickly stuffed 50 yuan into his hand. Second uncle, take this money, it's for you. Kevin frowned and said angrily, You should be grateful to others for giving you money. Have you told your father about this much money? I shrugged and replied, This money is not borrowed, uncle, don't think too much. I smiled slightly, but I knew in my heart that this was the bonus I earned with my life. Benjamin and Stella were both confused. They had never heard of the county giving bonuses to ordinary farmers. This money, It really wasn't taken from illegal activities, right? Stella asked with tears in her eyes. I shook my head. I caught 2 criminals, and the county rewarded me. I explained in a low voice, this money belongs to our family. Hearing this, Benjamin was completely shocked. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. Is everything you said true? He could hardly believe it. Of course it's true. You can go ask the branch secretary. He knows about it. I replied with a smile. Seeing that my face was exhausted, but there was still a gleam of confidence in my eyes, they finally began to believe it. Kevin pinched his chin and muttered, more than 2,000. What kind of criminal can get such a big reward? We work hard for a year and only save 20 or 30 yuan. He shook his head and sighed. I can't even imagine it. I immediately became serious. Second uncle, mom and dad. Let's go back first. Today's work is not over yet. I said softly, the money given by the county is enough for the time being, but we have to be careful. Kevin was a little confused. Don't we have money now? Why do we still have to borrow money? I looked at them and said slowly, although 2,000 yuan is enough for medical treatment, we have to keep a low profile. After returning to the village, pretend that the money is not enough. We may have to transfer to the provincial capital for treatment later. I know that the troubles caused by too much money cannot be ignored. Kevin and Benjamin looked at each other, and a hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. They nodded, their eyes moist. Stella also asked softly, Frank, didn't you ask your parents for money? I smiled and said firmly, Frank, only have you and Dad as my parents in this life. I decided yesterday that I will be filial to you and take care of Eve and the child for the rest of my life. Good boy. Benjamin wiped away his tears and said excitedly. I took out 10 big Unity notes from my pocket and said, Dad and Mom, take this money and go back to add some meat to the family. Benjamin smiled bitterly. The meat coupons are long gone, and we have no meat at home. After a moment of silence, Kevin finally said, I'll go pay the bill. You guys talk later. I nodded and watched him leave. Then, I asked Benjamin about Eve's condition. The doctor said she has to stay in the hospital for 2 more days, and the baby's condition is getting better, Benjamin answered truthfully. At this time, I finally felt relieved. Just when I was relieved, a familiar voice suddenly came from the stairs. I turned around and saw that it was Philip, the brigade secretary. In Shujia village, canned fruit and white flower buns are not common, especially canned fruit. Although many people have seen it, only a few can eat it. As for white flower buns, only the party secretary and a few leaders in the village can have the opportunity to eat them during festivals. Most other families can only eat black flower buns or wild vegetable dumplings. In the cold winter, wild vegetables had long gone, and more than 70% of the families in the village could only eat cornmeal. Just when people were worried about food, Benjamin and Stella finally determined that Frank had really made a great contribution this time. Otherwise, why would the secretary call him nephew? I put away my smile, and with a bit of worry on my face, I went to meet him. Benjamin was honest and simple, and he quickly came forward, while Stella was silently wiping tears in the corner. Village chief, why are you here? I'm really sorry to bother you, I said with some guilt. Philip raised the canned food and white flower bun in his hand and responded with a smile. Nephew, you have given our Shujia village chief face this time. After we leave today, Director Liu of the County Revolutionary Committee asked me to train you well. He looked through the glass window into the ward and asked with concern, How is Eve? Is the child okay? What did the hospital say? I sighed and said earnestly, Alas, his life was saved, but the cost of subsequent treatment will probably be high. The doctor said this morning that if he can't be cured, he may have to be transferred to a provincial hospital. Uncle Philip, this is all my fault. I lowered my head, my voice a little heavy. Philip was stunned and asked in surprise, What? The county hospital can't cure it? How much does it cost? I sighed softly and whispered, If it's delivered to the provincial capital, it will cost about 4,000 yuan. Hearing this amount, Philip was obviously shocked. His face changed. 4,000? This is too much. Don't women in our village give birth to children at home? I slowly explained. Eva's been malnourished for a long time. I had her working in the fields before. She had a heavy hemorrhage this time, which damaged her vitality. The baby was born prematurely and is now in an incubator. The one who survived is Eve. The adults are fine, but the children, it's a girl. Benjamin finally sighed. Philip frowned and seemed to have difficulty speaking. Nephew, if it is a daughter, otherwise. I whispered, Eve's condition isn't good. She may not be able to have children in the future. Philip turned around a few times. as if he was weighing something. He began to feel regretful. He had originally thought that Frank had received a bonus and had appeared in the county revolutionary committee. If he gave him some gifts and built up some connections, he might be able to get something from him in the future. However, the current situation made him feel uneasy. At this moment, I stood up and said to him solemnly, "Uncle Philip, you helped me a lot this time. I will definitely remember it. Eve and I may not be able to do the work in the village, but I have already told my father and mother. If there is anything in the village, you can arrange it. Also, I would like to trouble you for a favor." Philip smiled and said, "Just tell me, nephew. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely help." I hesitated, then said, "Eve can't eat these days. When she gets better, I want to buy her some meat to nourish her body. Besides, I have to stay in the hospital to take care of her during this period. Can you please write me a letter of introduction? I'll take it too." Before I could finish my words, Philip interrupted me with a smile. "Is there any need for you to ask? We are from the same village. We will see each other every day. Why do you need to ask? I have already thought of these things and arranged them for you." As he spoke, he took out 2 letters of introduction and handed them to me. "This is a letter of introduction for accompanying. Take it with you to the hospital, and you can stay in the county town for a month. If you go to the provincial capital, come back to me, and I will issue you another one. Here are also food coupons, 60 kilograms of food coupons, and 20 kilograms of meat coupons. Of course, you have to pay some money yourself. These 10 kilograms of food coupons are a reward from the brigade. Take them." He handed me 2 5-kilogram food coupons. "Oh, by the way, when we left today, the commune secretary said that they wanted to set up a sales outlet in our village. Is there an empty room to the left of your house? When you go back, ask your father to clean it up, open a back door, and set up the sales outlet at your house. Your father and mother can get 24 word points a month, and they can earn an extra $6. I was so excited that I could hardly speak. I held Philip's hand tightly and said, "Village chief, thank you so much." Philip smiled and said, "Don't just thank me, thank the country and the people. Without the country, how could we be where we are today?" I nodded. Yes, thank the country, thank the people, and of course thank you, village chief." Philip patted my shoulder and said with a smile, "Nephew, you take care of Eve here. We will go back first." I nodded and responded, "Okay, then you go first, Uncle will go back later, and then we can ride the tractor together." He agreed with a smile and turned to leave. I stood in front of the ward, watching Eve lying quietly on the bed. There were several young nurses busy in the ward, but Eve seemed to have no reaction to me, turning her head away from me. I sighed, feeling guilty. I really didn't do enough during this period. Over the years, I knew that I had few opportunities to make money, especially in the next 3 years, and the possibility of making a big fortune was very small. So, I could only think about accumulating a little to make a lot, at least so that my family could eat white flour buns and buy some meat, which could be considered as saving some money. But this road must rely on Philip. I have to let him taste a little sweetness so that I can pave the way for my future. In this era, in mountain villages, being able to have a good relationship with the village party secretary is more important than gold. I can't help but feel a chill when I recall the story of Zhang Mantang from the next village. Zhang Mantang had a conflict with the village party secretary and was forced to move stones at the canal construction site. He almost died at the site after a few days and was even accused of not serving the people. In the end, his body completely collapsed and he died of torture. Thinking of this, my body gradually relaxed, but as my strength was depleted, the cold I endured in the snow last night made me ache all over, as if every bone was telling of last night's coldness. I couldn't stay with Eve and the child, so I decided to go to the canteen first. I ordered dumplings. Although they were only 1 pound, the feeling of filling my stomach made me feel comfortable. I quickly went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy milk powder, bottles, and diapers. Although I couldn't buy clothes without cloth coupons, I could still afford these most basic items. I returned to the hospital with a big bag and quickly handed the things to the pediatric nurse. I couldn't see my daughter's bed through the glass window, and I felt a little disappointed. I went upstairs again, praying that everything would get better. The next day, the doctor said Eve was recovering well and transferred her from the intensive care unit to the general ward. After completing the formalities, I stood at the door and waited for a long time and finally saw Eve being pushed out. She remained silent, and her face was soaked with tears. I felt full of guilt, not only for her, but also for myself. The nurse gave me many instructions, and after she left, I sat next to Eve. She still turned away and refused to face me. In the past 2 years, she had too many complicated feelings towards me. When we first got married, she loved me, but later I changed. I didn't care about the family affairs. Even my parents no longer cared about me, so she had to bear the suffering in her heart silently. She never considered divorce, because for women of that era, divorce meant being criticized. She once thought about giving up, thinking that death might be a relief, but she didn't expect that she would survive and still be lying in the hospital. She should know that her parents-in-law asked her second uncle to send her to the hospital, and how could I do anything for her? There were so many things in my mind, but I didn't know where to start. Eve turned her back to me, and I walked to the bedside table, picked up the cotton swab, and carefully removed the cotton. I squeezed a cotton ball tightly in my hand, sat on the bed, and prepared to plug her ears. She suddenly asked tremblingly, "What are you doing?" I whispered. The nurse said to plug the ears. Eve wanted to refute, but she didn't say anything in the end. She lay quietly and let me stuff cotton into her ears. She looked up at the 4 bottle, then lowered her head again. She knew that the family didn't have much savings, and her in-laws reluctantly sent her to the hospital. She didn't know how much debt they had incurred. Thinking of this, she turned around and said, "Return these medicines." I understood her thoughts and explained in a low voice, "Eve, the medicine has been prescribed and cannot be withdrawn. You have a severe bleeding this time and just had a near-death experience. Your body has not fully recovered yet, and you must receive treatment." She was a little surprised to hear this. She probably didn't expect that I would care about her so much, especially calling her Eve. She was stunned for a moment, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. I then picked up the newly bought wash basin and towel, stood up and said, "You take a rest, I'll go get some hot water and visit the cafeteria. There's millet porridge." She didn't respond. Tears quietly rolled down her cheeks, and she watched me leave. I went to the boiler room to get some hot water, and Eve's disappointed expression when she looked at me came to mind. She stopped talking, and I decided to prove myself with my actions. I washed the towel and gently wiped her face. "Don't cry. The old people say you can't cry during confinement. It's bad for your eyes." She still didn't say anything until I changed the medicine. Then she asked, "Where's the baby? Did you go to see him?" I nodded and comforted her softly. "The baby is fine. She was born prematurely, but there is no serious problem. She is in the pediatric department now." I bought milk powder in bottles and gave them to the nurse. He was slightly relieved. "Is it a girl?" I smiled and replied, "Yes, our little cotton-padded jacket." I paused and said seriously, "Eve, I want to name our daughter Lee Si-Hue." Eve was stunned and confused. She couldn't believe Frank's change, especially the suggestion that my child should take my father-in-law's surname Lee. She looked at me with a hint of doubt in her eyes. I said to myself, "I have been very sorry to you and my parents over the years, but now I have decided to correct it. I will treat you, the children, and my parents well." My words shocked Eve, and her tears welled up. I quickly reached out and hugged her in my arms. "Eve, don't cry. I feel bad too. It's all my fault. I will definitely change in the future." She struggled to get out of my arms, choking and saying, "Stop talking, stop talking." She couldn't believe these words, and her heart was full of struggle. She didn't believe that I was so sincere, especially when she mentioned the child's last name. Her heart was still full of doubts. I looked at her and knew that the hurt could not be healed by just one sentence. The hurt I had done to her during this period of time had been deeply engraved in her heart. She needed time, and I could only prove myself with practical actions. He cried for a while, and then gradually calmed down. She wiped away her tears and looked up at me. "Just now you said that the child should take the father's surname. I have no objection, but the name should still be Lee Si-Hue." I nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, Lee Si-Hue." Eve added, "I feel much better now. Once the medicine is finished, you can go and complete the discharge procedures. If the baby is fine, we could take him home." I shook my head firmly. "No, the doctor said that you have injured your vitality this time, and you must recuperate well." Eve interrupted me. "I know you love me, but you know our family situation. The hospital spent a lot of money this time. How can we be okay?" She tried to get out of bed, but she felt dizzy and almost fainted. I quickly supported her, feeling a little angry. "Eve, don't worry. Our family is rich now." Surprise flashed in her eyes. "Rich? Where did the money come from?" I smiled and told her that I got a 2,000 yuan reward for catching the criminal. Eve could hardly believe it. Her eyes widened. 2,000 yuan? She had never seen so much money before. She asked suspiciously, "Isn't this money borrowed?" I patted her hand and said, "Don't worry, this money is earned by me, It is definitely not borrowed. From now on, you should take good care of yourself, and I will take care of your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Eve muttered softly. Even if we have money, we can't spend it recklessly. I touched her red and swollen face and said gently, this money is for our family. Don't worry, I can take care of food and clothing. Tears welled up in her eyes. Looking at my familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar face, her heart was shaken. Has he really changed? After a moment of silence, Eve did not push my hand away, but chose to accept it silently. The medicine in the bottle was almost used up, so I called the nurse to remove the needle and took out the prepared urinal. Eve was a little embarrassed. I can go to the toilet by myself. I said seriously, 2 things. First, don't call me her dad. Call me by my name or husband. Second, don't get out of bed these few days. Be obedient or I'll spank you. Eve was stunned, and tears welled up in her eyes again. She blushed and pretended to be angry. Can you be serious? I smiled and said, I heard it. Anyway, you are my wife and I am your husband. When you recover, we can go home and live a good life. She was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She didn't refute me and just lowered her head. I wiped her face and went to the cafeteria to get some millet porridge. Just as I was leaving, a woman in labor came into the ward. The young man glanced at Eve and said to the nurse, Are there any vacancies? The nurse was obviously impatient. Just stay in the place you were assigned. Why are you so picky? I couldn't help but frown when I heard this. Eve turned away silently, not wanting to look at the man with the middle-parted hair. Her mood became heavier. At this moment, the pregnant woman's voice came, The door is open. The smell is too bad. Open the window quickly. Her words were full of disdain. You shouldn't live with such a person. These words hurt Eve's heart. She couldn't help but lower her head, tears falling again. The cold wind outside blew in, and Eve felt her body tremble, but she was powerless to resist. She knew she couldn't argue with these people. After all, they were powerful people. The father with the middle-parted hair stood by and said, Let her bear it for a while. After the spring festival, I will go to Vice President Liu to adjust the ward. Eve felt aggrieved when she heard this, but she could not say anything and could only endure it silently. As I walked into the ward with my lunchbox, a piercing cold wind blew in my face, making me furious. The pregnant woman on the bed was curled up in a quilt. I stared at the open window with wide eyes and said angrily, Who opened the window? Didn't you see that there was someone on the bed? Did you close your belt? I walked forward angrily, hastily closed the window, and turned around to close the door. I deliberately left a gap to allow air circulation, but opening the window completely like this was just asking for trouble. As soon as I finished scolding, the guy with the middle-parted hair jumped up, pointed at me, and cursed. You stinky beggar. Who has his eyes on the belt? I ignored him, put the lunchbox on the bedside table, and then looked at him coldly. Eve's heart trembled when she saw this scene. I usually never cause trouble, but today I was fearless and dared to stand up for her, which touched her a little, but she also knew that I couldn't afford to offend these people. She hurriedly advised me, Just say less, it's okay. I looked at her distressedly, clenched my fists, and still stared at the middle-parted hair. I will tell on whoever opened the window. The man with the middle-parted hair was obviously a little panicked. Seeing my aggressive look, he dared not speak again. My eyes were as hard as steel. Seeing my strong physique, he knew that he might not be able to gain the upper hand. So he stopped. Okay, you stinky beggar. You dare to scold me now, right? Before he finished speaking, I sneered. Just wait, you can crush me to death if you can. At this time, the pregnant woman on the bed yelled, Husband, how can I have a baby? I'm almost vomiting from the smell. I responded angrily. Smell? The smell of scumbags? You are cadres, right? Are cadres superior to others? The guy with the middle-parted hair was so choked by my words that he broke out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, muttering to himself, This guy looks like a country boy. How can he speak so well? I looked at him and continued to ask, Do we stink just because we are farmers? The leaders say every day that workers, peasants, and soldiers are the leaders. Now my wife and I are here. Are you disgusted? I turned and walked out of the ward, ready to find the hospital leader. The guy with the middle-parted hair was so scared that he quickly grabbed me and said, Brother, don't be angry. It's wrong. Don't go looking for trouble. I pushed him away and looked at the pregnant woman on the bed. What about you? Do you want us to move out? She was a little unwilling, but facing my gaze, she quickly shook her head. No. I snorted coldly, sat down beside the bed, opened the millet porridge and fed Eve a mouthful. The man with the middle-parted hair stood aside, feeling nervous, thinking to himself, "It was a close call. I almost got into trouble." He secretly observed me, thinking to himself, "Where did this guy come from? He is so eloquent. He doesn't look like a farmer at all." However, although I still have doubts in my heart, I will remember this grudge. "Just wait. If you dare talk back, I will show you how I will deal with you," he thought to himself. Eve's face gradually showed a smile, and the dissatisfaction just now was swept away, and my heart became warmer and warmer. When I saw her smile, a big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. The middle-parted man whispered something to the pregnant woman, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. The pregnant woman picked up the canned oranges on the table and pretended to complain. "This canned orange is too sour. I want to eat canned pears." The middle-parted man quickly agreed. "No problem. I'll buy it for you right away." He turned and left quickly. Eve couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she heard the words of roast chicken and canned pears. Her mood gradually relaxed, and a sense of happiness arose in her heart. It seemed that being with me was so solid. Speaking of, she turned around and left with a middle-parted hairstyle. When Eve heard about roast chicken and canned pears, she swallowed her saliva in a cowardly manner. Actually, it's not her fault. Given her family situation, it was a luxury for the brigade to give them 10 kilograms of meat coupons at the end of the year. In addition, even if there are meat tickets, people at home were basically reluctant to use their meat coupons to buy meat. They often took their meat tickets and secretly went to the city to sell them to others in exchange for 80 cents for pocket money. The family members are really greedy. Just go to the mountains to hunt some game. But even this doesn't happen often. After all, there are many people in the village and many of them hunt for game. Over time, these small animals don't have time to reproduce. So, now hearing the word roast chicken, not to mention Eve, even Frank, who thought he was enjoying a good life since he became a relative of the Zhou family, now had saliva in his mouth. But now is different from the past. If it was before, they could only swallow their saliva. But now, a roast chicken costs about $1. The money on them, it can allow the whole family to eat roast chicken for at least 2 years. Not to mention, I had already figured out a way to make money. But my wife and children were still in the hospital, so I couldn't put it into practice. Thinking of this, I whispered to Eve, "Eve, tell me what you want to eat tomorrow, and I'll buy it for you." She smiled and shook her head. "Today I can only drink millet porridge." The nurse said I can't eat anything too greasy for the time being. Eve knew that I had some money now. She was still very frugal and used to budgeting carefully. She was still reluctant to spend more than $1 on a roast chicken. She reminded me, "Don't spend money recklessly. This is good enough." The pregnant woman in the bed next to us heard our conversation and suddenly interrupted. "Young man, you need to supplement your nutrition after giving birth. It's not enough to just drink millet porridge." She continued while tearing bread. "It's better to buy some brown sugar, cushion carp, and pig's trotter soup, which can increase milk production." She looked at me again and continued, "By the way, where are your children?" Eve whispered back, "The baby was born prematurely and is in the pediatric department now." The pregnant woman was obviously unhappy when she heard this. She thought, "It's so unlucky that I live with a couple of poor country people and still have a premature birth." Although she had some thoughts in her mind, she was afraid that I would misunderstand her, so she could only suppress them reluctantly and continued, "Oh, that will cost a lot of money." Eve nodded, and I concentrated on feeding her porridge. The pregnant woman took out a large bag of bread, tore it into small pieces, and ate it slowly, saying as she ate, "Our generation really has to thank the country. If there were no country, how could we enjoy such a good life now? For example, when giving birth, how could there be so many hospitals to choose from before?" I looked at her, not very interested. My eyes fell on the bread in her hand. Suddenly, I remembered the milk ordering notice on the wall in the cafeteria. Eve was still weak, and luxury goods like bird's nest and shark's fin were not practical, but milk was a good choice. Not only was it cheap, only 10 cents a bottle, but it could also provide some nutrition. "Eve, you take a rest first. I'll go wash the lunchbox." I stood up and said with a smile. Eve nodded, and I turned and went to the cafeteria, ordered half a month's supply of milk for 1.5 yuan, and then returned to the ward. Just as I returned to the ward, Michael also came back. There were canned pears and a whole roast chicken on the bedside table. He tore off a chicken leg and handed it to the pregnant woman Song Xiaohua on the bed. Song Xiaohua sniffed the chicken leg and said with emotion, "It smells so good. Husband, give some chicken heads and butts to the girl in the bed next to you. Look, she just ate some millet porridge." You could say anything. I had already refused with a smile. "Thanks, The nurse said my wife is weak and can't eat greasy food today. When Song Xiaohua heard me calling Eve my wife, she couldn't help laughing. Husband, did you hear that? He actually dared to call her his wife. Haha. I wasn't annoyed. I looked at Eve with a smile and said, Wife, you have to call me husband from now on. Song Xiaohua laughed even more happily, and Michael laughed too. Yes, that's right. That's how we should call you. It's more intimate. Eve lowered her head in shame, her face red to the roots of her neck, but she silently decided in her heart, even if I hate him a little, I can't let these two bastards succeed today. I didn't think much about it. I thought that the village chief had given us a lot of food coupons and meat coupons last time. If we didn't have cloth coupons today, there was no rush to get some new clothes next time. There was still a long way to go, so we could take our time. In the afternoon, I went to the pediatric department to see my daughter and learned that her condition was stable. When I came back, the nurse came into the ward and asked if we needed to arrange for a companion. How much is the bed per night? Michael asked first. 20 cents, the nurse replied. Michael smiled and said, the good steel should be used on the blade. I don't want it. Although Michael worked in the Revolutionary Committee, his salary was very low and he had no extra money. He made more than 30 yuan a month, which was just enough to cover the family expenses. As for his wife, although she did not work, she ate more than others, often buying fish and mutton, and they lived a tight life. This made me smile bitterly and think about my future path. Fortunately, his parents also work in the company and give them a dozen yuan every month, so they can barely get by. I didn't want it to happen at this moment. I started a new plan, thinking about how to better prepare for Eve and the baby. Suddenly, I decided to book a bed in the ward and said, I want this bed. The nurse seemed a little surprised, and Michael and Song Xiaohua also widened their eyes. They didn't expect me to spend these 2 cents. I ignored their looks, took out $2 from my pocket, and said with a smile, First, it will be covered for 10 days. The nurse asked with a little surprise, Are you sure? I nodded, of course. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly issued a receipt, took the money, and left. The ward returned to silence. Michael and Song Xiaohua looked at each other, and Song Xiaohua couldn't help but say sourly, With these $2, you should buy your wife some milk powder or brown sugar to nourish her body. I ignored her and walked directly to Eve's bedside, sat down, gently held her hand, and said, Wife, I just went to the pediatric department. The doctor said that the child is recovering well and will probably be transferred to our ward in 2 days. Eve looked at me and seemed a little angry, thinking that I was doing this for the sake of face, but she secretly understood. She smiled and asked, Did you see the baby? I saw it when I came out of the delivery room. I answered. At this time, Song Xiaohua watched coldly, obviously thinking that the $2 should not be spent on me, but she didn't say anything more. Michael actually wanted to spend the $2. After all, a bed is much more comfortable than a chair at night, but he was short of money and the child's medical expenses had already stretched him to the limit. At night, the lights in the ward were turned off early. Eve and I chatted for a while and then lay down to rest. Michael sat in a chair, staring at the ceiling, and felt sleepy until the second half of the night, when he finally couldn't help it. He quietly walked to my bedside and stretched out his hand to wake me up, but in the end he didn't have the heart to disturb me. He sat there sleepily all night until the next morning, when the doctor came in to check on Eve and said with a smile, You are recovering very well. You can get out of bed and move around today, and you can keep up with your diet. After I thanked the doctor, I saw the nurse come in to change our bed sheets and reminded me, Don't lie down all the time. Rest at night. I nodded and helped Eve to go to the bathroom. After returning, I went to the cafeteria to buy milk, eggs, a chicken leg, and meat buns for Eve. I didn't treat myself badly. The hard days finally paid off. Back in the ward, I walked in the hospital corridor with this breakfast that only city dwellers can enjoy. Even a nurse couldn't help but look at me strangely. Why did you buy so many things just by some black bread? Eve was a little dissatisfied when she saw the breakfast I brought back. I smiled and replied, The doctor said that you need to supplement your nutrition now. Don't be polite. This money is not much. Eve looked at me with tears in her eyes. These simple foods were undoubtedly a luxury for her. At this moment, Michael came in with 2 white flour buns. When he saw the milk, eggs, and meat buns on my table, his face darkened. What did you buy? Song Xiaohua asked directly. Michael had to whisper, hot steamed buns and the leftover roast chicken. I couldn't help but interrupt. If you didn't leave the roast chicken outside the window, it would not be good to leave it overnight. It's not good for pregnant women to eat it. Song Xiaohua looked at me unwillingly. A farmer is more knowledgeable than you, and you are a driver. You have to take good care of your wife. Women need nutrition after giving birth. I replied. Michael's eyes were filled with hatred. He glared at me. Holding the hot steam buns, he asked Song Xiaohua, "What do you want to eat?" Song Xiaohua turned his head away angrily and said coldly, "Humph, do whatever you want." Michael stamped his feet anxiously. "If you don't tell me what you want to eat, how can I know what to buy for you?" Song Xiaohua glared at Michael again. "I told you to do whatever you want. Are you deaf?" Michael threw the two hot buns on the bedside table, stomped his feet hard on the ground, and left with his fists clenched, cursing in his heart. "Just figure it out. Where the hell can I buy them for you?" Stay full of anger. Michael came in a few minutes later with eggs, bread, milk, and meat buns. "Wait until he comes in." Eve and I finished breakfast. She started the 4-drip while I went to the pediatric department to see the child. Then, I went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought some canned oranges, brown sugar, oil tea, and snacks that she liked, and also bought 12 bananas, spending a total of 1.4 yuan. When I carried the bag into the ward, everyone was stunned, especially Eve. Although she was touched, she also felt that I was wasting money. Seeing her expression, I smiled and put the things one by one into the bedside table, and then made her a cup of brown sugar water. Then I took out a banana. When Song Xiaohua saw it, he couldn't help asking, "Brother, you actually bought a banana?" I nodded. Eve looked puzzled. "Banana? Can I eat this?" Eve had never seen a banana in her life. Song Xiaohua had only heard of this name at Michael's house. This fruit was very rare in Pingshan County. Michael once mentioned that during the Spring Festival, the local supply and marketing cooperative brought 2 baskets of bananas from the south, but because of the high price, almost no one bought them. I peeled the banana and said with a smile, "Of course, the doctor said it's good for the body and rich in vitamins." Michael's eyes widened when he heard this. "Brother, these bananas were 80 cents a pound a few days ago." I smiled and replied, "The price has dropped today, 70 cents a pound." I handed one to Eve, and she smelled it. "It smells so good. Try it." I smiled and said. Eve took a tentative bite. Her eyes lit up. "So sweet and soft. By the way, bring one for my parents and Grandma Lu when you go back." Eve has always been a filial girl, and she always remembers who treated her well. Seeing her like this, I nodded and agreed. "Okay, bring it with you when you go back." At this time, Song Xiaohua began to swallow her saliva. She looked at the bananas, and although she didn't know what they tasted like, the aroma made her salivate. Michael was thinking, are all the people in the countryside so rich? He said that he couldn't even afford bananas during the Chinese New Year. But this country boy in a ragged cotton jacket could actually buy all of them at once. Eve took a few bites and suddenly looked up at me, tears welling up in her eyes. "Honey, you should have one too." I smiled and shook my head. "I won't eat it. You eat it. I don't like the taste." Although I said I don't like it, I actually like bananas very much, but it's not easy to buy bananas now. The supply and marketing cooperative only has these last 12 bananas left. After a while, I may not be able to buy them anymore. Eve couldn't help crying when she saw me doing this. She knew her happy life was coming quietly. She didn't say anything, but just handed the banana to my mouth, her eyes full of expectation. At this time, Song Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore, and turned to Michael and shouted, "Michael, I want to eat bananas too." Michael smiled helplessly. "Where can I buy bananas?" I smiled and reminded him. "There are only 12 bananas left in the supply and marketing cooperative, and I have bought them all." Michael was stunned, and Song Xiaohua was so angry that she clenched her fists and glared at him fiercely. "Michael, look at how others pamper their wives. What about you?" Michael looked embarrassed and quickly explained, "Wife, the supply and marketing cooperative is out of stock. Where can I buy some?" Song Xiaohua insisted, "If I can't eat bananas today, I won't give birth in the hospital, and I'll just freeze to death outside." Michael hurriedly comforted her. "Wife, calm down. I'll find a way to buy it for you right away." I looked up from the hospital entrance and watched Michael turn around and walk out. I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. I was really unlucky today. I didn't expect that I couldn't even buy a banana in this almost empty supply and marketing cooperative. With a heart full of anger, Michael went to all the supply and marketing cooperatives, but always returned empty-handed. Finally, Michael returned to the hospital entrance with a dusty face and helpless look in his eyes. Thinking about Song Xiaohua's temper after returning, he did not dare to hesitate too much, knowing that if he returned empty-handed, he would definitely be punished. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, Marlin came over with a fruit basket. Seeing Michael squatting at the door smoking, he immediately said, "Guo Qiang, your wife is giving birth. Why don't you go in and watch? Why are you smoking here?" Marlin is Johnson's adopted son. He worked in the supply and marketing cooperative in his early years and is now a small cadre of the Revolutionary Committee. Although he is just an ordinary cadre, For ordinary people, he is already a ceiling-level existence. Although Michael is a driver, he has a good relationship with Marlon, and the two have a lot of friendship. "Why are you here?" Michael asked casually, handing Marlon a cigarette. "I came to wish Uncle Zhao a happy new year, and see you by the way." Marlon took the cigarette with a smile, lit it, and took a puff. Michael smiled bitterly. "What are you looking at? Having a child will only cause a lot of trouble." Marlon noticed that something was wrong with Michael and immediately asked, "What happened?" Michael angrily told him what happened today, including the banana incident in the ward. After hearing this, Marlon's mind raced, and he immediately asked, "Guoqiang, are you sure this kid is from the countryside?" Michael nodded. "Look at the way he's dressed. He's probably from the country." Marlon chuckled. "That's easy. Since you are from the country, we can do this." He leaned close to Michael's ear and told him his plan. Michael hesitated. "This is a bit of a bad idea, isn't it? What if something goes wrong?" Marlon took a deep puff of his cigarette and smiled. "Don't worry. We have acquaintances, and we can definitely get it done." The two of them quickly came to the door of the ward. When they entered the room, Eve was chewing a large chicken leg with gusto, and Frank was sitting by the bed with a cup of brown sugar water in his hand. Seeing Michael come in, Song Xiaohua immediately stared at the thing in his hand. "Michael, where's the banana I want?" Marlon looked at Frank and suddenly showed a hint of surprise. "Frank, it's you." He couldn't help but shout. Frank just responded calmly. "Why? Can't I come to the hospital to see my wife?" Marlon sneered. "Yes, of course, but it seems that my parents have given you a lot of help." Frank ignored him and continued to look down at the brown sugar water, while Michael asked curiously, "Do you know each other?" Marlon did not answer directly, but said coldly, "Of course, I should call him brother." Eve was not fond of Marlon. Although she had met him once, she could sense his treacherous nature from his appearance. At this time, Frank poured Eve a glass of water. Eve whispered to him, "Go get a cup of hot water." Marlon put the fruit basket next to Song Xiaohua, then turned to Michael. "Look, Xiaohua wants to eat bananas, right? You could buy 2 from this big brother." Michael was a little confused. "Don't you know each other? Why are you still like this?" Marlon smiled and said, "So what if we know each other? You don't want me to go to him to ask for bananas? We serve the people. If you don't have money, I can give you $5. Marlon took out 5 $1 bills from his trouser pocket and handed them to Michael. "Yes, I have the money." Michael nodded quickly. Marlon put the money away, sat down, and looked at me, while Michael walked up to me and said, "Brother, I went to several supply and marketing cooperatives outside and still couldn't find any bananas. Can you sell me 2? I had seen through Marlon's mind. How could such a person feel at ease doing things? Nowadays, speculation is a serious problem. If I took the $2, Marlon would find the police and arrest me in less than half an hour. To avoid trouble, I smiled and said to Eve, "Sorry, I don't sell bananas." Michael was stunned, his mouth half open, obviously not expecting me to refuse. Marlon glared at me loudly. "What? You won't sell it for $2? Frank, you have earned what you have today. Did you do it yourself? Did you use my parents' money to have a hospital and bananas today?" I sneered. $2, I don't care. Marlon was furious, his eyes full of threats. "Are you really not selling it? Either give me the banana, or I'll let you see it." I stood up and looked at Marlon. "Do you dare to steal it? The banana is in the bedside table. If you dare to take it out, I will call the police immediately." I was not afraid at all, because I knew how low this guy's bottom line was. Marlon clenched his fists and said angrily, "It's easy for you to say that. If my parents didn't give you money, you wouldn't be able to live your current life. People like you don't deserve to eat bananas." His words stabbed into my heart like a knife, and my anger began to surge. But I knew that I couldn't act impulsively at this moment. I had decided not to act rashly. After all, there would be many more opportunities in the future. "Marlon, if you dare to provoke me, let's see if there will be any good results," I said coldly. At this time, Michael finally came to his senses, grabbed Marlon's wrist, and asked, "Brother, is this really Uncle Joe's biological son?" Marlon sneered. "Biological son? He is just a bootlicker who abandoned his biological parents in order to live a good life." His words were like a needle piercing my heart. Then he added, "This kid stole his own sister's underwear a few days ago, and my dad found out and kicked him out." These words struck my heart like a bolt of lightning. I clenched my fists and really wanted to rush up and teach this guy a lesson. But in the end, I held back. I knew that an outburst of emotion would do me no good. I still had many chances, and I would have more chips for revenge in the future. Song Xiaohua suddenly interrupted at this time. "No wonder he can't afford such expensive food, or he must have stolen things from your house." As soon as I said this, Marlon obviously noticed it and immediately pointed at me and shouted, "How much money did you steal from our house?" I was too lazy to respond and slowly sat back next to Eve, showing a sincere smile. Seeing me like this, Marlon became even more furious. So, he suddenly rushed over, grabbed my collar, and pulled me up from the bed. With this pull, the buttons on my clothes fell off, and my wallet containing more than $1,000 fell to the ground. The ward fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, especially Marlon and Song Xiaohua. There were people of some status in the county, but they were still shocked to see so much cash in an instant. Guiqiang called the police. He must have stolen the money from somewhere else. Marlon almost roared. Michael was also stunned and turned to rush out the door. Song Xiaohua stared at the money on the ground and couldn't help but reach out to pick it up. But just as she reached out, the fruit basket overturned. Song Xiaohua lost her balance and hit the wall head first. I wanted to kick Marlon, the weakling, away, but when I saw Song Xiaohua fall to the ground, my heart tightened and I immediately stood up straight, letting him continue to hold me. Eve saw this and shouted, "Stop arguing." She fell down. However, Marlon was only concerned with his own business, with anger in his eyes. His only goal now was to get back what he thought was lost. Seeing Eve's anxious expression, I quickly said to her, "Eve, go call the doctor first." Just as Eve was about to get out of bed, two nurses rushed in angrily. They were stunned when they saw the money on the ground, and then one of the nurses shouted angrily, "What are you arguing about? Let go of me." I smiled helplessly. "Doctor, I didn't do anything. He is holding me now," I added, "but you have to check on the pregnant woman in the next bed first. She fell down, and the situation is not good." The nurses then realized the seriousness of the problem. One nurse hurried to help Song Xiaohua turn over and found blood on her forehead and lower body. She shouted anxiously, "Quick, go find a doctor. There is too much bleeding. What should we do?" Marlon still held me tightly and glanced at Song Xiaohua, who had fallen to the ground, his face full of struggle and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't just stand there. Save him." I said lightly, "Marlon, we have a personal grudge, but this is a matter of life and death. Let go first, and let us help the doctor save the man." When the nurses heard this, they all looked at Marlon with dissatisfaction. One of them scolded him rudely. "What are you wearing? You don't know the priorities. If you don't save people, don't drag others down." Marlon's face darkened when he heard these words, and I finally took the opportunity to push him off me, and then quickly stepped forward to help the nurse. I walked over to her and said, "Doctor, is there anything I can do for you?" Seeing that I offered to help, the nurse instructed, "You are strong. Help me transfer the pregnant woman to the bed first." I knew in my heart that Marlon was completely tricked by me at this time, but he still didn't realize it and continued to bend down to pick up the money on the ground. While I was helping the nurse, Marlon was still stupidly picking up the money, completely unaware of what was happening around him. Eve had just given birth. She was kind-hearted. Seeing Song Xiaohua bleeding profusely, she dragged her weak body to help. At this moment, Michael rushed into the ward panting. Seeing the chaos in front of him, he was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the side of the bed. What happened? Hearing a shout, I picked up a few banknotes from under the bed and asked, "Guiqiang, are the police here?" Michael was stunned for a moment. Tears began to flow, and he lay on the bedside and kept calling Song Xiaohua's name. Seeing this, the nurse criticized him mercilessly. "Are you a family member? You are not here to take care of me. Where have you been?" Michael's eyes were filled with anger, and he glared at me. "Frank, what happened to your wife? If anything happens to her, I will fight you to the death." Michael angrily, "Why? Do you think you can bully others just because you're not dressed well? You helped me a lot just now, but what about you? You just stood there and watched and only knew how to pick up the money." At this time, several doctors and nurses came in and quickly sent Song Xiaohua to the operating room. Marlon was still blocking the door of the ward, fearing that Eve and I would escape. Michael sent Song Xiaohua away. He was extremely angry and filled with regret. He suddenly remembered that if Marlon hadn't misled him, how could things turn out like this today? He was filled with anger and walked towards the ward. Seeing Marlon still counting money, Michael could no longer control his emotions, and he punched Marlon in the face in a rage. Marlon was knocked off balance and fell on the bed. Michael rushed over, pinned Marlon to the ground, and punched him in the face again and again. I stood by, crossed my arms, and watched the scene quietly with a smile on my face. Eve seemed a little uneasy and asked me in a low voice, "Aren't you going to go over and pull it away?" I chuckled and said, Eve, don't worry about it. The police will be here soon. Sure enough, the police's footsteps were heard outside the door. Seeing Michael and Marlon fighting, the police shouted, "Stop fighting." Marlon's nose was bleeding and he shouted angrily, "Michael, you lunatic, why did you hit me?" Michael gnashed his teeth and cursed loudly. "You bastard. I treat you as a friend. Do you treat me as a friend? My wife fell down. Did you help her?" Seeing the police coming, I stopped talking and just stood quietly by the side, watching Marlon holding the big handful of money angrily, his face turning pale. The police came to the ward and saw this scene, and they were obviously a little embarrassed. They heard that it was a thief, but they found out that the two were cadres with backgrounds, and they immediately became suspicious. Marlon held up the pile of money in frustration and said to the police, "Look, so much money. How could a farmer have so much?" His words were full of doubt and disdain. The policeman was silent for a while, then looked at me and said, "Young man, what's the matter with this money?" I knew what he was thinking, so I replied calmly, "A few days ago, I caught 2 criminals, and this is the bonus given by the leader." The policeman immediately showed a look of surprise on his face. After a moment, they looked at each other and smiled. The handcuffs that had just been taken out were also taken back, replaced by smiles and cigarettes. "It turned out to be you. Our chief even mentioned you specially. You are really amazing." I smiled faintly. This is just what we should do. I didn't forget to add, if my wife hadn't suddenly had a heavy hemorrhage and the baby was born prematurely, I wouldn't have dared to take the bonus. The police looked at each other and suddenly walked towards Marlon. One of them said, "Mr. Zhou, give the money to him. He risked his life to get it." Marlon was obviously not convinced. He stared at me with disbelief on his face. How is it possible? He is just a country boy. How could he catch those 2 criminals? After saying that, Marlon began to back away. He couldn't have earned this money. The policeman couldn't bear to listen any longer, and his tone turned cold. "Be careful with your words. This money is earned by others with hard work, so don't bother me anymore." I smiled slightly at this time, walked towards the police, took the money, simply counted it, and handed it to the police. "Thank you for your trouble. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly." Marlon was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that the money was actually what I deserved, and not stolen from his house. He was filled with anger, but he was speechless. The police ended the negotiation and nodded at me with a smile. "Well done. We should learn from you." Then they left the ward, leaving Marlon in a daze. I returned to the bed, gently stroked Eve's hand, and asked with a smile, "Honey, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go buy it." Eve's eyes were complicated, and she obviously had a lot of questions, but she still didn't ask them. She lowered her head and nodded. "Whatever, go buy something and bring it back." Marlon stood there in a daze, his heart filled with anger, but he could do nothing. He knew that there was no turning back after what happened today. For me, this was just a step towards true revenge. I smiled coldly at him, thinking to myself, everything has just begun. I saw Marlon's eyes were filled with more and more hatred. What is true cannot be false, and what is false cannot be true. He thought to himself, this guy Frank will definitely come back. If he does not take measures, this guy may appear in the Zhou family again in the future and even threaten their huge property. Marlon has made up his mind that he must suppress Frank's arrogance. At the same time, outside the operating room, Michael's father, Bruce, was extremely angry. He clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead almost popped out, and stared at his son. Michael finally explained what happened. Bruce was furious when he heard it. Without saying a word, he kicked him hard. "Asshole, I asked you to come here to take care of Xiaohua, but you were ordered around by that kid from the Zhou family." Michael was filled with shame, and tears welled up in his eyes as he got up. Despite this, he knew that he deserved the beating he received today. If I had any brains, how could I have gotten into this? He felt guilty. At this moment, the door of the operating room opened, and the doctor hurried out, covered in blood. "Director Zhao, the Praetorian, is bleeding heavily, and there seems to be bleeding in the brain. The situation is very critical." The doctor said in a heavy tone, "There are 2 options now. Which one do you think you will choose?" Chapter 23. No thank for the great favor. Michael was obviously stunned, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Michael's mother just squatted on the ground and started crying loudly. Fortunately, Bruce had been through big things before, and although his heart was beating fast, he still asked in a resolute voice, "Doctor, please tell me the plan first." The doctor said seriously, "The first thing to do now is to transfer the pregnant woman to the provincial hospital for treatment as soon as possible." but this may result in the loss of both adults and children. The second rule is to perform a cesarean section first. Take the baby out and send it to the pediatric department, then transfer the mother to the provincial hospital. This way, there's an 80% chance that the baby can be saved. Bruce felt dizzy, but he knew that he was the pillar of the family, and he could not fall down like this. Doctor, if we send them directly to the provincial hospital, what are the chances that both the pregnant woman and the baby will survive? The doctor whispered, if we send her to the provincial hospital now, the baby may not be saved. After all, her amniotic fluid has broken, and she is bleeding. As for the pregnant woman, she is afraid of long-distance travel, and with the baby, the chances of both of them surviving are only 10%. Bruce's palms were sweaty. After just a few seconds, he made a decision: perform a cesarean section on the baby first, and then arrange for transfer to another hospital as soon as possible. The doctor nodded and said, okay, I'll go in and perform a cesarean section on the baby now. Please prepare the money as soon as possible. Once the baby is out and the wound is sutured, I'll transfer the pregnant woman to another hospital immediately. Just as the doctor turned around, Bruce asked, how long will it take? The doctor said bluntly, if everything goes well, the baby will be able to come out within 20 minutes and can be transferred directly to another hospital in half an hour. Bruce nodded and then asked, by the way, how much does it cost to go to the provincial hospital? The doctor said casually, prepare $1,000 first. It doesn't matter at our hospital. You can pay at any time. The key is the provincial hospital. It may cost a lot of money once you go there. After the doctor finished speaking, he quickly went into the operating room to perform the operation. Bruce just stood there in a daze. $1,000. If their son had not gotten married, their family could really afford this money. But since my son got married, dowry money. In addition, after Song Xiaohua came into the family, he ate and drank excessively every day. The family savings have long been emptied by this young couple. Michael's mother saw Bruce standing there in a daze without saying a word. She stood up and rushed over, shouting, old Zhao, why are you still standing there? Go and borrow some money. Bruce glared at Michael fiercely, then scolded his wife. Borrow money? Don't I know how to go out and borrow money? But now, I have to be transferred to another hospital in half an hour. You give me half an hour. Where can I borrow so much money? Hear the word money. The scene in the ward just now appeared in Michael's mind. He quickly said to Bruce, Dad, I know who has money. Bruce asked hurriedly, who? Michael said Frank's name. Bruce asked, Frank? Is that the Frank who captured 2 criminals a few days ago and received a $2,000 reward from the government? Michael nodded, but he said with a bit of helplessness, but I don't know if he is willing to lend it to us. If you have enough time. With Bruce's identity, he could borrow not only 1,000 yuan, but also 10,000 yuan or even more in Pingshan County. But what can I do? Time is tight now, and things weren't as convenient in the 1980s as they are now. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, let's try it out. Take me to see him. When Michael and Bruce arrived at the door of the ward, Marlon had already left. Frank happened to come out of the ward and was about to buy lunch for Eve. I saw 2 people rushing towards me. Before Frank could speak, Bruce came forward with tears in his eyes and grabbed Frank's hand. Brother, I want to ask you for something. Frank was puzzled and asked, who are you? Bruce directly said his name. I am his father, the father-in-law of the pregnant woman in your ward, Bruce of our county revolutionary committee. Hear the word Bruce. Frank's eyes lit up involuntarily, based on the memory of the previous life. This Bruce will be the deputy director of the Pingshan County Revolutionary Committee in charge of industry and trade in half a year. A year later, the Revolutionary Committee will be abolished, and Bruce will directly become the deputy county magistrate in charge of economic development. It was not until 1983 that the people's communes completely disappeared, replaced by governments at all levels. By then, Bruce had become the county magistrate of Pingshan County. Frank has been thinking a lot these days. He was well aware of his current situation. It is only the first month of 1980. It is totally unrealistic to set up a stall to make money. Setting up a self-employed business is even more unrealistic. In the previous life, their Shujia village was not at the forefront of society in the household contract responsibility system. It was not until the household contract responsibility system was fully implemented in 80% of the villages across the country that their village followed suit and began the household contract responsibility system, and every household was allocated land. This year, the path of doing business is definitely not feasible. But just because this road is blocked now doesn't mean it won't be blocked in the future. as long as you can accumulate enough personal connections now. To him, this is intangible wealth. This information flashed through Frank's mind almost instantly. After just a few seconds, he adjusted his mood and asked Bruce, "What do you want me to do for you?" Bruce said bluntly, "You have seen the situation of my daughter-in-law. She urgently needs to be transferred to another hospital. I only have 300 yuan on me, which may not be enough. If you have money on hand, can you lend me 700 yuan first?" "Don't worry, young man. I will definitely return it to you. Besides, I can write you an IOU now." Michael stood next to him like a child who had done something wrong, with his head lowered, not even daring to look at Frank. Just when Michael thought Frank would never lend him the money, Frank didn't even think about it and took out a stack of solidarity from a bad seed. 70 photos were quickly selected. Handing it to Bruce, he said bluntly, "Saving people is the most important thing." Bruce was also stunned. Frank with gratitude and said, "Young man, I'm grateful for your kindness. I'll go write you an IOU now." Frank didn't refuse. "Bruce, write the IOU today. It would make him seem too purposeful. Interact with people. Gaining the trust of others is not something that can be achieved overnight, especially someone like Bruce. We should show our sincerity bit by bit rather than putting it all out there at once." Bruce clutched the money and went to the ward to find paper and pen to write the IOU, while Michael's face turned red all the way to his neck. Chapter 24. Discharged from the hospital and returning home. Seeing Frank standing at the door of the ward, he had no intention of talking to him. Michael held it in for a long time. Then he came to Frank and said, "Brother, before." Frank smiled gently, waved his hand, and said, "It's right to love your wife, but you also have to distinguish right from wrong. Please be more careful next time." Just at this moment, Bruce went out with the IOU. Seeing Frank and Michael chatting, he wiped the sweat off his forehead with his fist and warned Michael, "Remember, this brother is your biggest benefactor. If you do anything ungrateful to him in the future, I will break your legs." Bruce handed the IOU to Frank with both hands. After Frank received the IOU, he put it in his arms and said with a smile, "Okay, you guys go through the transfer procedures." Michael looked up at Frank. It seems like there's endless things to say, but in the end, he said nothing and followed Bruce away. The days go by. Shujia village. It was common knowledge that Frank had captured the criminals and become a people's hero. At the call of the commune's secretary, several villages in the commune held special conferences to learn from Comrade Frank. Only, the villagers of Shujia village were talking about this matter. In their words, what would happen even if Frank really caught the criminal? So what if I got more than 2,000 yuan? Didn't the retribution fall on him differently? My wife had a difficult labor and heavy bleeding during childbirth, and the baby was said to have been put in an incubator after it was born. $2,000 is not enough to pay for Eve and the child's medical treatment. Benjamin and Stella also had to go back to the village to borrow money from their fellow villagers. If this isn't retribution, what else could it be? Certainly, most of the villagers are kind-hearted. After all, Benjamin and Stella are well known in the village. In addition, Eve is a sensible girl. Since she married into the Lee family, everything she has done has been seen by the villagers. So, when Benjamin and Stella went to borrow money from their fellow villagers, most families would lend them $1 or $2 based on their actual situation. But there was also a small part waiting to see Frank make a fool of himself. The old couple's behavior of borrowing money is inevitably met with ridicule and sarcasm. Unconsciously, Frank and Eve have been in the hospital for more than 10 days. Little Lee Si-Hui has been transferred from the pediatrics department to the obstetrics and gynecology department and has truly entered the arms of her parents. As for expenses, it was much less than what the doctor had previously budgeted. The first payment was 300. Frank went to ask yesterday. There was still more than $7. In the doctor's words, Eve and Lee Si-Hui have strong vitality. But only Frank knew that tenacious vitality was only one aspect. What's more important is that Frank is lucky. God gave him a well-behaved daughter and a capable daughter-in-law. We spent more than 10 days together in the hospital. Eve has a new understanding of Frank. Although her body has not fully recovered, she has no problem getting out of bed and going to the toilet. After breakfast this morning, Eve held the child in her arms. She looked at Frank and was about to ask something, but when the words came to her lips, she was too embarrassed to say them. Frank saw this at Eve and said, "Honey, I noticed that you wanted to tell me something several times recently, but you didn't say it in the end. What exactly did you want to ask me?" Eve bit her red lips with her silver teeth and hesitated for a long time before she asked Frank tentatively, "I told you, Don't be angry. Frank smiled slightly. Go ahead and tell me. Don't worry, I won't be angry. Eve then asked the question that had been on her mind for more than 10 days. That day Marlon came and said that you stole that thing. Is this true? Frank looked calm, without any sign of emotion. He looked into Eve's beautiful big eyes, smiled, and said, what do you think? In fact, Eve also knows what kind of person Frank is. Although this guy was a bit of a jerk before. But in terms of relationships between men and women, it's still okay. The reason why she asked was just to completely resolve the knot in her heart. Now see the look on Frank's face. She also had the answer in her heart. Eve gently touched Li Sihui's face with her fingers and said to the child with a smile, Sihui, I know your father is not that kind of person. Frank smiled and stood up to clean up the dishes on the bedside table. Tell her she knows nothing now. Eve rolled her eyes at Frank. Well, I'm going to tell you. Frank laughed and said, then go ahead and talk. I'll go wash the dishes first. At this time, Eve called Frank. Wait a minute. Frank stopped and asked, what's wrong? Eve said seriously, I'm feeling much better now. Let's be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Frank was about to refuse, but Eve looked pitiful and said, don't keep refusing. It's not that I don't want to spend money, but the hospital is such a miserable place. Although there are only 3 of us in the ward now, the space we can move around in is limited. Besides, you can't take care of the child. I want to let our mother help us take care of the child after we go home. This way, you and I can relax a little, and I can feel more relaxed. Don't say. Frank has actually been having a headache lately. Although I have no worries about food and clothing here every day. But as Eve said, with this small place in the obstetrics and gynecology department, there are always cries of babies at night. Or it could be the roar of the patient's family members quarreling. After just half a month, Frank felt that he did not gain weight, but lost some weight, despite being fed with delicious food every day. Eve medication since yesterday. Children don't need to take medicine. If they continue to live there, they can only enjoy the heating for a few more days. Think about this. Frank smiled and said, okay, since you have made up your mind, I will go out and ask someone to talk to the doctor today and ask him to make the room warmer so that he could be discharged from the hospital and go home tomorrow. Eve had a happy smile on her face. Time flies, and it is the next day. In the morning, as soon as Frank completed the discharge procedures, Benjamin came to the hospital pulling a cart. It was just past 9 in the morning. It's more than 10 miles from Shujia village to Pingshan County. Not to mention pulling a cart. Even if you don't carry anything, it will still take most of the day to walk. But Benjamin, after hearing the news that his son and daughter-in-law planned to take their child out of the hospital, he was so happy that he barely slept the whole night. In the morning, before daybreak, they pulled the cart in the dark and rushed to the county town. The weather is coldest. Benjamin's beard was already covered with ice. A face was red from the cold, but her face was full of a bright smile. How is it? Have you completed the formalities? Benjamin asked with concern, rubbing his hands. Chapter 25. No Mercy. Seeing Benjamin's current appearance, Frank couldn't help but feel sad. Yes, over the years, my adoptive father has given me everything. But what about him? Since becoming relatives with the Zhou family, what have you done to these old couple? Think about this. Frank couldn't help feeling sad again. Benjamin smiled and walked forward. Seeing that Frank didn't say anything, he asked, what's wrong with you? Are you still sick? If you are not well, let me stay here first. Frank shook his head and said, okay, I'm almost healed. Dad, let's go to the ward and warm up first. Having said that, Frank pulled Benjamin into the ward. Since his daughter-in-law was hospitalized, Benjamin has been to the hospital twice, but each time he came, he just took a look and then hurried home. Come to the ward. Eva's packed her things. In fact, there was nothing to pack, just some wash basins, towels, kettles, and other miscellaneous items. Put the things in a large snakeskin bag and place it at the base of the wall. Frank pulled Benjamin over to the radiator. The heating was on at that time. Unlike now, the temperature was not even as high as a pea. Benjamin's hands were numb from the cold, and he actually touched the radiator directly. Frank hurried forward, pulled Benjamin's hand away, then took out a towel from the snakeskin bag next to him and placed it on the radiator. Benjamin chuckled. He has seen all the changes in Frank in recent times. He didn't expect it either. My son would become like this. Dad, go check on Sihui first. I'll go to the cafeteria and get us something to eat. This time, Benjamin did not refuse as usual, not because his family was rich now, but because he knew the family situation. My daughter-in-law is not feeling well now. After returning home, you can't continue to eat cornmeal porridge and dark-faced steam buns for every meal as usual, right? Okay, go to the cafeteria and get Eve some food. Frank didn't say much. He quickly went to the cafeteria with the food coupons and meat coupons in his hand. After a while, Frank came over carrying 2 large bags. Eve couldn't help but complain when she saw this. Why did you buy so many things again? Frank hadn't opened his mouth to explain. Benjamin smiled and said, Eve, it's okay. You know the situation at home. There aren't so many delicious foods at home. Let Frank buy you some food so you can get well as soon as possible when you get home. Frank then interrupted and said, Did you hear that? Dad didn't say anything, so don't complain about me. Eve held the child in her arms, a scarf wrapped around her head, and sighed. Soon, Frank and Benjamin moved the things onto the cart first. The 2 of them turned back. Benjamin reached out and took the child. Frank came to Eve. Eve saw this and asked, What are you doing? Frank said, What else can we do? Come on, just let me carry you downstairs. Eve looked embarrassed. I can walk by myself. Frank didn't care what Eve said. He pulled Eve on his back. Benjamin also advised, Eve, you just gave birth to a child. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Let Frank carry you. When Frank carried Eve downstairs, Eve felt mixed emotions. The tears in her eyes flowed down again. Came outside the hospital. Frank gently placed Eve on the cart. The cart was covered with a soft mattress and a quilt to be warmer. Benjamin also gave Frank 2 cans and asked Frank to get hot water in the water room. Eve lay down. Frank tucked Eve into bed. Eve held the child tightly in her arms. Just as Benjamin was about to pull the cart, Frank stepped forward and said to Benjamin, Dad, let me pull it. Benjamin held the shaft tightly with both hands. Let me do it. How strong are you? Frank laughed and said, Dad, please don't argue with me. I'm young. How can I let you do this kind of hard work if I don't do it? Eve also advised, Yes, Dad, let him pull. When he can't pull anymore, you 2 can take turns. Besides, I can walk. If there's an uphill road, I can walk on my own. Frank said, Don't think about leaving by yourself. We can get back quickly like this. Just as the 3 of them were arguing. I don't want to see a familiar figure coming towards me. When Benjamin and Frank saw the person coming, they were both stunned. The person who came was none other than himself. It happened to be Frank's biological mother, Diana, who was wearing a fashionable tweed coat and carrying a basket of eggs. Seeing Frank and Benjamin from afar, Diana stopped and stood there for a few seconds. But soon, Diana then walked forward slowly. Benjamin tightened his cotton jacket and looked at Frank, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Frank just glanced at Diana, then said to Eve and Benjamin as if nothing had happened, Let's go first. Diana stopped Frank. She raised her head and glanced down Eve's arms. But because Eve held the child in her arms and wrapped the child in a cloak made by Stella, Diana didn't see the child's face in the end. She withdrew her disappointed look. Looking at Frank, he whispered, I wanted to come here earlier, but without waiting for Diana to finish, Frank said nonchalantly, There's no need for that. We don't have any relationship anymore. What are you looking at? Diana frowned slightly, with a somewhat embarrassed expression on her face. Benjamin is an honest man after all. Plus, he didn't know what happened between Frank and the Zhou family. But the last time I came to the hospital, I learned from Eve that there seemed to be some conflicts between Frank and the Zhou family. Now, Diana comes to visit her granddaughter with eggs. Benjamin also felt that one should not be too heartless. Think of this. Benjamin whispered to Frank, Frank, you guys chat for a while. I'll go out first. Seeing Benjamin preparing to leave, Frank pulled the cart and followed Benjamin. Dad, there's nothing to talk about. I have nothing to do with the Zhou family anymore. Diana gripped the basket handle tightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Frank, are you really going to completely break off relations with us? After all, you are also a piece of meat that fell from my stomach. Frank smiled and said, No, please don't say that. You weren't the ones who raised me all these years, and you weren't the ones who grew up with me. What's more, you were the ones who kicked me out of your home. What do you want to do here now? Do you think we can't afford eggs? Or do you think we will starve to death without your help? Diana looked ashen, her brows furrowed. Frank, I never thought you were such a heartless person. Do you really think that you can live a life of luxury now that you have some money in your hands? Chapter 26, Blocked on the Road. Frank laughed and retorted bluntly. Diana, I can tell you very clearly that how I want to live my life is my business. Also, ask yourself, how have you treated me since I recognized you as my kin? Over the years, what dirty and tiring work in your family have I not done for you? Of course, I, Frank, am not a petty person. If you truly regard me as your son, I will do anything for you. But what is the result? In your eyes, I, Frank, approached you and helped you with work with impure motives in order to gain benefits from you. The most ridiculous thing is that when someone wronged me, you surprisingly stood on the side of the person who wronged me and slandered me together with him. Now you're accusing me of being heartless and ungrateful, Diana. Let me ask you, in your eyes, is it you who have the final say on right and wrong? Frank spoke quietly, though, but every word comes from the heart. Diana's face turned livid. Clenched teeth. I couldn't utter a word. Frank held on to the shaft tightly and strode towards the door. Diana stood there for almost a minute. Then she shouted to Frank, who had already walked away. Frank, stop right there. Frank didn't stop. He continued to move forward. Diana was about to chase after him, but when she saw the gazes of the people around her, she couldn't help but stop. As for Frank, pulling Eve out of the hospital gate, I happened to see a Jeep of the Revolutionary Committee parked across the street. Through the car window, they saw Johnson sitting in the passenger seat, looking towards them. Benjamin had a lot to say in his heart, but he couldn't say a word when he was next to Frank. We were almost leaving the city. Benjamin couldn't help but step forward and whisper to Frank, Frank, you and the Zhou family. Benjamin hadn't finished speaking yet. Frank interrupted him and said with a smile, Dad, don't worry about this matter. I was confused before, but don't worry from now on. I, Frank, only have one father and one mother. That is you and my mother. Benjamin opened his mouth, intending to say something persuasive. But in the end, he held back. To be honest, he was also reluctant to let his son work as a laborer in someone else's home. After gradually regaining his composure, Benjamin remembered something. He helped Frank push the cart with one hand and asked, Frank, have you chosen a name for the child? Your mother and I have discussed this. We plan to go back and find our village teacher Lou to give the child a nice name. At this time, Eve said with a smile, Dad, the name has been chosen. Benjamin asked, What's your name? Frank and Eve looked at each other. Eve saw Frank signaling for her to speak, so she spoke and said to Benjamin bluntly, Dad, the child's name is Li Sihue. Benjamin froze in place for a moment. His eyes widened. Eve and Frank in disbelief and asked, What? Li Sihue? Aren't you two just kidding? Frank's last name is Zhou. How can you let the child have a last name Li? Until now, Frank just smiled and said, Dad, don't worry about it. The child's grandfather's surname is Li. What's wrong with letting the child take your surname now? Benjamin burst into tears. How could he not know what Frank was thinking? The old couple has no children. Frank is the only adopted son, although there had been some thought before about changing Frank's name. But in the end, he felt that this was not appropriate. Until now, even if the villagers don't say anything openly, everyone behind their backs says that Benjamin will have no descendants. But now, Frank gave the child the surname Li. Even though there is no blood relationship between them, the Li family will at least have descendants. Thinking like this, Benjamin suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of Shujiao village without saying a word. Frank saw this. He hurried forward and pulled Benjamin up. Dad, don't be like this. Get up quickly. After Benjamin was pulled up, he held Frank's hands tightly and said word by word, Frank, Dad is sorry for you. Dad is useless. Also, I am already satisfied that you have this intention. When you go back, you must not let the child really take my last name. If you let your child take my last name, someone in the village will definitely poke your spine. Frank smiled and said nonchalantly, Dad, we only have one life to live for ourselves. Why should we care so much about others? Let's go. It's already noon. Let's go out of the city and find a sunny place. I've got some chicken legs in the cafeteria. Let's eat something. We should be able to get back before dark. Benjamin wiped his tears with his sleeve. He choked up and said, Good, good. Dad must have done a lot of good deeds in his previous life. And in this life, he met a good son like you. The two were talking. Unexpectedly, another shout came from behind. Frank, stop right there. Frank stopped and turned around to see that the bastard Marlin was actually chasing after them with three long-haired young men, their hands in their pockets. Benjamin's heart tightened, and he quickly stopped crying. He seemed a little uneasy and asked, Frank, what's going on? Frank shook his head. Marlin had already come to the cart with three scoundrels. Frank, let's see what you have to say this time. Marlin sneered repeatedly, as if everything was under his control. Frank was confused. He asked, Marlin, what do you want to do? Marlin sneered and said, 100 eggs were lost in our house. Huh? Do you dare to say that you didn't steal them? Today, Diana came to the hospital with eggs and was seen by Marlin. Marlin knew. Frank is Diana's biological son. Now Frank's wife is giving birth in the hospital, and Diana, as a grandmother, will definitely go to visit. So, He waited outside the city early. Sure enough, I saw Frank taking Eve out of the hospital today. Frank heard the eggs. I also understood what Marlon meant by what he just said. He said in a resounding voice, "Listen carefully, we didn't take any eggs." Unexpectedly, Marlon had already taken action at this time. He casually opened the snakeskin bag next to the cart. I happened to see a few eggs, chicken legs, etc. in the bag. Without saying a word, he took out a few eggs and shook them in front of Frank. "Do you dare to say that these eggs are not from our family?" Frank said firmly, "I advise you to put down the eggs as soon as possible. I bought them from the hospital cafeteria." Marlon reached out and took out an egg and asked, "Bought it for the cafeteria? How do you prove that this is an egg from the cafeteria?" Frank frowned. "The eggs are hard-boiled." Marlon actually threw the egg directly to the ground. "I want to see today whether it is cooked or raw." Chapter 27. Killing. The moment the egg fell to the ground, Frank had already decided to kill. This kind of despicable and vile stuff. If it continues to live in this world, it would be a stain on this world. But in this era, if he did it himself, he might get himself into unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Frank quickly came up with a plan. He glanced at the three scoundrels around Marlon. Then he bent down to pick up the broken eggs on the ground and said to Marlon and the people in front of him, "I know why you came to me today. It's nothing more than worrying that I will be involved with the Zhou family again. But don't worry. Frank, will never have any contact with the Zhou family again, even if I die of poverty in this life." After saying this, Frank put the broken hard-boiled eggs on the cart. Then, in front of the three second-rate guys, he took out 10 big Unity banknotes from his pocket. He handed it to Marlon. He said calmly, "This is all the money I have left. I'll give it all to you today. Take these brothers out for a drink. $100. This is not a small number in this era. Not to mention, Frank was well aware of the changes that would follow. In less than 3 years, we will usher in the most severe crackdown in this era. Highway robbery for $100. Enough to get Marlon shot. Marlon obviously doesn't know what Frank is thinking yet. Without even thinking, he took the 100 yuan and said with a smug smile, "Haha, you're smart. Remember, if I see you hanging out with the Zhou family again, I won't let you off easily even if you give me 1,000, not to mention 100. Drop this word." Marlon put the money in his pocket. He left in a swagger with 3 second-rate guys. Benjamin was so angry that his teeth were itching. But he also knew who Marlon was. As Johnson's adopted son, in Pingshan County, Marlon and his gang of young masters are people that the common people like them cannot afford to offend. Wait until Marlon and his men disappear in front of Frank, Benjamin, and others. Frank just turned around, holding the shaft tightly with both hands, and walked forward while smiling and saying, "Let's go, Dad." Benjamin came behind the cart and pushed it hard. "Frank, are you okay?" Benjamin asked with a concerned tone. Frank smiled nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." This $100 is not that easy to get." Frank admitted, "It is indeed a bit shady to do this yourself. But compared to everything Marlon had done before, his behavior is nothing compared to the big ones." On the cart, Eve has determined that Frank will never be the same as he was a while ago. Marlon, when he took out $100. As Frank's wife, Eve could feel that her husband's eyes were full of murderous intent. But what Eve couldn't understand was, "Frank, why do you want to give the other party money on your own initiative? And once given, so much was given." But I was confused. But Eve didn't ask too many questions in front of Benjamin. After all, she knew it. Frank risked his life to earn this money. Frank has absolute control over the money. As for Frank, although he also knows the importance of money, but it will take at least 1 or 2 years before you can actually use the money. Within 1 or 2 years, all he has to do is to accumulate personal connections and, at the same time, clear away all obstacles that may arise in his future business development. Time unknowingly came to the afternoon of that day. The sun sets when Frank appeared at the entrance of Shujia village pulling a cart. The villagers who had been working in the fields and the production team had just finished work. The villagers thought that Frank had earned $2,000 and would at least have new clothes to wear when he returned home. But the result? Frank was still wearing the same coarse cotton jacket he had worn years ago. There are patches on the cotton jacket. It seems Frank really spent all the $2,000 he earned this time in the hospital. The villagers were thinking this in their hearts. But no one came forward to ask Frank how much money he had left. Instead, they gathered around the cart. Eve on the cart, he asked with concern, "Min girl, are you feeling better? I heard it's a girl, right? Has she been given a name? Giving birth is a big challenge for women. Just get over it." But he looks much better now. Look, His cheeks are rounder now. Everyone was talking at once. Eve answered them one by one. When the villagers heard Eve say the child's name was Li Si-hui, most people were stunned. Everyone looked at each other. After a while, someone came to his senses and asked in disbelief, "Min girl, what did you say? The child is named Li Si-hui? Isn't your man's surname Zhou? How come?" At this time, Li Jiangwo's face was full of pride, and he said, "This is all because of Frank's filial piety. He knew that I had no children, so he let the child take my surname, which is considered as a succession to the family, so that my Li family will not become extinct." Most of the villagers were silent. They didn't expect that Frank would do such a thing. Before, most of them thought Frank was inhumane. Li Jiangguo and Stella raised Frank to adulthood and even married him off, but after he recognized his biological father as a cadre in the city, they ignored his adoptive parents in the village. Even the daughter-in-law they marry into the family is treated as an outsider. It seems now, they really misunderstood this child before. Unconsciously, Frank also returned to his front door. Most of the villagers have also dispersed. Stella quickly opened the fence gate and walked forward with a smile on her face to ask Eve about her well-being. Li Jiangguo asked hurriedly, "Is the room warmer?" Eve has been in the heating room recently. If the room is too cold, she will definitely not be used to it when she first comes back and will easily catch a cold. Stella nodded and said, "It's very warm. When you left this morning, Wang Xiao brought more than 200 kilograms of coal. He also smashed our brick stove and brought the iron stove from the storage room." Li Jiangguo and Frank looked up at a small house in front of them, and sure enough, they saw a half-shiny iron chimney sticking out of the wall, with white smoke still coming out of it. Frank walked over, picked up Eve, and walked towards the room while saying to Li Jiangguo, "Dad, I'll go to the village chief tonight and ask him to get some coal tickets for our family. Tomorrow I'll ask my second uncle to go to the commune to haul a ton of coal." Li Jiangguo hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't waste this money, kid. We live in the mountains, and we don't have much firewood to burn. Besides, the weather will be warmer in the spring. Why did you bring so much coal?" Frank smiled and said, "We can't keep warm while you two stay cold." "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it when it's done." "Yes. Now I'm back home." Next, he needed to make sure this poor family could live a good life without worries about food and clothing as soon as possible. Chapter 28, Master's Wife. After being busy at home for less than half an hour, it was already getting dark. According to Frank's memory, it would take another 3 years for electricity to be available in Shujia village. At present, in the whole Pingshan County, only a few communes and the county seat have electric lights. Below the communes, there are only a few brigades around the county seat that have electric lights. Therefore, every household in Shujia village still uses kerosene lamps. And the price is not cheap either, only 37 cents per pound. Therefore, most of the farmers in the village wait until dark and go to bed early. Stella and Li Jiangguo looked after the children in Frank's room for a while, and then Stella went to the kitchen to prepare food. At this time, Frank called Stella, "Mom, wait a minute, don't go to get food this afternoon. Bring our small pot over." Stella said, "You kid, why don't you clean up the food and bring the pot over? Are we going to have to eat from the big iron pot this afternoon?" "Don't worry. After your father came back a few days ago, he went to the homes of several captains in our village to ask for some white flour. I'll make hand-rolled noodles for us tonight." Frank grabbed Stella and made her sit on the edge of the calm. "Please sit down first. I will prepare food for us this afternoon." When leaving the cafeteria today, Frank specially bought several roast chickens. 2 of them were kept for our own consumption. Frank still has a lot of uses for the few left. At present, there are only a few families in the village who can afford to eat meat all year round. Most families live in extreme poverty, although the first month of the lunar year is almost over. But for the villagers, it's still the new year before the end of the first month of the lunar year. You still need to visit relatives who need to be visited. In addition, Frank also hasn't forgotten the help Wang Jiangwo and Kevin gave him. Thinking of this, Frank acted quickly. He first went to the kitchen and brought the small pot into the house. Then he opened the snakeskin bag in the corner of the kitchen and pulled out a roast chicken. There are no other vegetables at home, but there is still cabbage, white radish, and potatoes. Wash and chop into large pieces. Frank came into the room carrying a large bowl of vegetables and chopped roast chicken. At this time, Li Jiangguo had already lit the kerosene lamp. The candlelight flickers. The room wasn't too dark. Frank placed the iron pot on the stove, added a little cooking oil to moisten the pot, and then put the roast chicken into the pot first. The room was instantly filled with the delicious smell of chicken. After briefly stir-frying a few times, Frank poured in the potatoes. Another minute or so passed. He then added 2 scoops of spring water into it. There isn't much condiment at this time. Most families, apart from edible salt and vinegar plus pepper powdered ground in a grinder from the Commune Supply and Marketing Cooperative, do not have chicken essence, MSG, or oyster sauce. Frank simply added some salt. When the potatoes were almost cooked, he said to Li Jianguo, "Dad, go next door and invite Grandma Wong over." Li Jianguo had been dazed by the aroma of the food in the pot. After hearing Frank's words, he came back to his senses instantly and nodded hurriedly, saying, "Yes, yes, that's right. How could you have forgotten your master's wife?" When Frank was learning kung fu from Mr. Wong, he liked to call Mr. Wong master, and Grandma Wong naturally became Frank's master's wife. Li Jianguo hasn't gone out yet. Grandma Wong's voice came from the yard. "Jianguo, come out for a moment." Li Jianguo grinned. He came by himself, haha, so I don't have to go over there. With that, Li Jianguo went out. Grandma Wong stood in the yard, leaning on a cane, trembling. As soon as Li Jianguo came out, he shouted to him, his wife, "Come in quickly, it's cold outside." Grandma Wong smiled and waved her hand, saying, "No, I heard that Frank and Eve had returned with their child, so I came to see them." At this time, Frank also walked out of the room. He quickly went over to her and said, "Master's wife, please come in quickly." Grandma Wong waved her hand and said, "You are having dinner at home. If I go in, you'll ask me to eat with you. I won't go in. I will just say a few words outside the door." Grandma Wong has a hard life. When Mr. Wong was alive, he was labeled as a landlord. In the past few years, there were campaigns every now and then. Grandma Wong's son couldn't bear it and hanged himself. After that, Mr. Wong was often flattered. Fortunately, he was strong and managed to hold on, but the blows from all sides eventually led to his death. Now, in the entire Wong family, only Grandma Wong, an old lady with bound feet, is left. Mr. and Mrs. Li Jianguo are kind-hearted people. Knowing that Grandma Wong only earned a few war points a year, I always helped her. Grandma Wong is also open-minded. As long as she can fill her stomach with something to eat every day, she is always happy. Frank didn't wait for Grandma Wong to finish. He simply took action and supported Grandma Wong towards the room. "Master's wife, if you don't go in to see your little grandson today, I won't care about you calling me Master's wife anymore." Grandma Wong was going to refuse, but Frank was young and strong, so she couldn't push him away and had to follow Frank into the small room. After Grandma Wong came in, Eve also got up from the con. At this time, Grandma Wong hurried forward to stop him and said with tears in her eyes, "Good child, please don't come down. I'm sorry for making you suffer this time." Eve also had tears in her eyes. Grandma Wong stretched out her hand, which was as thin as a dry branch, and touched Eva's face, then looked at Li Sihui, who was swaddled on the con. "That's great. Look at her little face. She will definitely be rich and powerful in the future." Grandma Wong did not reach out to touch Li Sihui's face, but gently touched her cloak with her hand. At this time, Stella poured the cabbage and radish into the iron pot. Li Jianguo quickly went upstairs and brought back a few chairs. "Please invite Grandma Wong to sit in the seat of honor." Grandma Wong showed an embarrassed expression on her face and sighed. "I smelled it when I walked in. I was planning to come tomorrow, but then I thought, I'm already here," Benjamin said with a smile. "Master's wife, please don't be polite in our house. Frank just asked me to invite you over." Grandma Wong nodded. Only at this moment did she look up and set her gaze on Zhou Feng. "Frank, I am meddling in your business today. I have a few words to say, whether you like it or not. When your master was alive, he often said that life is a series of strokes, seemingly simple, but actually difficult. But this character must stand up no matter when. Before this, you knew what you did for a while without us telling you. Now that you are back, I think you know what to do in the future." At this point, Grandma Wong wiped away the tears from her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she continued, "Now, while the new year is not over yet, you should kneel down and kowtow to your parents in my presence, and then we could put the past behind us." Chapter 29 will. Frank also understood Grandma Wong's good intentions. He knows. My parents didn't say anything about what I had done before, but they were already heartbroken in their hearts. He had originally prepared a lot of words to apologize to his parents, but I don't know how to say it. It's okay now. It was Grandma Wong who brought it up today, so he also took the opportunity to kowtow to the two elders and wish them a happy new year. When Frank knelt in front of Li Jianguo and Stella, the old couple cried with joy. Li Jianguo was even more excited and stepped forward to say to Grandma Wong, his master's wife, you don't know that our Frank has now turned over a new leaf. Do you know the surname of the child on the bed? This girl has my surname, Li Si Hui. Grandma Wang is indeed from a wealthy family. After hearing the three words, Li Si Hui, a relieved smile appeared on his face. She nodded and said thoughtfully, Si Hui, okay, okay. It's good to have this intention. Frank looked up with tears in his eyes and said to Li Jianguo and Stella, Mom and Dad, I promise that I will make sure that you, my master's wife, and Eve all live a good life. Stella quickly pulled Frank up. Frank stood up and wiped the tears from his eyes. Stella, in a mysterious tone, Xiaoying, go watch outside the door. If anyone comes, call out in advance. Although Stella was confused, she turned around and walked out. At this time, Grandma Wang took out a lump of something from her arms, which was wrapped in a headscarf. After coming to the edge of the Kong, Grandma Wang untied her headscarf tremblingly. When Frank saw what was in the package, his face was filled with disbelief. Grandma Wang smiled kindly, picked up a 50 liang ingot of horseshoe silver, and handed it to Eve. Eve, keep this, and I'll make you a pair of bracelets later. Where has Eve seen this thing? She took the silver ingot and asked in disbelief, What is this? Grandma Wang did not explain, but took out the remaining $4 in the package and turned to hand them to Frank. Frank, take these $4 first, and make 2 small bracelets for Si Hui when you're done. Life is tough at home. I was planning to secretly take out a few silver dollars to exchange for some eggs, but I was afraid that this person would spread rumors. I think the policy is gradually being relaxed. I think in a few years, no one will care about these things anymore. Frank's heartbeat quickened, not to mention the silver ingots. The silver dollars that Grandma Wang gave me just now are rare items. Li Jianguo naturally knew the value of this thing. He hurried forward, took the silver ingot from Eve and the silver dollar from Frank, and handed them to Grandma Wang, while hastily persuading her, Master's wife, we are very grateful for your thoughtfulness. You should keep these things. They are too valuable. Grandma Wang suddenly put away the smile on her face and said to Li Jianguo with a stern face, This thing is not for you. I give it to the child. Besides, what's so valuable about these things? They can't be eaten. If the shopkeeper of my family had given all these hidden things to others, how could my Wangkai be forced to? At this point, Grandma Wang's eyes were filled with tears again. Frank also let out a helpless sigh. Yes, a few years ago, I don't know how many people were implicated in this. Grandma Wang was silent for a few seconds. She turned around and grabbed Frank's hand again. Frank, when your master left, he told me to leave the yard next door to you. But you kid did some bad things before, and I've been feeling upset. But fortunately, you have turned over a new leaf, especially since you can let the child take your father's surname. There is nothing much to say. I'm the only one in my family now. After I die, you can live in this dilapidated house if you think it's habitable. If not, you can tear it down. But before you demolish it, you have to find a time when no one is around and lift up the earthen Kong on the east side of the 3 upper rooms. Dig 3 feet down in the left corner. There's some small things underneath. If the policy can be relaxed later, you can take them out and use them for yourself. When Frank heard this, he was completely stunned. According to the memory of the previous life, he clearly remembered that it took more than 10 days for Grandma Wang to be discovered after her death. Grandma Wang's yard has been empty for more than 2 years. Then when the village was building a new village committee, it was completely flattened by bulldozers. Before this, everyone in the village said that Grandma Wang must have hidden some contraband in her house. But after Grandma Wang passed away, some villagers went to look for her secretly, but in the end they found nothing. It seems now, my master did indeed accumulate a lot of good things back then. Frank knew that he definitely didn't dare to get these things out now. Although it is not like a few years ago when there were campaigns every now and then, the overall policy is still very strict. Once you get these things out yourself, maybe you will be involved too. But he knew that in just a few years, after the policies were relaxed, these things could become the capital for him to make a comeback. Although I thought so in my heart. But Frank was still busy saying to Grandma Wang, Master's wife, why are you saying this? You are still alive and well, Grandma Wang interrupted Frank, and a faint smile appeared on her wrinkled face. My child, even though I'm still alive and well, I never know if the King of Hell will send someone to take me away one day. You know my situation? If I don't find someone to entrust these things to before I die, they will return to dust sooner or later. Isn't that a pity? I know very well how your family has treated me over the years. People always need to know how to repay kindness, right? Hearing this, Frank lowered his head in shame again. Grandma Wong didn't say anything more, but just said earnestly, "Children, you must not tell anyone about what I said tonight. Gold and silver are sometimes a sharp blade that can kill people. Too much of them has its disadvantages, but too little of them also has its disadvantages." Frank stood up. This time he knelt down and kowtowed to Grandma Wong. Grandma Wong smiled and pulled Frank up. "Hurry up and get up. I can't avoid this meal today. Jang Wo, don't just stand there. Call Xiaoying in. Let's eat together." Li Jianguo quickly nodded in agreement. Frank considerately handed the chopsticks to Grandma Wong. The whole family gathered around the stove. Even though it was just a pot of stew, it was definitely a delicacy for everyone present. Frank felt mixed emotions. He kept thinking that if he had been a human being in his previous life, he might not have let his family suffer with him. Chapter 30. My pants are wet. A little after 7 in the evening. It was completely dark. There was not even any soup left from the huge pot of stew. It was eaten up by several people. After Frank sent Grandma Wong home, he was not idle either. He took out a roast chicken from the snakeskin bag, wrapped it in brown paper, then took 200 yuan and went directly to Wang Jangwo's home. Frank knew it. If Wang Jangwo had not lent him the rifle that night, he would never have caught the two criminals. Besides, they had a good relationship before. Relationships that need to be maintained must be maintained. Less than 20 minutes. Frank arrived at the gate of Wang Jangwo's house. Wang Jangwo's parents have already rested. In the yard, the only oil lamp still on was in the young couple's room. Frank went forward and knocked on the gate. Wang Jangwo quickly put on his military coat and went out. When he saw Frank, Wang Jangwo smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" Frank smiled and walked into the room. "What? Are you afraid that I'll come to you to borrow money?" Wang Jangwo waved his hands quickly at this time. "Wait a minute, your sister-in-law." Hearing this, Frank stopped immediately. Wang Jangwo turned around and shouted to his wife in the room, "Ho hot, hurry up, there are guests coming, put on my pants first." What a coincidence. Sun Ho Hot originally had 2 pairs of trousers. One pair was worn when she went out to visit relatives and friends, and the other pair was worn when she worked in the fields. But this morning, before Sun Ho Hot went to work in the fields, she washed a pair of trousers she was wearing. As a result, when she came home to cook in the afternoon, a bucket of water spilled on the trousers she was wearing. Have to. Both pairs of trousers went on strike. Fortunately, it was dark, so Sun Ho Hot simply sat naked in bed and discussed matters related to having a baby with Wang Jangwo. We haven't even gotten to the point yet. Frank knocked on the door. Seeing the embarrassed expression on Wang Jangwo's face, Frank couldn't help but smile and said, "You came at the wrong time. You two can't wait until it gets dark." Wang Jangwo grinned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Your sister-in-law has washed both pairs of pants." Stood at the door for a while. Sun Ho Hot just whispered in the room, "Okay, come in." Wang Jangwo then brought Frank in. Sun Ho Hot, like Eve, is an honest girl. Seeing Frank come in, she smiled shyly, then began to poke the fire in the stove. "You sit down first. I'll boil some water and make tea for you." Frank and Wang Jangwo sat by the stove. Then he took out the roast chicken he brought from his arms and said, "Here, eat half of it before I leave. That way you'll have the energy to make trouble, right?" Wang Jangwo took it, opened it, and said in surprise, "Oh my God, Frank, where the hell is this roast chicken?" Frank laughed casually. "The county hospital cafeteria brought one just for you." Sun Ho Hot was looking for tea leaves nearby. When she heard the word roast chicken, she turned around and said, "Frank, Eve has been hospitalized, and my husband and I haven't come see her yet. Why are you bringing things to my house now? How can we be embarrassed if you do this?" Frank hadn't spoken yet. Wang Jangwo grinned and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? In my opinion, it would be more appropriate if he could get me another bottle of wine." The words haven't finished yet. Frank took out the 20 prepared solidarity card from his arms and said, "I didn't bring you any wine, but I brought you this." Under the kerosene lamp, Wang Jangwo saw a big stack of unity. He was completely dumbfounded. Holding the roast chicken in his arms, he was stunned for a long time, and finally he couldn't help but said, "Oh my God, what the hell are you doing?" "Damn, I was joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Put it away quickly. Your brother and sister-in-law are in trouble this time, and I didn't help much. Frank stuffed the money into Wang Jangwo's pocket and said, "Stop yelling. Just keep it if I tell you to. Also, don't talk nonsense when you go out." Although the hospital spent a lot of money this time, we still left a few behind. Wang Jangwo's eyes widened as he asked, "Didn't Uncle Li go around the village borrowing money a few days ago?" Frank smiled bitterly and said, "If I don't ask others for money, they will come to me to borrow money. We are all from the same village. Every family is in a difficult situation now. I only have these few dollars on me. Who should I help?" Wang Jingwo came back to his senses. He glanced at the money in his hand, was stunned for a few seconds, then picked it up again and said to Frank, "No, no, I'll take the roast chicken, but I can't take the money. If you give me money, you won't treat me as a brother." Frank said with a straight face, "If you don't accept the $200 today, you are not treating me as a brother. To be honest, if you hadn't lent me your rifle without hesitation when I came to see you that night, how could I have gotten so much money at once? According to common sense, the rest of the money should be given to you. But you also know that our family." Crystal tears were already flashing in Wang Jingwo's eyes. He punched Frank's shoulder hard. "Fuck, stop talking, kid. I won't say anything. I'll take the money first." Sun Ho-Hat's eyes widened, and she said to Wang Jingwo in a bad mood, "Jingwo, how can you take this money? This is what Frank paid for with his life." Wang Jingwo glared at Sun Ho-Hat and said, "Don't get involved in a man's affairs, old woman. Go and get the 2 bottles of wine left over from our wedding. Frank and I will have a drink tonight." Frank also smiled and persuaded, "Sister-in-law, don't worry about it. Jangwo knows my temper. Since I can give you this money, if you don't accept it, I will definitely not leave at night." Wang Jingwo waved his hand and said, "No more, no more, brother, as long as you can come back and live a good life with your sister-in-law. If there are any matters at home that require my help, just let me know." Wang Jingwo accepted the money for many reasons. First, just like Frank said, he knew what kind of person Frank was. Frank would definitely not leave if he didn't take the money. Second, he was also aware of his family's current situation, even though he was the company commander of a militia company. But there is no comparison between him and the team leader and others in the production team. Throughout the year, with several people in the family, the war points they earned were barely enough to fill their stomachs. Not to mention saving money. Now that they are married, they also plan to have children. Once the baby is born, there will be many places to spend money. With these 200 yuan, their family can have enough food and clothing. At the very least, it can change the current predicament of the family to a great extent. Just like tonight, if I had the ability to buy my wife an extra pair of pants, I wouldn't have let outsiders see my wife's bare butt, right? As for the favors owed, just pay them back slowly. There is still a lot of time to come. Chapter 31, A Visit to Philip. Since her husband had already made up his mind to accept the money, Sun Ho-Hat naturally couldn't say much. She rummaged through the drawers. Find the 2 bottles of wine hidden in the cabinet. Wang Jingwo stood up and was about to tear the roast chicken to eat with Frank, but was stopped by Frank. "Put the roast chicken aside for now and eat it with you and your uncle and aunt tomorrow. Ask your sister-in-law to go to the kitchen and get some pickles. We can eat it with the wine." Wang Jingwo grinned and said, "Is this good?" Although he seemed to be asking if Frank was okay, Wang Jingwo's hands were honest as he put the roast chicken on the table. Sun Ho-Hat rolled her eyes at Wang Jingwo in a displeased manner. Why don't you ask Frank if he's okay? Put the roast chicken down first." Wang Jingwo said with a cheeky smile. "Respecting the old and loving the young is our traditional virtue. I haven't eaten this for 2 years. Put it down for now and eat it with my parents tomorrow. Don't bother making pickles. I remember that Mom cooked half a piece of bacon yesterday. Go pick some dried chilies from under the eaves of our house and put them in the pot to stir-fry the chilies with bacon." This time Frank didn't stop him. Anyway, the relationship is here. He didn't feel embarrassed about letting Sun Ho-Hat help in the kitchen at night, from around 7 in the evening until after 9 o'clock. In 2 hours, Frank and Wang Jingwo each drank a bottle of wine. Frank originally planned to go to Philip's house in the evening, but after drinking a bottle of wine, he began to sweat all over. Bacon has a spicy taste to begin with, and adding chili peppers and white wine in the middle of winter makes it very uncomfortable to fill your stomach. After returning home, Frank had a cup of tea and simply postponed his visit to Philip for another day. Waited till the next morning. Frank's adoptive parents have gone to work in the fields. Frank and Eve were in the hospital for treatment, so Philip gave them a full month's leave, so they didn't have to work in the fields for the time being. In the morning, Frank made some breakfast for Eve. After Eve finished eating, he put the roast chicken prepared for Philip and 2 bottles of white wine in his arms and rushed to Philip's house. Philip's house is not far from Frank's house. Less than 10 minutes. Arriving at Philip's door, Frank knocked on the wooden door. Philip's family was the only one in the village who built a gatehouse. Most other families use fences as gates to prevent small animals from running in from the yard. Originally, Mr. Wang's house also had a big gate. But during the campaign a few years ago, it was demolished by several militiamen in the village, including the two-story building in the backyard of Mr. Wang's house. It was also demolished into a bungalow by this group of guys. When Frank came in, Su Xiaofang had just come out of the kitchen, holding a bowl with freshly poached eggs in it. Seeing Frank coming in from the front door, Su Xiaofang turned her head, glanced at Frank, and asked, "Why are you here?" Frank stepped forward with a smile. "Is the village chief home?" Su Xiaofang said nothing. While carrying the rice bowl to the upper room, he shouted to Philip in the room, "Dad, Frank is looking for you." Frank before. But ever since Frank caught the criminals that morning and the gunshot scared Su Xiaofang so much that she peed her pants, Su Xiaofang has hated Frank to death these days. They caught the criminals early in the morning without even notifying the villagers in advance. This forced her to wear old cotton pants for several days during the New Year's Day. And the new cotton pants still have a smell. Philip was sitting by the fire. Hearing Frank coming, Philip said to Su Xiaofang with a smile, "Let him in if he comes." Frank had already opened the door curtain and walked into the room. "Uncle Philip, how are you doing recently?" Frank asked, took out something from his arms, and placed it on the table. Seeing Frank holding the roast chicken and 2 bottles of wine, Philip quickly stood up and said, "Hey, Frank, what are you doing?" Frank smiled and said, "If Eve hadn't done this, I would have come to wish you a happy new year." "Well, Eve came back yesterday, and this morning I thought it didn't matter whether I went to other people's houses or not, but I had to come and take a look around your house first." Su Xiaofang just turned 18 this year. He usually works as a teacher in the village primary school. But it was holiday now, so the girl naturally didn't have to go to school. But despite this, Philip, like a child, "Dad, it's actually roast chicken." Philip seemed to be annoyed and said, "Girl, you only take care of your mouth all day. Since it is sent by your brother Frank, you can take it to your room and eat it later. Oh, don't be in a hurry to pick the roast chicken. Go to the kitchen and make 2 poached eggs for your brother Frank." Su Xiaofang had already torn off a chicken leg and took a bite of it. "Wait until I finish eating," Philip scolded. "Little girl, don't forget that you are a teacher now. Why are you still acting like a greedy child?" Su Xiaofang chuckled and said, "She's a child after all." Frank smiled and said, "Uncle Philip, no need. I had already had breakfast when I came this morning." Philip did not refuse. He put the bowl of rice next to the stove, then stood up and took out 2 pancakes from the cabinet next to him. He put one on the stove to bake and broke the other into small pieces and put it in the bowl of rice. Su Xiaofang held a chicken leg in one hand, bent down, and took out a plate of shredded pickled vegetables with sesame oil from the cabinet next to her. On the small bench to Philip's left, Philip picked up the chopsticks and smiled at Frank symbolically. "Frank, since you have eaten, I won't be polite." Frank sat opposite Philip and said with a smile, "Eat quickly." Philip ate and drank at the same time. The fried cake on the stove was already sizzling with oil. Philip turned the fried cake over, picked up a small piece of shredded pickled vegetables with sesame oil, and stuffed it into his mouth. Frank, Secretary Du of the commune, said a few days ago that after Eve is discharged from the hospital, he asked me to take you with me to give speeches in other brigades. Frank doesn't like to do these nonsense things. He came to see Philip today mainly for 2 things. First thing, it was to get closer to Philip and try to get him a piece of land on the hillside behind the mountain. Another thing, that is to ask indirectly about opening a sales outlet for his family. This piece of land, Frank will be very useful if he keeps it. As for opening a sales outlet, Frank knew clearly that it was only the 1980s and the sales outlets would disappear from the rural areas in a few years. But opening a small store in the village can allow my parents to completely free themselves from labor, at least for the next few years. Just enjoy it for a few years. Uncle Philip, please don't make it difficult for me. You know I'm not good at speaking. Besides, the arrest of the criminals depends entirely on your good command. You still have to come to give the speech at the brigade. Chapter 32. Feng Shui Precious Land. I have to say, Frank is quite good at grasping people's psychology. Philip has been the village party secretary for so many years, and he just likes the feeling of being superior. After hearing what Frank said, Philip's eyes lit up and he smiled at Frank. "I knew you would be a great man in the future." "Okay, now that you say so, I will tell our secretary do what you mean." After saying, Philip did not forget to turn around and say to Su Xiaofang, "Xiaofang, don't we still have some oil cakes left? Go find a basket and put 10 in it for your brother Frank. Later, you can follow your brother Frank to see your sister-in-law." Su Xiaofang smiled and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say. Philip nodded, and the bowl of poached eggs was almost empty. Philip moved the bowl to the table next to him, then picked up the can next to him and made a cup of hot tea. He picked up the golden and crispy pancake on the stove and ate it while drinking tea. Frank, the agency sales will be completed after the 23rd, but you have to prepare some money first, as you will need it to purchase the goods. Frank quickly thanked Philip and said, Uncle Philip, thank you so much. Philip said with a smile, I've told you so many times for this kind of thing, you must not thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should also thank the government and the people. If it weren't for the good policies now, will we be able to live such a good life? Frank thought to himself, in a whole village, only your family is doing well. Most of the other families are still struggling. Certainly, Frank was just thinking about this in his mind, and he couldn't say it out loud in front of Philip. Uncle Philip is right. The current policy is good. But Uncle Philip, I came to see you today because I have something else I want to trouble you with. Frank lowered his voice. Philip asked curiously, What's the matter? Frank said bluntly, As you know, my house is almost in ruins. It's almost the beginning of spring this year. I wonder if you can give me a piece of land so I can rebuild my house. Philip looked embarrassed at this time and said in a low voice, As far as what you have done is concerned, there is nothing wrong in giving you a place to build a yard, but you have seen that most of the good places in the village are occupied by others. Frank, why don't you just tear down your original house? Frank looked embarrassed and said with a wry smile, Uncle Philip, you know that Eve has just given birth to a child, let alone demolishing the whole house. Even if we demolish one more room, 3 generations of our family will have to sleep on the same con. Philip sipped his tea. Just at this moment, Frank took out a large front door from his arms. After placing it on the table next to it, Frank fished out another box of Dakiamin from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette, and lit it for Philip. Philip took 2 puffs of his cigarette and was thinking about whether the land in the village could be directly allocated to Frank. Unexpectedly, Frank spoke first and said to Philip, Uncle Philip, the 1-acre alfalfa field on the sunny slope of the back mountain looks quite flat, and there is a path. If it's possible. Philip glanced sideways at Frank. Before he could speak, Su Xiaofang chattered to Frank, Brother Frank, what are you thinking? The alfalfa field on the back hill is flat, but where are you going to get water? Are you planning to carry a shoulder pole and walk a mile or 2 every day for water? If you move to that other place, you will be the only one around. Hee, you won't be afraid of being taken away by wolves when you go out to the toilet at night. Frank smiled bitterly and said, I also want to find a better place in the village, but Uncle Philip just said that most of the places in the village have been occupied by others. If Uncle Philip forces it on me now, won't it be difficult for him? That piece of alfalfa land is just sitting there, so if you give it to me, no one in our village will say anything, right? Philip frowned and said, Frank, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but sometimes you're just too honest. Although I said that most of the land in the village has been taken away by others, as long as you like a piece of land, just tell your uncle. In Shujiao village, I can't guarantee anything else, but it shouldn't be a problem to get you a piece of residential land. But since you asked for this alfalfa field, I won't say much. Tomorrow I'll ask Lao Jia to approve the document for you. You give the village 10 yuan, and the land will be allocated directly to your family and used as a homestead. Frank didn't expect that this matter would go so smoothly. Listening to Philip, he said with gratitude, Uncle Philip, thank you so much. Philip waved his hand and smiled. It's okay. You are now the key student of our commune. If I can't help you with this little request, then my ideological awareness is too low, isn't it? Speaking of this, Philip remembered something again. He asked Frank seriously, By the way, Frank, a few days ago, Secretary Du of the commune proposed that you be the leader of your production team first. What do you think? Frank waved his hands and said, Uncle Philip, please stop kidding me. How can I be a captain? If he were reborn 5 or 6 years ago, Frank would definitely agree to this matter without hesitation. But now, Frank knew that although this production team leader still had some benefits at the moment, once the household contract responsibility system was implemented in less than 2 years, no one would take the team leader seriously. What's worse, during this period, he will definitely offend many people invisibly. I grew up in a village. Behind the simplicity of this place, there are many unknown human relationships. Besides, the current leader of their production team is Philip's nephew. Think about it. As an outsider, he replaced Philip's nephew Lu Dazui. How could he have an easy life in the village in the future? In this era, the halo that rebirth can bring to him is far from being displayed. For now, he could only put aside ideas like getting rich. Wait until the time is right. He can accumulate huge wealth in a very short period of time. While thinking this in his mind, Frank continued, Captain Liu has been in the production team for so many years and is very experienced. If I were to become the captain with my level, wouldn't I be scolded to death? If you really want to help me, can you give me some coal coupons? Eve is at home to recuperate after giving birth, and there is not much coal left at home. I want to go to the commune supply and marketing cooperative to buy some coal. Philip's smile grew wider. Without saying a word, he stood up and quickly took out a stack of coal tickets from the cabinet next to him. While handing it to Frank, he whispered, keep this thing safe and don't tell anyone about it when you go out. Chapter 33, The Disobedient Bastard. Frank agreed readily. The two most important things have been completed. Frank and Philip were sitting by the fireplace chatting with each other when Paul unexpectedly rushed in from the yard in a hurry. After hearing the noise outside the door, Philip was quick, and the moment he stood up, he put a large front door on the table next to him into his arms. Just sit in the chair. Deputy Branch Secretary Paul rushed into the room. Seeing Frank was there, Paul smiled at Frank and asked, Frank is back? How's Eve? Is she feeling better? Frank stood up and offered Paul a cigarette. Much better, but you can't do any heavy work yet. Paul nodded and said, it doesn't matter. Our branch secretary told us at the meeting a few days ago that he plans to set up a sales outlet for your family. Your family will be busy then. Frank smiled and helped Paul light his cigarette. Our current policies are still the best. Thank you to the party and the people. Paul took a puff of his cigarette and nodded quickly, saying, yes, the policy is good. Until now. Philip asked Paul with a straight face, you rushed over here in a hurry and got chased by a wolf. Paul then remembered something and said to Philip in a hurry, hey, those little bastards, they stole 3 more chickens from our brigade's old yard. Philip rose suddenly. His eyes were as big as cow eggs. He asked loudly, what? Are you rebelling? These bastards are brought here, but they still refuse to behave. Damn it, let's go. I'm going to let them know what the law is today. Speaking of, Philip turned and went to the small room next door first. After hiding the cigarette Frank had just given him, he picked up a whip on the table next to him and said, Lao Jia, go get Zhang Wo and ask him to bring a dozen militiamen with him. Damn it, I don't believe I can't deal with them. Frank knew who the little bastard Philip and Paul were talking about. Everyone in the village knows how powerful Philip is. It is impossible, and I dare not do anything sneaky. But the educated youth sent from the provincial capital were different. Most of them are children of leading cadres. He has been spoiled since childhood. The current policy is to send these young people to the countryside for labor reform and avoid taking the capitalist road. So, one by one, they were sent to rural areas in various places. When they were the most educated youth in Shujia village, there were more than 30 of them. But now, only 8 were left. Of the 8 who stayed here, 3 were just sent here last year, and the remaining 5 started to play rotten since they arrived here. Although Philip was tough, he didn't dare to kill these brats. After all, if you kill him, you have to take responsibility. That's all. He simply blocked these people directly. Aren't you dissatisfied with me? Then don't come to me to sign for you. I won't sign. Even if the commune secretary comes, he won't dare to take you away directly. After Frank heard this, the memories of his past life once again flooded into his mind like a flood. He remembered it clearly. Among the last 8 educated youth, there was a girl named Feng Yuanan who had just been sent down last year. This girl is only 23 years old this year. 5 years later, she became the county magistrate of their Pingshan County. Moreover, on the day Feng Yuanan became the county magistrate, he made a special trip to Shujia village to thank Philip. Less than half a year after this thank you, Philip fell ill in bed. Less than 2 years later, Philip died. Philip's fault that he is timid. The key point is that Philip's behavior was not very decent when he was the village party secretary. At his age, he privately said that he was communicating with the educated youth and learning the teacher's quotations. But there were rumors that Philip had spoken frivolously to several young and beautiful female educated youth in private. But no one knows whether it is true or not. But right now, for Frank, this was a great opportunity. Since Feng Yuanan was able to become the county magistrate of Pingshan County 5 years later, this is enough to show how much power this girl has behind her. After I was reborn, I would definitely do business in the future. But there's an old saying that goes, officials are businessmen. Officials come before businessmen. There is no officials without businessmen. The people he knew in the Revolutionary Committee could only help him for a dozen years at most. But if he could establish a deep friendship with Feng Yuanan, then they could definitely become excellent partners in the next 30 years. Certainly, Frank also knew that this kind of friendship could not be established overnight. Even more, he cannot take the initiative to get close to it, but needs to proceed step by step. Think of this. Frank stepped forward quickly and stopped in front of Philip. Uncle Philip, wait a moment. I have a few words to say to you. Philip frowned and asked unhappily, what else are you going to say to me? Frank grabbed Philip's wrist and dragged him upstairs, while Paul waited outside the door. Uncle Philip, you are angry now. Are you going to fight or not? If you fight, do you think these young people will not hate you? Philip sneered. Frank, I am cleaning up these parasites for the government and the people. Humph, your thoughts. Frank interrupted Philip and said seriously, Uncle, I know my current thinking is wrong, but you have experienced so many ups and downs. Can't you see the direction of the current policy? The higher-ups are taking the issue of educated youth going to the countryside less and less seriously. Besides, you know what the family backgrounds of these educated youth are like. You now hope to make them both read and professional, but what about them? In their eyes, to put it bluntly, you are the local tyrant of our Shujia village. After these educated youth return, most of them will go to work in the Revolutionary Committee or even in certain communes. Do you dare to say that you won't encounter any of them in the future? If we really bump into someone, can we twist our arms around their thighs? Uncle, there are some things you need to think about clearly. As Frank said, Philip is a smart man. As the brigade secretary, he naturally understood the policies. Compared with previous years, current policies have become more relaxed. I also heard that in some villages in the south, they have even started to implement the remuneration responsibility system, saying that they will abolish production teams and implement the household contract responsibility system. Although he cursed these people for taking the capitalist road, but he knew in his heart that since the higher-ups had begun to implement it, this wave would sooner or later reach Shujia village. Chapter 34, a little difficult. Now after hearing what Frank said, the anger in Philip's eyes gradually began to dissipate. Frank smiled and said, Uncle, if you believe me, let me handle this matter. Philip's brain was working fast. Seeing Frank volunteering, he simply handed the whip to Frank. Then you have to teach these good-for-nothing bastard a lesson. Damn it. If they dare to do this kind of thing again next time, I will directly send them to the commune. Frank nodded quickly in agreement. After picking up the whip, Frank went out and said to Paul, who was standing in the yard smoking, with a smile, Uncle Jia, let's go over and take a look. Paul glanced at the upper room where Philip was and asked, Isn't the secretary going? Frank laughed and said, Do you dare to let him go? Don't you see what he is like now? If he goes with you like this, if he accidentally kills someone, I'm afraid both of you will be shot. Paul's heart skipped a beat. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly said to Frank, Frank, you still think long-term. Yes, this matter is really difficult to deal with if someone dies. Frank nodded and said, Isn't it? These young people may have improper thoughts, but they are not guilty of capital punishment. Paul nodded quickly and said, Yes, that's right. Frank, do you think we should tell Jangwo now? Frank acted like a hands-off boss. Uncle, you are the leader now. Don't you have the final say on whether to inform Jangwo about this matter? Paul is a rough man. If his eldest brother had not died in the battlefield, and his family had been poor peasants for 3 generations, he would not have had the title of deputy party secretary. Now that Frank's words had confused him, Paul seemed to have lost his mind. He looked at Frank with empty eyes. Frank, kid, why am I confused? I'm a good leader, but didn't old Sue ask you to handle this matter with me? Frank laughed and said, Uncle Jia, Uncle Philip meant for me to help you deal with it, so this big idea still depends on you. Paul stood there in a daze, trying to collect his thoughts as much as possible, and kept muttering, This matter is really a bit difficult to deal with. Let's fight. I've fought before and it doesn't work. We can scold them, but they won't pay any attention to us. Let's talk about this struggle session. They put on a dubious hat and a sign saying they were bad elements, and it seemed like it was quite glorious. Frank heard Paul mumbling constantly, so he leaned over and asked, Uncle Jia, what are you talking about? Paul said with a bitter face, Hey, what can I say? I have no idea what to do with these 8 funny guys. Frank smiled mysteriously at Paul and said, How can we not do anything? How about this? If you just cooperate today, I promise that they will never dare to do such sneaky things again in the future. Paul quickly asked, How do we cooperate? Frank leaned over to Paul's ear and spoke his thoughts. Paul looked a little skeptical and whispered to Frank, Will this work? Frank said confidently, Of course it works. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I promise that they will never do such a thing again. Moreover, I can make them participate in the labor of the production team obediently. When Paul heard this, his smile became even brighter. He said with a smile, "Great, great. If we can really get them to participate in the labor, then we can get rid of this worry." Philip was not the only one who knew that these educated youth were difficult to manage. Paul knew this too. The educated youth were different from the ordinary people in the village. To put it bluntly, the villagers in this village just wanted to kill them, and no one dared to say anything wrong about their village cadres. No one dared to cause trouble for them. But these educated youth were different. Once these kids were beaten to death, it might seem that no one dared to cause trouble from on the surface, but behind the scenes, there were many people who were bullying them. The most important thing is that the commune also has to assess the work performance of these educated youth in the village. If these educated youth do their work well, they will also be proud of being village cadres, which proves that they have done a good job in ideological education. But the opposite happened. If there are many bad elements among the educated youth, they will slack off at work or even choose to lie down. They were completely at a loss. Just like the 8 guys in their Shuja village now, they are lazy at work and have sharp tongues. The most important thing is that the village cadres can't find any major faults with them. It happened a few days ago because of stealing chickens. Philip had no choice but to bring the masterminds before Secretary Du of the commune. In the end, they still hadn't spoken. Several young men simply knelt down in front of Secretary Du and accused Philip and the cadres of Shuja village of joining forces to kill them and not give them food. They were so hungry that they finally made the mistake of stealing a few chickens from the brigade. In this way, Philip and he were almost pissed off by this group of people. When Secretary Du saw these young people crying, instead of blaming them, he scolded them. Paul followed Frank's instructions and went to find Wang Jiangwo. The stories about these educated youth in the past kept coming to his mind. Soon, he found Wang Jiangwo, who was working in the fields. After calling Wang Jiangwo over, Paul warned him seriously, "Go and take a dozen militiamen with you to get the rifles out of the warehouse. Remember, don't put bullets in the guns. If you do, I won't let you off." Wang Jiangwo was confused and asked, "Secretary, why are you holding the gun if you are not allowed to load bullets?" Paul said angrily, "Just do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much?" Wang Jiangwo smiled and patted Paul on the shoulder. "Don't be angry. I'm just asking." "Okay, then I'll do as you say." 20 minutes later, Wang Jiangwo brought a dozen militiamen from the village, carrying guns, to the village yard. Paul and Frank stood in front. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the militiamen present, Frank said bluntly, 3 chickens raised by the village brigade have been stolen. Now, everyone, follow the secretary to look for them." As soon as he finished speaking, someone laughed and said, "What are you looking for? Look over there in the Shuquangu. Isn't there smoke coming out?" Shuquangu is located in the south of Shuja village. It is a ditch sandwiched between 2 mountains with a clear spring in it, hence the name. But because the mountains here are steep and there is no flat land, the ravine leads directly into the depths of the mountains, and wild wolves often appear there, so no one goes there. Paul looked in the direction of the spring ditch and waved his hand. "Come on, follow me to catch these bastards." Jiangwo, prepare the rope. Chapter 35. Catching the person red-handed. In the Shuquangu, Peng Wu, Pai Yongliang and others gathered around Spring. Feng Yuanan stood far away with an uneasy expression on her face. Yin Jin grinned and said, "Yuanan, come over and sit down. What are you doing standing there?" Feng Yuanan just came to Shuja village last year. She is timid. In addition, my father repeatedly reminded me before I came here that after completing my workers' and peasants' education, I would be arranged a job directly after returning to the provincial capital. But the premise is, no mistakes can be made in Shuja village. But right now, being led by this group of people to steal and do bad things, if this is not a mistake, what is it? Even though she was reluctant to do it. But what can I do? There are so many of them together, and they all came from other places. According to Peng Wu and others, if they didn't unite, they would be bullied to death by the villagers of Shuja village. At this time, facing Yin Jin's call, Feng Yuanan asked cautiously, "We won't make any mistakes if we do this, right?" Peng Wu laughed and said, "Ha, Yuanan, why you care so much? Don't worry, no one dares to mess with us in Shuja village." Pai Yongliang, the taciturn man, frowned and said, "Damn it, I will kill that son of a bitch Philip sooner or later. He publicly criticized me for stealing a few chickens last time." Peng Wu smiled and said, "Then go now." Pai Yongliang clenched his fist and said, "Don't worry, just wait. I will kill this old dog sooner or later." Bao Lakun lay beside the fire, blowing at the flames. Quit arguing, go outside and get some firewood, or we won't be able to roast the 3 chickens. Pai Yongyang stood up and was about to ask the other 2 to go out and find firewood. Unexpectedly, there was a shout at the entrance of the ditch. You bunch of bastards, you don't know how to work. Who told you to steal chickens here? While Paul was scolding, he directed Wang Jiangwo and a dozen militiamen from the village to carry rifles, and in just a few minutes they surrounded the group of people. Feng Yuanan was already frightened silly at this time, standing there blankly. Peng Wuza sat on a rock nearby. He looked up and glanced in the direction of Paul. Hey, isn't this Uncle Jia? Come on, since you're here, why don't we eat chicken together? Paul, with a stern face, rushed over and kicked the woodpile. Boom! A pile of fire on the ground was kicked away directly. The 2 chickens wrapped in yellow mud in the fire also cracked and were covered with dust. Peng Wu stood up suddenly with a stern face and asked Paul in a resolute voice, "What are you doing?" Paul was actually scared when he saw this group of young people. He saw Peng Wu suddenly rushing towards him. Paul subconsciously took 2 steps back and asked Peng Wu anxiously, "What are you? What are you doing? Do you dare to hit me? I'm a deputy secretary of the village. If you hit me now, I promise to send you to the commune." Peng Wu clenched his fists and sneered. "Okay, if you have the guts, send me to the commune right now." Having said that, Peng Wu simply handed his hands to Paul. Paul was also annoyed. There's so many militiamen from the same village watching behind me. I was bullied by a few outsiders. If I don't stand up in this situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up in front of my fellow villagers in the future. Think of this. Paul turned to Wang Jiangwo and the others and said, "What are you all standing there for? Tie them up." Wang Jiangwo and others had long been dissatisfied with these educated youth in the village. It would have been fine if they had just been stealing and robbing people normally, but now that they had been caught in the act, they were still so arrogant. Isn't he from the provincial capital? What the hell is so awesome about that? This is Shujia village, not the provincial capital. If you try to show off in front of them, you have chosen the wrong person. Go, tie him up. Wang Jiangwo gave an order, and the militiamen behind him rushed forward. Peng Wu bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. Before he threw it away, he was hit on the chest by the butt of Wang Jiangwo's gun. Peng Wu fell to the ground. Wang Jiangwo rushed forward and stepped on Peng Wu's chest. The other educated youth were also dumbfounded. In the past, when such things happened, they were basically taken to the village office, given some ideological education, and then the matter was resolved. But I didn't expect this time. 3 times 5 divided by 2. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Paul usually thought that these educated youths who were bossing around should have some tricks. But after the 2 sides really started fighting, he realized that these young people were all empty talkers. In a few seconds, all the village militiamen pinned them to the ground. How could Peng Wu and others have ever been bullied like this? After being stepped on by Wang Jiangwo, Peng Wu yelled at the top of his voice, "Paul, this is a crime. Just wait. I will kill you bastards." Paul felt uneasy, but he still followed what Frank told him and said in front of the others, "You bad elements, the higher-ups sent you to the countryside to learn about industry and agriculture so that you can become useful to the country in the future. But you are sneaky when you work, and now you are stealing every now and then. Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. Before I came to arrest you this time, I had already sent someone to the commune to find the police commissioner. When the police come and catch you red-handed, I'll see how you can still make excuses." Peng Wu was obviously stunned. They can be arrogant in the village. But if this matter really gets reported to the commune, and, as Paul said, this time they can be said to have caught the criminal red-handed. Add to that the confessions of the militiamen from Shujia village. Peng Wu was still feeling very nervous. Unexpectedly, Feng Yuanan couldn't bear it first. When she went to the countryside this time, her father repeatedly warned her not to make any mistakes. But now, if she was really taken to the commune, her life would be completely ruined. Realize this. Feng Yuanan cried and said hurriedly, "Uncle Jia, we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. We will never dare to do it again." Paul gritted his teeth and said, "Don't you dare? What did you say last time? In the commune, when they knelt down and said that Lao Su and I were going to kill you, why didn't anyone stand up and tell the truth?" "Yes, I admit that we were not well prepared last time and sent you directly to the commune. Secretary Du did not know the reason and made a wrong judgment just now. But this time, I want to see what else you have to say." Beads of sweat had already appeared on the foreheads of Bao Lakun, Yun Jin, and others. They all looked at Peng Wu. Peng Wu clenched his fists, endured the pain in his chest, and his brain worked rapidly. After a few seconds of silence, he said to Paul, "Uncle Jia, we can discuss this. You know we." Chapter 36, A Dead Duck Still Talking Tough. Paul did not give Peng Wu a chance to negotiate. Before he could finish, he interrupted him and said, "Damn it, please don't negotiate. If I negotiate with you this time, you will dare to steal our team's goats and pigs next time." Just at this moment, Frank rushed in from outside. Before he could stand firmly on his feet, Frank said to Paul, "Uncle Jia, what's going on? Why are they all tied up?" Paul frowned and said, "They stole the chicken and caught them red-handed this time. If I don't tie them up, I'm afraid they will go to the commune and confuse right and wrong again." Frank looked at Peng Wu and the others, then said to Paul, "Uncle Jia, can I have a word with them?" Paul waved his hand and said, "You go first." Frank came in front of Peng Wu and the others, lowered his head, and looked around at the people who were tied up. "Ask, tell me, why do you do this?" Peng Wu was stubborn and said, "Don't you know why we do this? We eat the same food as pigs every day." "Are we?" Frank interrupted Peng Wu. "Rural conditions are like this now. Every household eats the same food. Besides, we asked you to go to the countryside to learn about worker and peasant skills. The working class leads everything, but you didn't choose to get close to them. Now you even complain that we eat the same food as pigs. If the leaders of the County Revolutionary Committee knew about this, what would they think?" Peng Wu stiffened his neck and said, "Damn it, don't scare me. If you know, you know. Can you still shoot me to death?" Frank sneered and said, "Well, it seems that you are the mastermind of this matter, right?" Peng Wu was furious and said in a loud voice, "Yes, I am the mastermind of this matter. Come on, if you have the ability, shoot me to death." Frank said bluntly, "I will have someone shoot you to death now, which is against the law. But don't worry, I will have the special commissioner take you directly to the County Revolutionary Committee. Besides, all of us will go with you. I will also tell you everything you just said in front of the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee. I don't believe that no one can cure a bad element like you who destroys the unity of workers and peasants, takes the capitalist road, and seriously slanders the policies of the Communist Party of China." Frank's compliments left Peng Wu completely dumbfounded. Let's not talk about the following items. Just destroying the unity between workers and peasants is enough to make him pay. But Peng Wu was a serious intellectual. He listened to the radio every day, and every now and then he would go to the brigade to get some newspapers to read. Therefore, I have a better understanding of the policy. You don't have to scare me. Most places in the country have already started to implement the household contract responsibility system, and the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement has been stopped. We can go back soon. Frank stared at Peng Wu with a half-smile and said, "You're right, but do you know how big our country is? Millions of square kilometers. How long will it take for this wind to reach here? It will take at least half a year, right? In half a year, I will get you to the Revolutionary Committee. Do you think the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee will give you half a year?" When Feng Yuanan heard this, she burst into tears. Pai Yongliang was also trembling at this time, and hurriedly said to Peng Wu, "Brother, please stop being stubborn and admit your mistakes quickly. If you continue like this, we will all be in trouble." Peng Wu gritted his teeth. Without waiting for him to speak, Frank said in a resounding voice, "Catch him first and send him directly to the Revolutionary Committee. Since I can subdue two vicious criminals, I don't believe I can't deal with you, right?" Peng Wu's heart tightened. Looking at Frank, he asked anxiously, "Wait, when did you come back?" Obviously, Peng Wu also knew Frank's strength. Recently, there is also a commune in the village, which has been organizing many activities to learn from Frank. Frank's forehead was covered with black lines. He said, "Don't worry about when I come back. Let's go, don't just stand there." After leaving these words, Frank said to the two militiamen nearby, "Let's grab him and go to the village now. Let my second uncle drive the tractor and take him to the Revolutionary Committee now. Uncle Jia, you just have to endure the hardship here for a while. When the special commissioner comes, send the remaining people to the commune." To be honest, Frank grew up in Shujia village. Like Wang Jiangwo, he had long disliked these guys at the educated youth site. Certainly, there are few people who truly respond to the policy and come here to learn. But most of them are here just to go through the motions, or even just to complete the task and get by. Especially this guy Peng Wu. Before he came, most of the educated youth in Shujia village were well-behaved. At least no one dared to do anything sneaky. But after this guy came, he actually brought the educated youth together to harm the village. They are nowhere to be seen when working and they form cliques. He is the one who runs the most happily when eating. In addition, Philip acted like a good guy at the beginning, but when he came to his senses, he found that these people had completely disobeyed his leadership. When Peng Wu was dragged away by two militiamen, he panicked. He shouted hastily, wait a minute. If you can, let me go first. Frank stared at Peng Wu and asked, "What are you doing? Are you planning to fight me in a one-on-one duel after I let you go?" Peng Wu clenched his fist and cursed. "Yes, I want to fight you one-on-one today. If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. If I win, you better stay out of this matter." Peng Wu knew it clearly. Paul and his gang are uneducated and rough. Even if they were taken to the commune, they could still exonerate themselves with sweet words. But Frank was different. This guy is very popular now, especially in front of the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee. Secondly, I heard that this kid's biological father is the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. With this relationship, once he was sent to the Revolutionary Committee, he would definitely be made a role model. Frank heard this. I felt happy. Everything is just as I planned. It just so happens that I haven't exercised my fists and feet for a long time. So today I might as well practice with these guys. Okay, now that you've said that, if I don't show you how powerful I am today, you'll laugh at us, Shujia Village, for having no one. Uncle Jia, have someone release all of them. Paul looked a little uneasy when he heard this. Frank, let go of them all? Frank nodded and said in a resounding voice, "Yes, let go of them all. I will have a good fight with them." Wang Zhangwo grinned and said, "Brother, please stop making trouble. There's so many of them." Frank waved his hand and said, "It's okay, let alone a mob like them. Even if there were 7 or 8 more of them, I wouldn't be afraid of them." Chapter 37, A Group of Weaklings. Soon, Peng Wu and others were all untied. Frank stood in front of Peng Wu and the others and said in a loud voice, "Women, don't mess around. Fists and feet have no eyes. If you break your relationship, you won't be able to find a partner in the future." In fact, when Frank appeared, Feng Yuanan had already begun to secretly pay attention to this young man. After hearing what Frank said, Feng Yuanan's face actually turned slightly hot. Peng Wu sneered, "Good boy, you really have some courage. Since you said you want to challenge all of us when we really fight, don't say that we are outnumbered and bullying you." Frank shook his head. "Don't worry. But let me be frank. If I win, you guys should stop complaining. If I lose, I'll make the decision on this matter, and I can let bygones be bygones." Peng Wu glanced at Paul next to him and asked Frank, "Do you have the final say?" Paul had actually already discussed this with Frank, so after Peng Wu asked him this, he nodded and said, "Don't worry. Comrade Frank is the person our commune is focusing on studying now, and he is fully capable of making the decision on this matter." Peng Wu felt a sharp pain in his chest. But thinking that as long as they defeated Frank, they would not be sent to the commune or directly to the Revolutionary Committee, he nodded and said, "Okay, then we won't say any more nonsense. Brothers, don't be softies later." Yin Jin and others were frightened. But now that things have come to this point, they have no choice but to go. 5 young men quickly surrounded Frank. Frank stood in the middle and took up his stance. Rushed towards Frank with his fists clenched. Frank was not polite at all and kicked Peng Wu directly in the chest. With one kick, Peng Wu was kicked 3 to 5 meters away. As Peng Wu fell to the ground, Pai Yongliang rushed towards Frank. The moment Frank landed, he exerted force with his legs, jumped high again, and kicked Pai Yongliang in the face with his foot. Pai Yongliang fainted immediately. The remaining 3 young men looked at each other. Yunjin's legs had already begun to tremble. Bao Lakun took a breath of cold air. There was a hint of uneasiness on his face. After Frank stood firm, he waved to the 3 people and said, "Come on, continue if you have the guts." At this time, Peng Wu actually picked up a stone from the ground, held his breath, and threw it at Frank's head with all his strength. When Frank saw the stone flying towards him from the corner of his eye, he just reached out and caught the stone and held it in his own hand. Immediately following, he weighed the stone in his hand and walked towards Peng Wu, sneering and saying, "You're throwing this egg-sized stone at my head. Are you trying to murder me?" Peng Wu saw the expression on Frank's face. He was completely panicked. He shook his head and said, No, I didn't commit murder." Frank suddenly shouted angrily, "Kneel down for me." Peng Wuqiang endured the pain in his body, stood up suddenly, and knelt obediently in front of Frank. Frank said in a resounding voice, "Let me tell you, the people in Shujia Village are honest and kind. We thought you were from the city, so we didn't punish you specifically. But you don't know what's good for you, and you think we are easy to bully. Time and again, you challenge our bottom line. You have been caught by us this time, and it would be fine if you didn't repent, but now you are trying to prevent us from managing you. For a bad element like you who intends to completely break away from the ranks of workers and peasants for your own selfish desires. Even if I can forgive you, the government and the people will not forgive you. Peng Wu's heart beat faster. Looks pale. Seeing Frank's murderous gaze, he actually took the initiative to kowtow. Brother, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. I promise that I will work hard in the future and I will not cheat or be cunning. Please don't send me to the Revolutionary Committee. Frank was actually just trying to scare these guys. What if one of them is really killed? Although it won't have much impact on him. But saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Besides, these young men were all a few years younger than him, and it was certain that they couldn't adapt to the new life after being suddenly moved from the city to the countryside. At the same time, Pai Yongyang, Yin Jin, and others also truly witnessed how powerful Frank is. Besides, they were at fault in the first place. When Peng Wu began to apologize, Pai Yongyang and others also began to apologize while wiping away tears. Among them, naturally, this also includes Feng Yuanan. Feng Yuanan choked up and said, "Brother Frank, please let us go this time. We will definitely learn a lesson and never make a similar mistake again." Paul acted like a good guy at this time. He sighed and said to Frank in a serious tone, "Frank, why don't we just forget about it? They're just young kids. Are we really going to let them get shot?" Frank frowned. "Uncle Jia, have you forgotten how they have harmed the villagers over the years?" Paul said, "Aren't these just a few bad guys leading the charge? Besides, I think Peng Wu has sincerely repented." Frank was silent for a few seconds. Then he said to Paul, "Well, since you said so, I think we should just assign all of them to our production team. Also, I see that the policy has been stopped now, and they will probably go back soon. At least before they go back, I will keep an eye on them so that they won't do anything that will harm the interests of our brigade." Peng Wu finally felt relieved. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Frank. I'm willing to work with Brother Frank." Pai Yongyang and others also hurriedly expressed their opinions. "We are willing to do so too." Paul was even more overjoyed. These goods were previously in their production team, seriously affecting their production tasks. Now that Frank has taken the initiative to ask Peng Wu and others to go to their production team, how could he refuse? But Paul thought about it. "I also felt like I couldn't bring myself to talk about this matter." Lu Dazhu is Philip's nephew, captain of the second team. When the educated youth first arrived, there were many of them, and they were all obedient, so they were all assigned to Team 2. These young people are all strong laborers. But later, Peng Wu and others united to resist the labor. Lu Dazhui, who was unable to control the situation, was slandered by Peng Wu and others, and had his head smashed with a brick. After that, Peng Wu and others were divided into 3 teams. Over the years, he, as the deputy branch secretary and captain of the 3rd team, has been harmed by these bastards. Now Frank wants these people to return to the 2nd team. If he goes to find Philip or Lu Dazhu, these two will definitely not agree. Think of this. Paul said to Frank, "Frank, how about this? You and Zhang Wo take them to find Lu Dazhu. I will quickly ride my bicycle to catch up with the people who are going to the commune to find the special commissioner." Chapter 38, being a team leader. Frank cooperated with Paul in the exercise this time, and dealing with Peng Wu and others was just a side job. His real purpose, it was just to get close to Feng Yuanan and attract this girl's attention. Otherwise, he would never let Peng Wu and others off so easily. These bastards. Frank knew that even if they returned to the provincial capital, they would be shot sooner or later. Paul left with 2 militiamen. Frank looked at Peng Wu and said to him bluntly, "Okay, hurry up and get up. Don't keep kneeling. We are all standing up now. If you keep kneeling, wouldn't the blood of our revolutionary ancestors be shed in vain?" Peng Wu was still in shock. Frank's words just went in one ear and out the other to him. But despite this, he quickly said to Frank, yes, Frank is very conscious. No wonder he was able to capture 2 criminals single-handedly. That's all. The group soon arrived at the large piece of land of the 2nd team of Shujia village. At this time, all the laborers of the farmers in the 2nd team were busy working in the fields without paying attention. Team leader Lu Dazhui, the production team cashier, and the timekeeper were sitting on the corn stalks at the edge of the field chatting. See Frank coming with Peng Wu and others. Lu Dazhu stood up quickly and said to the 2 people beside him with a smile, "You guys go and do your work first. I'll see what Frank is doing here." The 2 turned and left. Lu Dazhu put his hands in his pockets and walked up to Frank. Before Frank could speak, he said sarcastically, Frank, you've gained a lot of weight recently. Hee, you still need your wife to give birth to children. Breast milk is good for nourishing people. Frank casually took out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Dezhu, while scolding him with a smile. You are just like a dog that can't spit out ivory every day. It seems that you have eaten a lot in the past few years. Lu Dezhu smiled frivolously and said, You're talking as if you didn't eat anything? The two of them made a few jokes. Lu Dezhu glanced at Peng Wu and others standing next to the large piece of land and asked, By the way, why did you bring them here? Frank said, I want them to join our second team. The smile on Lu Dezhu's face disappeared instantly. He widened his eyes and said to Frank hastily, Fuck, are you crazy? Let these guys come to the second team? What are you thinking? Let me tell you, our second team is a place to take in people, not animals. Frank leaned close to Lu Dezhu's ear and whispered, Captain, I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Dezhu was obviously stunned and stared at Frank blankly. He obviously had no idea what Frank meant by, it's for his own good. After a brief pause, Frank explained to Lu, These young people have been completely docile under my treatment and are willing to join the labor. When they were in Team 3, they caused quite a bit of trouble. Now you are in the second team. If you follow us and receive education, Uncle Philip will tell the leaders of the commune about this matter. Then you will definitely be taken seriously by the leaders. Secondly, there have been major policy changes recently. Other places have already started implementing the household contract responsibility system. It's only a matter of time before it happens here. Before this, if you can get into the vision of the commune leaders, then after Uncle Philip retires, won't it be natural for you to take the position of branch secretary? Hearing what Frank said, Lu Dezhu frowned and looked at Peng Wu and others again. Seeing Peng Wu's bruised face, he asked Frank tentatively, Frank, did you beat them? Frank nodded and said with a smile, They're just a bunch of weaklings. They're not that powerful. Lu Dezhu took a deep breath and took a sip of his cigarette. That's true, but you also know that they were in the second team before and I had conflicts with these guys before. I'll take them now, just in case. Having said this, Lu Dezhu stopped. Frank said confidently, Captain, I'm here. What are you worried about? Besides, once you lose the opportunity, it will never come back again. The up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement is about to end, and these people probably won't be able to work in the village for long. When the household contract responsibility system is implemented, your position will be awkward. If you don't seize the opportunity now to attract the attention of the commune leaders, what will you use to attract the attention of the leaders when the policy comes out? By then, even if the commune leaders come down, they will face the village leaders directly. Lu Dezhu began to weigh the pros and cons. Thinking for a long time, Frank seriously, Frank, are you sure you can cure them? Frank didn't make any promises in front of Lu Dezhu. Instead, he looked at Peng Wu and the others and said word by word, Come over here and express your opinions to Captain Lu. Peng Wu, Pai Yongliang, and others stepped forward. He put away his former rebellious look. They stood obediently in front of Lu Dezhu and said in unison, Captain, we will definitely receive education in the future and participate in labor. Frank used facts to prove to Lu Dezhu that the people before him had changed their ways. Lu Dezhu naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. He pulled Frank aside and said, Frank, I'm doing this for your sake. If they dare to mess around again, I'll have to take action against you. Frank smiled and said, Don't worry, I will definitely take care of them. Lu Dezhu is the captain of the second team, and he has the final say on all production matters of the second team. Seeing that Frank was ready to help him with this big favor, he would not treat Frank unfairly. So he simply told Frank, Okay, since you said so, I will let you be the leader of this group of educated youths. You will usually lead them to complete their work tasks. As long as you agree, I will agree to let them join the second team. Frank readily agreed to this matter. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to establish a friendship with Feng Yuanan for future use. However, he would not show his thoughts in front of Lu Dezhu. Team leader? Captain, isn't this mission a bit heavy? Lu Dezhu laughed and said, You just promised me that they would accept the labor education obediently. What's the matter? Now that I let you be the team leader, do you feel that the burden on your shoulders is heavy? Okay, don't worry. I'll give you less tasks when I assign them to you. Also, as the team leader, I will give you the highest work points every day, and you don't have to participate in the labor. Just let these 8 people complete their labor tasks every day. Frank smiled bitterly and said, Am I digging a hole for myself? Lu Dezhu patted Frank on the shoulder with a smile. Don't worry. If I could be valued by the commune leaders, I will definitely not treat you unfairly when I become the branch secretary. Chapter 39, Don't Mess Around. After Frank exchanged a few words with Lu Dezhu, he asked Peng Wu and others to thank Lu Dezhu. Peng Wu and others did not dare to act presumptuously now. After all, they have already seen how powerful Frank is. Plus, this kid is much more ruthless than old Biden, Philip. If things really get turbulent now, these outsiders might really suffer. You must work hard following team leader Zhou in the future. Don't be lazy and try to go back early. Lu Dezhu said a few high-sounding words and then casually pointed to a cornfield next to the large land. In the next week, you will remove all the corn roots and film from the field below. It's almost spring, and after the beginning of spring, we will start to plow the land. After saying that, Lu Dezhu did not forget to remind Frank. Frank, just keep an eye on it for now. Thank you for your hard work. Frank agreed readily. After Lu Dazui left, Frank asked Wang Jiangwo to go ahead and do his work. He took Peng Wu and others towards the production team's warehouse. Only halfway there, Frank looked at Peng Wu and said, You and Pai Yongliang go and bring the 3 half-cooked chickens from Shuiquanga here. Peng Wu was obviously stunned and asked, Why did you bring these chickens here? Frank said with a smile, What are you talking about? You can't just leave it in the ditch and let the wolves eat it, right? Bring it back to your educated youth camp, wash it, and stew it in a pot. Peng Wu's eyes widened, and he quickly said, Is this okay? Frank laughed casually and said, Why not? Just listen to me. Peng Wu and Pai Yongliang went to Shuiquangu to look for 3 chickens. Frank took the remaining few people and simply returned to the educated youth point. In order to accommodate these educated youth, the village built a row of adobe houses. There are 10 rooms in total. When there are many people, 2 people share a room. But now there are fewer people, and each person has a room with a dedicated kitchen. After arriving at the educated youth point, Frank did not take the initiative to talk to Feng Yuan, but instead joked with Yin Jin and others and talked about miscellaneous things. In just half a day, Frank had a complete fight with several young people at the educated youth point. When leaving in the afternoon, Frank said to the young men in a serious tone, Brothers, you are all educated intellectuals. Now that you are here, you should make the best of it. Besides, the policy from above has been issued. I estimate that you will be able to return in less than half a year. Before you go back, just spend your time there. Be careful not to be messed up by the time you spend. You should read as much as you can. Take a long-term view and don't be greedy for comfort. Comfort is a deadly weapon. Frank's last words made the educated youth present look at him with new eyes, especially Feng Yuan. She never expected that a farmer from Shujia village could speak with such high standards. In addition, Frank let them go today, and Feng Yuan's affection for Frank has been buried deep in her heart. However, Feng Yuan thought so. Peng Wu and others don't think so. As for people, as the saying goes, people's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. Peng Wu and Pai Yongliang seem to admire Frank very much, but in fact, they still look down on Frank as a farmer. As soon as Frank left, Peng Wu spat in the direction where Frank left, cursing, Damn it, what's so great about that? Isn't it just luck that you caught 2 criminals? Humph, if I could encounter such a thing, I could catch them too. Pai Yongliang smiled bitterly and said, Brother, please speak softly. It's not good if someone hears you. Peng Wu rubbed his aching chest and said, I told you, if he has the ability, come and bite me. Feng Yuan's face turned red. She wanted to stop it, but her intuition told her that as a weak woman, if she had a falling out with these people, she would definitely suffer the consequences. Speaking of Frank, it was already afternoon when I got home. As soon as he got home, Frank went to see his wife and children and talk to Eve. Then he took the gift prepared for Kevin and went to his second uncle's house to pay New Year's greetings. Kevin has had a prosperous year since he took the $50 Frank gave him, although his family situation is better than that of ordinary families. But in this era, the gap between the rich and the poor has not yet been completely widened. Those who are well off can at least eat a few more meals of white flour buns. But this year, Kevin bought more than 10 pounds of ribs for his children for the first time. The most important thing is, he also bought new clothes for each of the children. Different from Li Jianguo, Kevin has many children. The eldest brother, Guoqiang, is already 23 years old and will soon be old enough to get married. But the youngest one is only 7 years old this year. There are 3 half-grown boys in the middle. There is a saying in the countryside that goes, The little brats will eat their father into poverty. Although Kevin wanted to have fewer children, his wife's belly was like a balloon, and she would get pregnant if he poked a little. Ever since I had a daughter, Gwali, Kevin wished he could use the axe to chop that thing off. But in the end, he was afraid of the pain and didn't do it. That's why Kevin simply divorced his wife, and for 7 years, he would sleep alone in a room full of junk at night. In the past few years, his wife would often come to see him, but every time when the words came to his lips, he would hear the crying of the baby in the yard, and his wife could only sigh helplessly and turn around to look after the child. Over time, it seems that my wife has also gotten used to this hard life of staying alone in an empty house. When Frank went to Kevin's house, the little girl Wooly was sweeping the yard in an orderly manner. 9-year-old Guoping and 12-year-old Goen were sawing wood in the yard. Guofu is now 15 years old. He herds sheep in the mountains for the production team and only comes back every now and then. Guoqiang is working in the fields and has not returned home yet. Kevin is the village's tractor driver. There is not much work to do in the fields right now, so he is chopping wood with an axe. See Frank come in. Kevin put down the axe. Frank, why are you here? Frank stood in the yard holding a roast chicken and said, I'm here to wish you a happy new year. Kevin laughed and said, Kid, why are you doing all this nonsense all the time? Come inside. Kevin walked towards the room and said, Go in, stop sawing wood, and go make tea for your cousin. The children in the yard now had their eyes on the gift in Frank's hand. Seeing Goen staring at the roast chicken in Frank's hand, Kevin simply rushed over and kicked Goen hard on the butt without saying a word. Watching the game, I asked you to boil water and make tea. What are you looking at? Look at you, my useless adopted son. Why did I give birth to a bunch of good-for-nothings like you? Chapter 40. Renovation of the new house. Goen said oh at this time, turned around, and walked in dejectedly. Frank smiled and waved his hands, saying, Uncle, it's okay. The child is still young. Kevin frowned and said, Little ass, you're already a teenager. After entering the door, Kevin took the pipe, took out the paper inside, and rolled a cigarette for Frank. Frank took out a pack of cigarettes he bought for Kevin and said, Uncle, this is for you. Kevin was stunned at first, then frowned and said, I mean, you just need money now. Even though you got some money, you can't do this. We don't have many ways to make money now, so you have to learn how to save money. Frank smiled and said, Uncle, it doesn't cost much. I brought it to you. Just accept it. Kevin smiled with a hint of embarrassment and said, Hey, fine then. I'll take it first. By the way, your aunt went to visit Eve and the kids at noon, and when she came back, she said you weren't there. What were you doing? Frank said seriously, I went to the secretary's home in the morning and then went to the educated youth camp to sit for a while at noon. Kevin pondered and said, Old Sue should go. After all, he is the party secretary. He has the final say on all matters in our village. But why are you going to the youth league? Frank told the story of how Peng Wu and others stole the chicken today. He also told Kevin the final result of his handling. Kevin obviously didn't understand Frank's behavior. He said, Why are you meddling in this matter? I heard that most of the educated youth from other places have already returned to the city, and our Pingshan County will probably be back soon. Philip and Paul want to mess around. Why do you care about them? Frank naturally would not reveal his true intentions. He just smiled and said, Uncle, we are all from the same village. Besides, if someone dies, it will also have an impact on our village. Kevin took a puff of his cigarette and said angrily, Damn it, I'm not saying that the village chief and his bastards are just idiots. Other places have already started to secretly implement the household contract responsibility system, but our village is still not doing anything. It looks like they're planning to continue with the production team this year. I'm really impressed. Frank waved his hand and smiled. Uncle, let's not talk about these unhappy things. The main reason I came to see you today is that I want to trouble you with something. Kevin collected his thoughts and asked, Tell me what's the matter. I will definitely help you if I can. Frank said bluntly, You know, my house is in bad condition now. Today I went to the party secretary to get a piece of residential land approved. I think it will be approved tomorrow. After the homestead is acquired, I would like to ask you to help me build a house. In addition to being able to drive a tractor, Kevin is also the village carpenter. Almost all the houses, beams, and timber in the village were built under his supervision. Kevin's face immediately broke out into a bright smile, and he nodded and said, Okay, you have really changed now, kid. Haha, by the way, where did you approve the homestead? Frank gave the location. Kevin frowned and said, How to get to that place? It's sunny there, but it's not convenient to get water. Frank waved his hand and smiled. It's okay. I'm young now. Besides, if the yard is really built, I plan to dig a well in the yard. Kevin whispered, if that doesn't work, talk to the party secretary and get the homestead next to the old Sioux family in the village. It's flat there and close to the well. Frank said, I've thought about it, but the area there is too small. And you know my situation. If I build a house in the center of the village now, the villagers will definitely talk about it. The area behind the mountain is spacious, and since the secretary gave me that piece of land, no one will say anything nonsense. Philip nodded and said, that's right. Okay, when we get down from the ground, let's go over and take a look. It's still some time before the beginning of spring, and I'm free recently. Let's take some time to prepare the wood first. Early 80s. Most of the houses people build are still made of adobe. Very few people use bricks. After all, a brick costs a penny. To build a house, the bricks alone cost $1,800. But using adobe saves a lot of money. Just dig the soil from the pit. It doesn't cost a penny. For the wood, you only need to pay Murakami a symbolic fee of about 100 yuan, and you can go to the back mountain to cut it. As for the wages of the workers, it is still a collective economy now. When the village builds a house, as long as the owner provides meals, those who are free in the production team will come to help. Besides, Frank built this house on the back hill, but he didn't intend to live in it for a long time. He just wanted to occupy this place first. Frank nodded and agreed without even thinking about it. After chatting with Kevin for a while, Frank got up and went home. Frank looked after the children at night and waited until they fell asleep before he lay down on the Kong. Next to Eve, Frank looked at the child next to him. At this moment, a sense of ordinary happiness surged into his heart. Long night. Frank no longer had much in common with Eve. He was like Tang Monk, lying next to Eve and starting to chatter incessantly. Frank is willing to say, Eve is willing to listen too. They didn't know what time they fell asleep, but it seemed that when they closed their eyes, they both heard the crowing of a rooster. Time came to the next day. Frank first went to the brigade to get the procedures for the land. It was called a procedure, but it was just a note with Murakami's official seal. Then he went to the fields again, assigned today's work to Peng Wu and others, and then he turned and left. But before leaving, Frank asked one more question. I'm going to the commune to buy some things. Does any one of you plan to bring anything? Frank didn't ask this question for no reason. Yesterday, after he had finished eating with Peng Wu and others, the two girls with Feng Yuan did not let Feng Yuan touch the cold water when they were washing the pot. And they were whispering something to each other. Just for this reason, Frank had guessed something. Really? Frank shyly and said, Team leader, can you bring something back for me? Frank asked, what is it? At this time, the idiot Bao Likun shouted loudly. Team leader Zhou, our girl Yu, Nin should be planning to ask you to help her sell toilet paper. At that time, sanitary napkins were not specifically differentiated. They're all called toilet paper. Moreover, this thing only started to appear in Pingshan County 3 years ago. At first, women didn't know how to use this thing, and no one bought it. But now, basically all young girls use it. As for the older ones, they still sew their own cotton. After use, they have to wash them secretly and save them for next use. Chapter 41, a great question. After hearing what Bao Likun said, Feng Yuan turned around and glared at him. Frank remained calm and said to Bao Likun, what are you laughing at? Doesn't your sister need it? You man, men and women are equal now. How can you still joke about this kind of thing? Bao Likun chuckled. Isn't this a joke? Frank didn't have much good feelings towards Bao Likun and others. He just casually said, you guys work first. If I can come back early in the afternoon, we can work together then. Anyone else want to take anything? Peng Wu and others shook their heads. Feng Yuan took out 2 dimes from her pocket and handed it to Frank. Team leader, please bring me a roll. Frank didn't hesitate and took the 2 cents. After returning from the fields, Frank went straight to Kevin's house. He called his second uncle and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a ton of coal. He also spent 12 yuan to buy a new stove and chimney. Just as he was about to leave, unexpectedly, I ran into Secretary Du of the commune on the street. Although Du Yue had only met Frank once, he later learned from several leaders of the commune that this guy actually had direct access to the county leaders. He has remembered this incident ever since. I had planned to wait for Frank to come back and take him to various teams to give speeches, but after asking Philip several times, the guy still hadn't come back. I didn't want to eat lunch and happened to run into Frank. He walked forward with a smile, held out his hand, and said to Frank, isn't this our little hero from the commune? Are your wife and children feeling better? We just had a holiday and we're very busy. I've been planning to visit you at the hospital. Seeing Secretary Du's enthusiasm, Frank shook hands with Du Yue and took out a cigarette from his pocket and toasted him. Secretary Du, I'm sorry to bother you. Thank you for your concern. My wife and children have been discharged from the hospital and just returned home yesterday. It's a bit cold at home, and the mother of the child needs to stay in confinement after childbirth. Burning firewood is too choking. So Secretary Sue specially asked me to bring some big coals home to burn. Secretary Du rolled his eyes and said to the deputy secretary who was following him, Old Chung, our commune will reimburse the money for the coal. Frank has made such a great contribution to our commune. The county and the prefectural committee have specially praised our commune. We can't let those who truly serve the people down. Back then, reimbursement was not as complicated as it is now. It is no exaggeration to say that the commune secretary has absolute power. Forget about reimbursing Frank for these big carbons. Frank is willing to find Du Yue now, even if it means asking Du Yue to renovate their house. Du Yue will nod and agree without hesitation. Frank did not refuse when he heard this and quickly thanked Du Yue. Du Yue said with a smile, Please don't be so polite. If you have any difficulties at home, please tell the organization at any time. As long as it is within our ability, we will do our best to help you. Frank nodded in agreement. Du Yue asked, There's another thing. Has your sales outlet been set up yet? Frank shook his head. Du Yue frowned. Why hasn't it been done yet? Didn't I tell Secretary Sue in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Ask them to implement this matter as soon as possible. The deputy secretary next to him explained in a low voice. It's mainly because no one comes to us to do it. Frank also smiled and said, Secretary Du, this matter is not the fault of Secretary Sue and the leaders of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. My parents can't read a single word, so some procedures cannot be completed. We just came back and haven't taken care of this matter yet. Du Yue took a puff of a cigarette, then said to the deputy secretary next to him, Old Chung, that's right. We're free at noon, and I think the tractor compartment can still hold a lot of things. You could take Frank to our commune supply and marketing cooperative and bring back some daily necessities first. As for the money, if you don't bring enough, let Secretary Chung keep the account first. Frank hurriedly thanked him and said, Secretary Du, thank you so much. Du Yue waved his hand and smiled. Young man, why are you so polite in front of me? We are here to serve the people, especially young and promising comrades like you. We should give you more care and let you feel the warmth of our organization, right? Frank is no fool. In less than 10 minutes, Du Yue helped him with 2 tasks, especially the matter of setting up a sales outlet. Frank also plans to come to the commune leader for approval another day. I didn't expect that now. It can be done in just a few words. Think of this. Frank said to Du Yue bluntly. By the way, Secretary Du, Secretary Chung, and I will go there together later. It is noon now, and my second uncle and I haven't eaten yet. Let's go to the restaurant in front and have something to eat together. Du Yue said with a smile. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements this time. Arrived at the restaurant. Frank paid for several people's meal tickets and meat tickets, and after taking them to the private room upstairs, he asked Kevin to ask Du Yue and Secretary Chung to order the dishes first, while he went downstairs to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought 2 packs of Dakiman cigarettes for 7 yuan and 4 bottles of Matai for 32 yuan. After bringing cigarettes and alcohol to the restaurant, Frank paid for the meal in advance when he went upstairs, which totaled 586 cents. Bring something in. Frank didn't hide anything. He placed 2 bottles of wine on the table and said to Du Yue and Secretary Chung with a smile, Let's drink this today. Du Yue smiled happily, but he still said to Frank, You kid, this is costing you money, isn't it? Frank said with a smile. Secretary Du, if it weren't for your leadership, would the people in our commune be able to live such a good life now? After returning home yesterday, Eve told me that her and her children were able to return home safely this time, all thanks to your care. She said that she would come to thank you in person after she is done with her confinement. But we just happened to meet today, so I'd like to thank you first. Du Yue had to look at Frank with new eyes. No wonder this guy has direct access to the county leaders. With his eloquence and the way he does things, which leader would not like him? In addition, Du Yue is only 32 years old this year. He is young, knowledgeable, and always pays attention to the policy direction. The country has now begun to vigorously undertake economic construction work. Those who will be able to become rich and be at the forefront of society in the future will definitely be those who have active minds and certain backgrounds. And if those leaders want to move up to a higher level in the future, They can no longer just shout slogans and learn quotations as before. It definitely depends on the economic development within your jurisdiction. But the question is, who will develop the economy? After all, aren't we still human beings? But who should be chosen to develop the economy is a big question for leaders like them. Chapter 42, no doubt. Without a doubt, during his brief contact with Frank, Wei was basically certain that this boy in front of him would definitely become a prominent figure in Pingshan County in the future. Simply summarize. The fact that Frank was able to capture two criminals roaming the country on his own and capture them alive is enough to prove that he is ruthless enough. After capturing the criminals alive, facing the commendations from many leaders, he was able to push part of the credit to Philip, which shows that this guy is low-key and smart. Now, with his help, he can take the initiative to invite them to dinner here and even prepare drinks. The most important thing is, when a kid came in, he put 2 bottles of wine on the table and 2 bottles plus 2 packs of cigarettes on the windowsill next to it. Perhaps outsiders couldn't tell what was going on. But Wei had already guessed that the thing placed on the windowsill must have been prepared by Frank for him and Lao Chung. This shows that this guy is loyal and righteous. Wei knew that this kind of person would definitely reciprocate as long as he could help them. After exchanging a few words with Frank, Wei didn't continue talking about anything else, but started chatting with Frank about family matters. The meal took about an hour. After a good meal and a good drink. When Wei left, Frank really put the things on the windowsill into the handbag next to him. Secretary Du, Secretary Chung, I would like to wish you both a happy old age on behalf of my children and my wife. I hope you will not despise me. Frank in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would get the same gift as Wei. But soon, Secretary Chung then looked at Wei next to him. Wei did not refuse. He took the gift with a smile and said, Xiao Zhou, since you are here to wish us a happy new year on behalf of your wife and children, if we don't take this gift, you will have no explanation when you go home. Maybe Comrade E will blame you. Haha, I'll keep the things. Secretary Chung, and I will come to visit you some other day. After saying that, Wei smiled and asked Secretary Chung next to him, this kind of personal relationship between us doesn't count as breaking the rules, right? Secretary Chung smiled and said, look at what you said. Let's not talk about the fact that we promote the idea of becoming brothers with the workers and peasants every day. Apart from that, who doesn't have a few relatives and friends? If this is considered a violation of normal interpersonal relationships, then we must completely cut off our emotions. Wei couldn't help but laugh and said, just kidding. Okay, it's getting late. You guys can go to the supply and marketing cooperative to handle the formalities now. A commune stepped in. The procedures are naturally just a formality. In less than 2 hours, Frank loaded the tractor compartment with the goods he needed. Besides, when the director of the supply and marketing cooperative saw that Frank was brought by Secretary Chung himself, he simply gave Frank several unused wooden cabinets in the supply and marketing cooperative. Before leaving, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative enthusiastically took Frank's hand and said, young man, our supply and marketing cooperative also collects some mountain products, wild vegetables in spring, wild herbs in summer, dried mushrooms in autumn, etc. I will give you a list when you come to buy next time. When the time comes, you can follow the prices on this list and bring these things with you when you come to purchase goods. Our supply and marketing cooperative will pay you. Frank had heard something about this. Originally, the supply and marketing cooperatives were only responsible for sales. But the problem is that the supply and marketing cooperatives cannot produce some rural specialty products. When some leaders from other places come to the county to study, local leaders always want to give them some local specialties. So, this business chain was created invisibly. Certainly, the supply and marketing cooperatives benefited the most from this. I bought something for 2 cents and sold it for 20 cents. The key is that these things are not included in the list of goods. This means that the supply and marketing cooperatives accounts do not need to be used. Don't underestimate these few cents. If you save it up, it would be a considerable sum. Frank agreed readily. When we left the commune, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Kevin drives the tractor. In just one day, he was able to see things clearly and completely. He would never have thought that this kid Frank had actually learned how to engage in speculation. But change your mind. It seems that the words speculation cannot be imposed on Frank. But he always felt that some of the things Frank did were a little bit mean. Walking and walking. Kevin couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted to Frank, Frank, you kid, the more I think about what you did today, the more I feel something is wrong. Frank smiled and said, Uncle, what's wrong? Kevin said, How can we ask the commune to reimburse you for the carbon we use at home? Frank actually knew what Kevin was thinking. From Kevin's perspective, he has been growing crops in the village all his life. So how could he understand the twists and turns involved? In addition, the current policies are already strict for most people, and they usually don't have access to such matters at all. So, it was only natural that Kevin couldn't understand. Seeing Kevin asking, Frank smiled and said, "Didn't you hear what Secretary Du said? I must feel the care and warmth of the organization. I have made contributions to our commune, and the commune reimbursed me for some of the carbon money. Isn't that right?" Kevin's mouth twitched a few times, and he nodded and said, "I think so, but we obviously already had our meals, but you told us we didn't and even dragged us to the cafeteria at noon." Frank smiled and said, "Uncle, think about it from another perspective. If our village chief was going home for lunch at noon and happened to pass by your house, wouldn't you invite him to your house for a meal?" Kevin whispered, "It should be possible, but Lao Su and we are from the same village, so we often see each other." Frank said, "Secretary Du and I are from the same commune. Don't we see each other every day?" Kevin was silent for a long time before he spoke again. "Then why did you give them something?" Frank said, "Look at what you said. After I returned to the village, I also went to Jangwo and went to your house and Grandma Wang's house next door. What's going on? The Jade Emperor has several poor relatives, don't you think?" Kevin glanced at Frank and said, "Hey kid, why didn't I see before that you have so many tricks up your sleeve? Anyway, you better be careful next time. I feel like if you do this, you might make a mistake." Frank waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, uncle. I have made mistakes before, and I will never make any mistakes again in the future." Kevin was stunned at first. Then he laughed heartily. "Okay, as long as you don't make any mistakes." Chapter 43, A Bright Future. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Kevin drove the tractor directly to Frank's doorstep. Li Jiangguo and Stella have not returned from working in the fields yet. Eve is in the room taking care of the children. When she heard the tractor driving into her yard, she put her child on the Kong and went out wearing a headscarf. He just walked out the door. Frank said with concern, "Eve, what are you doing out here? Come in quickly." Kevin also hurriedly said, "You girl, you are in confinement and you don't stay in your room properly. It's so windy outside, you should go in quickly." Eve smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I'm basically fully recovered now." Frank had already come to Eve and said, "Listen to me. You go in first, and my second uncle and I will move these things down." Eve looked up and down the tractor's cabin. "It doesn't matter if you don't watch it." When she saw the things in the car clearly, Eve was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Frank in disbelief. "Honey, what are these?" Frank smiled and said, "Nothing. Didn't I tell you in the hospital that our family was going to open a sales outlet? Today, when my second uncle and I went to the commune to get carbon, we ran into Secretary Du asked Secretary Chang to take me to the supply and marketing cooperative to handle the formalities, and I brought back some goods along the way." Eve originally thought that this matter was just verbal talk by the leaders. "I didn't expect it to be done so quickly." She was once again filled with tears of excitement. "I was planning to go to the side of the carriage to take a closer look, but Frank held Eve's arm and said to her seriously, 'Eve, go in quickly. Wait a few days after the confinement period. If you want to see it, I won't stop you.'" Eve was helpless. "I can only put aside my curiosity for the time being." Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go to the house first. But you and your uncle must be careful when you move things later." Frank agreed readily, because I had already told Li Jiangguo about opening a sales agency store. So the room next door where junk was stored has been cleared out. Frank and Kevin worked hard and finally put all the things back in the room. After putting things in place, Stella, who had gone to work in the fields, also rushed back. The old couple just walked in. Kevin laughed and shouted, "Uncle, come over here and take a look. Your Frank has made a big noise this time." Li Jiangguo and Stella put down what they were holding and quickly came to a house. After looking inside the house, they were instantly stunned. In fact, they didn't expect that Frank could actually open a sales outlet in their team. You know, Philip had originally planned to open a sales outlet in the village. But in the end, the supply and marketing cooperative was stuck. Other villages had their own sales outlets, but Shujia village did not have one. Usually the villagers want to buy something. They had to wait until the market day and then walk dozens of miles along mountain roads to reach the commune. Not now. Their family actually managed to get this thing done. In his excitement, Li Jiangguo just kept saying, Okay. This incident was like a gust of wind, and it spread throughout the entire Shujia village in less than an hour. Especially the second team. Dozens of villagers lined up to come to Frank's house to buy daily necessities. I was busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Frank, Li Jianguo, Kevin, and others sat in Eve's room, counting the bills in their hands. How many? Frank smiled and said, not much, just $11.23. Li Jianguo's eyes widened. This isn't a lot. It's more than 11 yuan. Oh my god, this is simply unthinkable. Kevin was more knowledgeable than Li Jianguo, so he asked, how much profit is there? Frank said, the profit is probably about $2. Li Jianguo had already started to count on his fingers. 2 yuan a day. This month, that's 60 yuan. In a year, this sales outlet alone can bring more than 700 yuan to the family. Oh my god. No wonder the people who run sales outlets in other villages are all rich. How can they be poor if they make so much money? Frank smiled. He actually knew it clearly. If this kind of sales outlet is managed well by the family, it is conservatively estimated that they can make 1,000 yuan a year without any problem in this era. After all, teachers at that time only earned 20 or 30 yuan a month. Certainly, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that with this sales outlet, his father and mother no longer have to work in the fields. As for myself, there is actually nothing to worry about. Even if you're busy with farm work, it will only take a year at most. It's not guaranteed. Within a year, the household contract responsibility system can be implemented. As long as this policy begins to be implemented, he will be able to take advantage of this wave of dividends and lead his entire family, and even all the men in the village, young and old, to fight a real battle to turn things around. Li Jianguo was immersed in the joy of making money for a moment. He quickly called Stella to the kitchen to cook. Stella got up and went to the kitchen, holding a kerosene lamp. At this time, Kevin stood up and said with a smile, I've been busy all day. I'm going home first. Frank grabbed Kevin and said, Uncle, if you don't want to eat today, go back. I won't let you help me in the future. Li Jianguo also began to persuade him. That's right, you've been busy all day, and it's time for dinner. How can you leave? Under the pulling of both Frank and Li Jianguo, Kevin just chose to stay. Sit by the fire. Kevin looked at the kerosene lamp in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. I heard that some communes near the county town have started using light bulbs. I don't know when our village will be able to use electric lights. Frank smiled and said, it will be very quick. I don't think it will take long. Say that. Frank knew it in his heart. Although I was reborn. But his rebirth can only change some things in the village for the time being. He cannot change the major policy direction at all. Things like the implementation of the household contract responsibility system and laying electric wires in the village were not something he could decide. But fortunately, his own rebirth, at the very least, allows his family to follow him and live a better and better life. However, what Frank didn't know was, his existence has invisibly affected the interests of some people, especially Marlin. That night, Marlin and a few friends went out to drink and return home. As soon as they arrived at the door, they heard Zhou Jiqiang and Diana arguing in the room. Old man, why are you so stubborn? Frank is our biological son after all. Now we have finally found him. Do you really intend to disown him because of this? Chapter 44. Going to the commune for training. Zhou Jiqiang scolded angrily. Shut up. Don't you think about what he did? Diana wiped her tears and said, Old man, I shouldn't say this. Frank has known us for a while, and I always felt that he would not do such a thing. Zhou Jiqiang snorted coldly. Humph, you can know a person's face, but not his heart. Don't you know this saying? Diana choked up and said, I know what you said, but you can't judge a person's heart by his appearance, but have you ever thought about it? What if? At the end, Diana stopped and didn't continue. Instead, he got up carefully and walked to the door. She looked outside the door through the peephole and made sure that no one was outside before turning around and continuing, What if? Diana hasn't finished her next words yet. Zhou Jiqiang said in a resounding voice, Don't say anything. Xiaolei has been with us for so many years. I don't believe he can do such a thing. Diana saw that the old man was so stubborn. She couldn't continue to persuade him. She could only wipe her tears and walk towards the kitchen, muttering in a low voice. Xiaolei is still young after all, and look at the people around him. Marlin squatted at the door, clenched his fists, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought to himself that as long as Frank was alive, he would be kicked out by these two old Bidens at any time. But the problem is, Frank is now in Shujia village. I am the county town again. What other methods can he find to kill this guy? Think twice. Marlin quickly came up with an idea. He first went downstairs quietly, smoked 2 cigarettes at the entrance of the corridor, and then turned and walked upstairs. After entering the door, Zhou Jiqiang was sitting on a chair next to the window, smoking and daydreaming. Diana was still in the kitchen, washing dishes. Marlon stepped forward, seemingly enthusiastic. Dad, you haven't had a day off yet? In fact, after Frank caught the two criminals, Zhou Jiqiang began to have doubts. However, as the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. Moreover, he was also a serious leading cadre of the Revolutionary Committee. If this matter were to spread, he would lose face. I already had something on my mind. Now Marlon came up to him, reeking of alcohol, and Zhou Jiqiang naturally wouldn't give Marlon a good face. You're already in your 20s, and you're a cadre of the Revolutionary Committee. Why are you hanging out with those second-rate people on the street every day? Marlon put away the smile on his face. He suppressed his displeasure, picked up the teacup next to Zhou Jiqiang, and took the initiative to refill Zhou Jiqiang's water. He smiled bitterly and said, Dad, you also know that it's not easy to work now. Most of the friends around me are children of our Revolutionary Committee leaders. You often say that our generation is your successor, and when you retire, the world will be ours. You said in this situation, if I don't get along well with them, how can I carry out my work in the future? Having said that, Marlon secretly glanced at the expression on Zhou Jiqiang's face. Seeing that Zhou Jiqiang just frowned and did not refute, he gently placed the teacup in front of Zhou Jiqiang and continued, Dad, don't worry. Although I am dating them, I know what I can do and what I can't do. I'm here to assure you that I will definitely not do anything illegal. Zhou Jiqiang nodded slightly and said, Okay, as long as you can make such a promise. Marlon then picked up the teacup and handed it to Zhou Jiqiang. When Zhou Jiqiang took the cup, Marlon said, Dad, I have something else I want to discuss with you. Zhou Jiqiang asked, What's the matter? Marlon sighed and said, Dad, I told you not to be angry. Zhou Jiqiang waved his hand and said, Go ahead, as long as it's not illegal. Why should I be angry? Marlon suddenly looked at Zhou Jiqiang seriously. Dad, I want to go to the commune downstairs. Marlon in disbelief, with a hint of relief in his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Jiqiang then asked curiously, Why did you suddenly think of going to the commune down there? Marlon explained, Dad, there are two main reasons. Today, in front of you, I won't hide it. First, I heard that some areas in the South have begun to abolish the Revolutionary Committee and the People's Commune and establish the People's Government. I believe it won't be long before this trend reaches Pingshan County. When it does, no one can predict what new policies will be implemented. But you often taught me that cadres should not be divorced from the masses, so I thought that if I could go to the commune to train myself and get closer to the people, even if this trend came, it would not have much impact on our family. Hearing what Marlon said, a faint smile flashed across Zhou Jiqiang's face. He had never expected that his son, who usually did nothing, could look at things from such a critical perspective. Feeling relieved, Zhou Jiqiang asked, But the commune is not like the county. The conditions there are not that good. Marlon shook his head and said, It's okay. For decades, you and my mom protected me from the wind and rain. Now you two have gray hair. As a son, it's time for me to exercise myself. When I'm stronger in the future, let me protect you from the wind and rain. In the kitchen, Diana naturally heard what Marlon said. As a woman, after hearing Marlon's words, she was moved to tears. But she always felt that Marlon was not as real as Frank. Zhou Jiqiang sighed and was silent for a moment before asking Marlon, From what you said just now, is there any other reason why you decided to go to the commune this time? Marlon nodded, and this time he stood up directly, turned around, and helped Diana, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, over. Zhou Jiqiang and Diana were both seated. Marlon said seriously, Dad, Mom, I want to go to Anyang Commune this time. When Zhou Jiqiang heard the words Anyang Commune, his eyes widened instantly, and Diana also showed a surprised expression, because they both knew it. Frank is from Shujia Village, Anyang Commune. Without waiting for the two elders to ask the reason, Marlon said with tears in his eyes, Mom and Dad, Frank is your biological son after all. Even though he did some bad things before, but he is also a piece of flesh and blood of my mother after all. Life in the countryside is hard now, and Brother Frank has a child, so life at home will definitely be even harder. I'll go to Anyang Commune and help him secretly when the time comes. If he really doesn't repent and continues to do some messy things, I can also stop the loss in time to prevent him from doing something stupid. Chapter 45 Feng Yuanan's Visit. Marlon's last words directly touched the hearts of the two elders. Diana sobbed. Zhou Jiqiang's forehead was covered with black lines, but there were tears in his eyes. It wasn't that they felt sorry for Frank. Instead, they were glad that they didn't raise Marlon for so many years in vain. There was a long silence. Zhou Jiqiang said, Xiaolei, it's enough that you have this intention. When you go to work tomorrow, I will try to arrange for you to go to Anyang Commune. I just heard a few days ago that Anyang Commune is short of a deputy secretary. After you go down, you must keep a low profile and get on good terms with Secretary Du of Anyang Commune. Marlon was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. He is now just an ordinary cadre of the Revolutionary Committee. I didn't expect that this time when I went to the commune, I would be able to directly serve as the deputy secretary. But in front of Zhou Jiqiang, Marlon didn't show it. He just nodded and said, Dad, don't worry. You have taught me a lot about how to behave in the world over the years. I will follow your instructions and be a good son of the people and a good cadre of the country. Say that. Marlon was thinking, Frank, wait for me. When I get to Anyang Commune, I'm going to kill you first. As long as you die, I can rest easy. Shujia Village. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Kevin, Frank, and others were eating hand-rolled noodles under the kerosene lamp when they heard a voice outside the door. Is team leader Zhou home? Frank looked up, and Eve also had a curious look on her face. Li Jianguo frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, Frank, why does her voice sound like that of a girl from the educated youth camp? Frank is too busy this afternoon. He actually forgot to give Feng Yuan the things he had brought back. He put down his bowl, stood up, and said with a smile, When I went to the commune today, she asked me to buy some things for her. I was too busy when I came back, so I forgot about it. Uncle, you guys eat first. I'll go next door and get her the food. Watching Frank's back as he walked out the door, Kevin smacked his lips, but the words didn't come out in the end. Frank went to the next room, turned on the flashlight, and found toilet paper on a shelf. Then he took it and came to the gate. At this time, Feng Yuan was standing on the roadside with two girls. Frank stepped forward and handed the things to Feng Yuan, then asked with a smile, How was the work in the field today? Feng Yuan took the things with a bit of shyness on her face and quickly put them in her arms. Not bad. Captain Liu also praised us and said that we worked much faster than before. Frank didn't say anything else. He just smiled and said, Well, that's good. It's getting late. You should go back quickly. Speaking of, Frank also took out 5 cents from his pocket and handed it to Feng Yuan. Here is your 5 cents change. Feng Yuan whispered, I don't want the money. I'm already very grateful that you can bring it back to me after traveling such a long distance. Frank casually handed it to Feng Yuan and said, Why are you being so polite? After all, we have lived in the same village for such a long time. By the way, if you need anything in the future, come to my house. I just brought back some goods from the supply and marketing cooperative today. They're what you girls use on a daily basis. At this time, a girl nearby asked quickly, Huh? Really? This is really great. Team leader Zhou, is there any stick oil in there? Frank nodded. Of course I have it. I basically have everything that the commune supply and marketing cooperative has. Before Feng Yuan could speak, the girl next to her pulled her and said, Yuan, let's go in and take a look. My soap is just used up. Yes, my hand oil has been used up a long time ago. We will have to work hard every day from now on, and I don't want my hands to be chapped. Frank turned around and walked towards the yard, smiling. Okay, since you want to see it, come in with me. Frank walked in front with a flashlight, and Feng Yuan followed behind Frank with the two girls. All the way to the small shop. Frank stood at the door, illuminating the 3 people with a flashlight. It's the place with the bigger, but the 3 girls spent half an hour choosing things in there, just like they were shopping in a supermarket. Frank thought they would buy a lot of things. In the end, the 3 of them only bought things worth 60 cents. A stick of oil was 15 cents, and a bar of soap was 45 cents. Before leaving, Cui Xiaona, who had short hair, even took away 3 pieces of candy worth 1 cent. Frank smiled bitterly. After he sent the 3 people away and returned to the room, the noodles in his bowl had already become soggy. Eve asked curiously, What did they buy just now? Frank sat down and picked up his rice bowl, just a stick of oil and a bar of soap. It took me half an hour to choose something worth only 60 cents. At this time, Benjamin said with a smile, You kid, don't you think about it? We can only earn a few dollars after working in the field for a whole day. People only give you 60 cents in half an hour. You should be content. Frank nodded and smiled. You are right. We will install the stove in the upper room later, so you won't feel cold when you sleep at night. Li Jianguo waved his hands and said, Forget it. Why install this? The weather is getting warmer. Kevin sat at the door, smoking a cigarette. If the child wants to act, just let him act. Now that Frank has made it, you are willing to let my eldest sister suffer with you. But I am not willing to do that. Hearing this, Li Jianguo grinned foolishly. After a few greetings, Frank went to the store next door, grabbed a handful of candy, and took a large front door worth $4.50 from the shelf next to it. Forcing it to Kevin, he smiled and said, "Second uncle, I'm sorry to bother you today. Take this cigarette and candy. I will definitely bother you again when I purchase more goods in the future." Kevin confiscated the cigarettes. Instead, he angrily scolded Frank. What about being thrifty and frugal? But he put the candy in his trouser pocket. After being busy all day, you can't go home without bringing anything for your children, right? See the situation. Frank had no choice but to put the cigarette on the table and took a can from the shelf. Kevin knew he couldn't refuse any longer, so he put the can in his arms and turned away. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day. In the morning, Frank went to the fields to arrange work for Peng Wu and others. So he hurried home. Eve is still in confinement, and Li Jianguo and Stella can't read a single word. So he had to let Li Jianguo and Su Xiaoying familiarize themselves with the prices of these goods as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needs to repair the door of the shop facing the road. This little house has two doors. One leads directly to the yard. The other one faces the village road. The house was originally used to raise cattle, and the cattle could easily enter and exit through the door close to the village road. But later, everyone started eating from the same pot, and all the livestock in the family were sent to the production team for collective raising. Li Jianguo cleaned the house and started to pile up miscellaneous items. Chapter 46. Someone is looking for trouble. The door of the house near the village road has fallen into disrepair and can no longer be opened normally. If I want to do business in the future, and people come to my house to buy things, I can't let them all come in through the front door, right? After Frank returned home, he and Li Jianguo worked hard and finally tidied up the shop to look like a supply and marketing point. "Frank, let's put the new stove in here. The space behind the container is empty. Your mother and I can set up a bed and sleep inside tonight. It's safer." Frank was about to refuse, but then he thought that what his father said made sense. Most people today don't have enough to eat. In order to fill their stomachs, people often commit petty thefts. He is not worried about the people in his village, but I'm afraid of being targeted by the scoundrels from other villages. "Dad, don't set up the bed. In my opinion, why not just chisel a door in this wall? Isn't the room next door perfect for Eve and I? Then we can hang a door curtain, and it will be convenient for us to go in and out. Plus, Eve has to take care of the baby at home. After she is out of confinement, she can help you share the burden." Li Jianguo and Stella now sleep on a brick bed, which is filled with dead leaves and hay at night, so at least it is warm underneath. But as for beds, there were no electric blankets in that era. "Won't the old couple get sick from the cold?" Li Jianguo readily agreed, nodded and smiled. "Okay, you know what? This is a pretty good idea, and it will also allow your mother to help Eve take care of the child. Plus, we don't know how to count, so it's really difficult for us to sell the goods." Frank waved his hand and smiled. "No, you guys should sell this stuff. Eve and I will definitely have other things to do in the future. It's not easy to be reborn." Frank doesn't want to run this small shop with his wife for the rest of their lives, although it is possible to survive this way. In the future, with the rapid development of the times, they will definitely become extremely poor and stable. The father and son did what they said. By lunchtime, Frank and Li Jianguo had already chiseled a small door in the earth wall. At this time, the villagers also came back from the fields and went home to eat. Stella had also prepared the meal by then. But first she brought a bowl of noodles to Eve's room. Then he called out to the little door, "Frank, you and your father should come and have dinner soon." Frank saw the villagers coming down the mountain from afar, and he said to Stella, "Mom, you and my dad can eat first. The villagers have returned from the fields and will probably be busy for a while." The villagers who came last night were only from the second team. None of the other production teams came. Frank knew he would be busy for a while this afternoon. As expected, as he was speaking, several women quickened their pace and walked towards the shop. Li Jianguo smiled cheerfully and said, "Let Frank take care of it first, and let's go eat." Li Jianguo had never dared to imagine such a good life before. Holding the bowl, Li Jianguo saw Frank busying around in the shop through the container and putting bills into Frank's pocket. It felt like a dream. "I was busy for about an hour." The small shop gradually became deserted. Stella personally brought a bowl of hot noodles from the kitchen and handed it to Frank. "Eat it quickly. I just cooked it for you." Frank agreed with a smile, but before he could start eating, Lu Dazui came into the shop with Fatty Choi, the cashier of the second team. Seeing this, Frank put down his bowl and asked, Captain, Uncle Chui, do you want to buy anything? Lou Dazui and Fatty Chui did not expect that Frank would set up a supply and marketing point out of the blue. The two looked at each other. Fatty Chui, the fool, actually frowned and said, Frank, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Our second team has a small labor force. Tell me, after you set up this supply and marketing point, you are the only one left in your family working in the fields. The most important thing is, I heard from the team leader that you're now the leader of the educated youth group, but you don't do any work. So, there are 5 people in your family, and not a single one of them works. Others are trying to undermine socialism, but you are planning to overturn the socialist table, right? Lou Dazui stood there without saying a word, just tapping the table next to him with his fingers. At first, Frank thought the two men were here to buy something. But it seems now, it was obvious that they had pink eye. Uncle Chui, look at what you said. The supply and marketing point originally needed 3 people. 1 salesperson, 1 person responsible for purchasing, and 1 cashier are also needed. These are the rigid rules set by the supply and marketing cooperative above us. There are 5 people in my family, and there is also a baby who is still breastfeeding, right? As for me as the team leader, haha, if you feel dissatisfied, then you come. Frank retorted bluntly. Fatty Chui's expression tensed up, and he immediately frowned and asked, How can you talk like that, kid? Why am I dissatisfied? I just came to ask Captain Lou about the situation. Frank doesn't indulge the other party either. If it was Philip who came, he might have spoken to the other party in a nice tone. After all, the household contract responsibility system has not been implemented yet, and he is still a member of Shujia Village. There will be many opportunities for Philip to be of use in the future. But if Fatty Chui, a fence-sitter who changes his stance according to the situation, were to give the other party a nice treat, he would really not be able to continue living in Shujia Village. If you want to know the situation, then ask about the situation. Why would I overturn the socialist table? This policy was decided by the country and the people, not by me, Frank. Also, I have a note of leave approved by our brigade secretary. I don't have to go to the fields during this period. But in order for our production team to catch up with other production teams, I went to the fields the next day after returning to the village. There's nothing wrong with your eyes. You should have seen me at that time, right? Fatty Chui's face turned red and his neck clenched into fists. Frank, how can you talk to me like that? In front of Captain Lou, who are you calling inappropriate eyes? Frank sneered, Uncle Chui, don't make a fuss here. If you're not convinced, go and complain to the party branch secretary or the commune secretary. It's up to you, but please don't flatter me all the time. I, Frank, am a poor peasant for 3 generations. I am devoted to the people and resolutely implement the national policies. I am worthy of anyone. Fatty Chui clenched his teeth, although I felt very upset, but I couldn't utter a word for a while. Lu Dezhu frowned and finally said, Frank, I know you are an advanced member of our commune, but you are a member of our second team. Before you do anything, shouldn't you tell me? Frank nodded and said, Yes, I should have told you, but I didn't expect to run into Secretary Du when I went to the commune to pull coal yesterday. Chapter 47, Tofu in Brine. I heard these 3 words, Secretary Du. The expressions on Lu Dazui and Fatty Chui's faces changed instantly. Frank in disbelief. Lu Daju's expression also changed. He asked tentatively, Frank, you just mentioned Secretary Du, what's going on? Frank leaned against the shelf and smiled. When I was pulling carbon, I happened to see Secretary Du and Secretary Chung eating in the cafeteria together. He asked me why the sales outlet hadn't been opened yet. I said I had just returned to the village. And then Secretary Chung personally took me to the supply and marketing cooperative to handle the relevant procedures and asked me to solve the problem of our Shujia village members having difficulty buying things as soon as possible. Lu Daju was stunned. Fatty Chui's lips couldn't help but tremble. He asked in a low voice with an uneasy look on his face, Frank, so this agency was specially approved by Secretary Du and Secretary Chung to be opened by you? Frank nodded. Fatty Chui and Lu Daju looked at each other. Lu Daju knew it clearly. At the moment, let alone Du Yu Wei, even if he offended the man named Chung, he would not have a good ending. Not only will he not be able to become the team leader, but he might even implicate his uncle, the village party secretary. When Frank saw the change in the expressions on the 2 men's faces, he turned around, picked up the bowl that had just been placed on the table, and asked Lu Daju and Fatty Chui, while eating noodles, Captain, Uncle Chui, do you think I should go to Secretary Du about this matter and tell him that our second team is short of labor and ask him to remove this agency and let you run it? Fatty Chui's heart beat faster. He took a breath. He waved his hands at Frank and said, "Frank, we were just joking with you. Ha! How can we stop you from opening this sales outlet?" Lu Daju also hurriedly smiled and said, "That's right. If you open a sales outlet in our brigade, it will definitely be much more convenient for members of several production teams in our village to come and buy things." "That's right. It's getting late. You should be busy now. If you have time, go and take a look at the fields." After leaving these words, Lu Dazui and Fatty Chui turned around and left in shame. Li Jiangguo and Stella witnessed everything that happened from behind. The old couple were originally worried about Frank. Unexpectedly, Frank solved the problem so quickly. Although Lu Dazui was only the production team leader of their second team, when he was working in the fields, he would scold these old people who were not very good at work as harshly as he could. But now, it seems that the old saying is true. Brine and tofu, there is always something to conquer something else. But, besides being shocked, Stella still felt a little uneasy. She came up to Frank and asked him quietly, "Frank, won't this be troublesome?" Frank waved his hand and smiled. "How big of a problem can this be? Don't worry, Mom. Just run this agency well after you're done. I'll take care of the rest." Hearing my son say this, the old couple's eyes were filled with tears of excitement again. After dinner, Frank found a piece of wood outside, wrote a few words to Jayakan Sales Agency with a brush, and hung it on the door. "Everything is done." Frank then staggered to the field. Peng Wu, Pai Yongliang, and others were beaten up by Frank. Although some of them were not convinced, they could not get angry because of Frank's methods, and they dared not to be lazy like before. They completed the task assigned by Lu Daju quite quickly. The only problem is that the work is a bit too rough. For these young people coming from the city, working in the fields is unfamiliar. Frank went to the field and took a look. After discovering the problem, he did not scold them like the other production team leaders did. Instead, he took the hoe from Peng Wu with a smile, and then said to them bluntly, "Although you are working very fast now, the quality has not improved. Look, even though all the corn roots have been dug out, you haven't removed the soil from the roots. If you leave it in the ground like this, when you're done, you won't be able to burn all the corn roots." As Frank spoke, he raised the hoe in his hand and hit the corn roots on the ground that had not been knocked off the soil. After just 2 or 3 gentle hits, all the soil on the corn roots was knocked away, leaving only the roots. After smashing the wood, Frank said with a smile, "Look, isn't it much cleaner now? Let it dry in the sun for a few days, then put it together and light it on fire, and it will be the best fertilizer." Feng Yuanan looked at it carefully. After Frank finished speaking, she imitated Frank and started smashing things. However, after hitting it 5 or 6 times, the soil on the corn roots was not knocked clean, but became more and more solid. "Team leader, why can't this be smashed down?" Frank was watching nearby. Seeing Feng Yuanan asking, Frank explained carefully, "In fact, this work is the same as life. If you don't know how to take shortcuts and just rely on brute force, it will become more and more difficult. If you want to knock all the soil off the corn roots, you must first turn the corn roots over. You can't knock directly on the roots, but you have to knock on the stalks." As he spoke, Frank picked up a corn root with the hoe and turned it over. Then he turned the hoe over and used the back of the hoe to hit the stalk left by the corn root. Bang! With just one blow, the corn roots were smashed open. The soil above also fell off. Hearing what Frank said just now, Feng Yuanan felt more and more that this young man, Frank, was different from everyone else in the village. Every word he said was full of rich philosophy. As for the other people, most of them were also infected by Frank. Bao Lacun said with a smile, "After all, he is the team leader. You can see that he works differently from the rest of us." Frank had nothing else to do now. Besides, he knew that now that he had suddenly become rich, there were hundreds of households in the village and countless people were secretly watching him. Now the village has not yet implemented the policy of contracting production to households, and everything is done according to the previous collective commune model. He can't leave any handle for some red-eyed monsters in the village. So, the next few days, Frank led a few educated youth and completed the task assigned by Lu Daju one day ahead of schedule. After Lu Daju finished the examination, he began to admire Frank from the bottom of his heart. He also didn't expect that this boy could actually control these educated youth so well. If it were in the past, it would be strange if these few people could finish this piece of land in less than 10 days or half a month. Just as a few people were greeting each other, unexpectedly, Paul's call came from the ground. "Daju, stop talking nonsense. The party secretary has notified each production team leader and cashier to go to the brigade branch. Chapter 48, Deputy Secretary Zhou. Lu Daju was curious, so he touched the back of his head and asked, Uncle Jia, why are you in such a hurry to go to the brigade branch? Paul said, Hey, our commune has a new deputy secretary. Come and check on our work. Hurry up and pack your things and come with Lao Chui. After Paul finished speaking, he turned around and hurried towards several other production teams. Frank was not very interested in this matter. Anyway, as long as the production team was still there, he couldn't do anything else. The work in the fields has come to a temporary halt. After chatting for a while with Peng Wu and others, Frank put his hands behind his back and headed towards the alfalfa field in the back mountain. Kevin and Li Jiangguo have been busy chopping wood these days, preparing the beams and rafters for building a house. When Frank arrived at the alfalfa field, Kevin was trimming the wood with an axe. Li Jiangguo hunched over and moved the wooden rafters to the side one by one. The two saw Frank coming. Kevin beside him, Uncle, Frank is here. Let's sit down and have a cigarette and take a break. Kevin dropped the axe in his hand, picked up the thermos, and refilled his teacup with hot water. Frank stepped forward, took out cigarettes, and offered them to Kevin and Li Jiangguo. The three of them sat on the beams nearby. Kevin took a puff of his cigarette and asked Frank, when we renovate the house this time, are you going to use thatch or tiles for the roof? Frank glanced at his own thatched huts at the end of the village, smiled and said, Let's just use tiles. The thatch needs to be repaired every now and then. My father is old, and I don't know how to do it. Kevin nodded and said, Yes, I think so too. In the next few days, while the farm work has not yet started, let's go to the next village and bring back some tiles. Frank nodded and said, Okay, but I'll have to trouble my second uncle again. Kevin grinned and said, What's the trouble? The tractor is idle now anyway, so why not take advantage of this opportunity? Li Jiangguo then reminded in a low voice, Uncle, you have to be careful too. Ever since Frank opened a sales outlet in the village, there's been a lot of gossip in the village. I'm just afraid that someone will come and tell us to adopt capitalism and undermine socialism. Kevin was bolder than Li Jiangguo. He waved his hand and said, It's okay. I've told you so many times that Frank has a very good relationship with Secretary Du of the commune. Li Jiangguo sighed and said, You have to be careful. The three people were talking. Kevin suddenly frowned. Then he pointed in the direction of Frank's house and said to Li Jiangguo, Hey, you two, take a look. Are they going to your house? Frank stood up. Then he saw Philip leading dozens of people into his yard. See the situation. Frank suddenly felt uneasy. Just now, Lu Dazui said that the deputy secretary of the commune came to the village to inspect the work. Why'd he come to their house now? Is that possible? Does the person coming know him? Li Jiangguo's face was already pale. Over the years, he had witnessed too many people being bullied. Over the past few decades, he has not been keeping a low profile, but has directly cut off his tail. Now Frank and his family are gradually living a good life, but he didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen before their good life lasted for just a few days. Besides feeling uneasy, Li Jiangguo's lips trembled as he asked Frank, what should we do? Tell me, can anything good happen if these people go home? Frank knew clearly that no matter whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, since people had already found his home, he had to face it. But for safety's sake, he still said to Kevin, Second uncle, you and my father are busy here first. I will go back and take a look. Frank just stood up when he was grabbed by Li Jiangguo, although he was afraid in his heart. But he knew that he was still the head of the family. Besides, he is already old. If the other party really comes to cause trouble for them, the worst that can happen is that he will give his life to the other party. But Frank is different. This child is still young. Besides, I just had a daughter. If I were caught by these people, what would be the outcome? Frank, I'd better go back. You stay here and watch over it with your uncle. If there's a commotion in the yard, you just take the money and run. Kevin said with a straight face. Why are you running? Where can you run to now? Well, stop arguing the two of you. In my opinion, let Frank go back. Frank is young and smart, and he has a good relationship with Secretary Du of the commune. Even if the sky falls, he is better than an old man like you. Frank also smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. I think I've seen the person next to Philip somewhere before. He might be here to bring condolences to our family. Benjamin asked tentatively, Frank, is everything you said true? Frank laughed heartily to reassure Benjamin. Dad, don't worry. How can I make fun of you for such a big thing? As he spoke, Frank started walking towards home. From the alfalfa field on the back mountain to Frank's house at the end of the village is only about 700 or 800 meters. So in less than 10 minutes, Frank arrived at his front door. At this time, the team leaders and cashiers of several production teams in the village were all standing in the yard. The village branch secretary Philip, Paul, and accountant Fong accompanied the new deputy secretary to the room where Eve was. The leaders of the production teams in the yard saw Frank coming back. Lu Daju took the lead and walked up to Frank. "Frank, you're finally back. Come in quickly. Your brother is here to see you." Frank was visibly stunned. "Brother? Where the hell do I have any brothers?" Before he could even open his mouth to ask, he heard Eve in the room hurriedly say, "Secretary Zhou? Secretary Zhou, you can't give money to the children. The commune and the people have already given us great care, you." Then it was Marlon's voice. "Sister-in-law, please don't say that. Although I am the deputy secretary of the commune, I am still the brother of Brother Frank. I came to the brigade today to inspect the work. I just stopped by to see you. This is the first time I meet the child. As an uncle, shouldn't I give the child $1? Frank's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but clench his fists. I thought to myself, "You son of a bitch, this is quite an acting skill. They framed me before, and when I was leaving the county, they brought a few hooligans to stop me on the road. I didn't expect that now. You would put on sheepskin and come to my house." In fact, what Frank didn't know was that after Marlon arrived at Anyang Commune 2 days ago, he met with the cadres of the commune on the first day, had a drink together, and got to know each other. Chapter 49, Self-Inflicted Pain. The second day in Anyang Commune. Marlon couldn't wait to start inquiring about Frank's current situation in private. When he learned from Du Yuwei how outstanding Frank was and how much care the commune's leading cadres took towards Frank in a big way yet. Before coming here, Zhou Jiqiang repeatedly told him to establish good relations with the leaders of the commune, especially Du Yuwei. And from the joyful expression on Du Yuwei's face when he talked about Frank, Marlon could conclude that Frank must have a good relationship with Du Yuwei and others. Now it's up to Frank to fix it himself. This will definitely offend Du Yuwei invisibly. So, he has to wait. After thoroughly understanding Frank's current situation, he caught Frank's weakness and delivered a fatal blow. Only in this way can he ensure that he will not be involved in this matter and get rid of Frank, the biggest threat to him. While Frank was thinking, Marlon in the room asked with a smile, "By the way, sister-in-law, why is Frank not at home?" At this time, Philip came to the door and was about to raise his voice to ask Lu Daju a question, but as soon as he went out, he saw Frank standing in the yard. "See the situation?" Philip shouted quickly. "Frank, what are you still doing standing outside? There are guests at home." Frank had gradually calmed down by now. "Marlon, you want to play with me, right? Well, then I'll play with you. I made up my mind." Frank adjusted his mood. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he quickly walked to the door. "Secretary Zhou, why didn't you say hello in advance when you came to my house?" As he said that, Frank came forward with a warm look on his face and shook Marlon's hand excitedly. Marlon was also stunned. I thought to myself, this seems to be different from the scene I imagined of meeting Frank. What he had done to Frank before, when Frank saw him, even if he didn't mock him, he would definitely watch from the sidelines. But now, this kid actually shook hands with me so enthusiastically, and even showed an expression that they regretted not meeting each other earlier. What the hell is going on here? Just when Marlon didn't know how to respond, Frank took Marlon's hand, and the two of them sat on the chairs next to each other, just like brothers. "Secretary Zhou, I want to thank the country, the people, and the leaders of our commune. If you hadn't cared about me so much, how could I have lived such a good life now?" Marlon's mouth twitched slightly. He managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Okay, as long as the life is good." Frank seemed to be in tears. He stood up and was busy making tea for Marlon. "Secretary Zhou, please sit down first. I'll make you some tea." Frank then shouted to Stella, "Mom, this is Secretary Zhou's first visit to our house. Go see if we have any flour left. If we do, let Secretary Zhou have dinner at our house today." Stella glanced at the dozens of people outside the door. With an awkward expression, he said, We only have 3 or 2 kilograms of flour left. It's not enough." The words haven't been finished yet. Philip quickly turned around and said to Paul next to him, "Old Ja, what are you still standing there for?" Paul immediately understood Philip's thoughts and nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." When leaving, Paul said to Stella with a smile on his face, "Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I will bring you a bag of flour." Until now, Marlon finally understood why Frank was so enthusiastic about him. Damn it, Isn't it obvious that he is still planning to take advantage of him to gain benefits in the village? Think about this clearly. Marlin felt even more uncomfortable. But now, he had no choice but to continue acting here with Frank, who made him not prepare well enough before coming. If he had known that the village cadres were still unaware of Frank's severance of relations with the Zhou family, he would not have shown his concern for Frank's family in front of everyone like he did just now. You still want to rely on me for food? Are you dreaming? Marlin thought to himself, then stood up and shouted at Paul with a smile. Secretary Jia, wait a moment. Paul stopped and asked Marlin respectfully, Secretary Zhou, do you have any other instructions? Marlin stepped forward and asked Paul with a smile. Tell me first, where are you going to bring the flour? This is a planned economy. You can't make mistakes. How could Paul know what was in Marlin's mind? Just now it was a scene of deep brotherly love. He saw it clearly. Seeing Marlin asking him this, Paul thought quickly and said with a smile, Secretary Zhou, you don't know that our Frank is a great contributor to our brigade, our commune, and even our Pingshan County. The County Revolutionary Committee has given out rewards before. When you come back, take a look. Our commune has also opened a sales outlet for Frank's family. Until now, the team has not given any rewards. Seeing that Paul was about to steal the credit from him, Philip stepped forward and interrupted Paul, saying to Marlin with a smile on his face, That's right. After discussion, our brigade branch decided to reward Frank with a bag of flour and some supply tickets. The supply tickets are available in the village, but the white flour still needs to be dried and ground in a flour, so it has been delayed until now and has not been delivered to Frank. You happen to be here today, and it happened to be right in front of you. Later, you will present this bag of flour to Comrade Frank as a reward on behalf of our brigade branch. Marlin felt like a thorn in his side. With his mouth half open, he couldn't utter a word. Frank, who was standing nearby, saw the frustrated look on Marlin's face and felt secretly happy. I thought to myself, with all the skills you have, you still dare to come here and play with me? I was originally planning to wait 2 years and then kill you when the crackdown begins. But now, since my rebirth has changed the trajectory of your life, I'm going to disgust you to death here. Secretary Zhou, if you can give me this bag of flour as a reward today, it will be the greatest honor for our family. At this time, Deputy Secretary Cheng Dafa, who was traveling with us, spoke up and said with a smile, Comrade Frank, look at what you said. Now everyone knows the relationship between you two brothers. And our Deputy Secretary Zhou just said that he came here specifically to visit you. I think even without you saying anything, Deputy Secretary Zhou would have stayed and distributed the gifts to you on behalf of our country and people. Marlin never thought that things would turn out like this. Privately, he could keep Frank under his feet. But now, in front of so many people, he can't go back on his word, right? Chapter 50 being trampled. While everyone was greeting Marlin, Paul had already turned around and took Lu Dezhu to carry flour to the production team's warehouse. Marlin could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. But he was waiting. He fixed his eyes on Frank and whispered to him, Brother, can you come out with me? Frank readily agreed. He also wanted to see what tricks this little bastard could play on him. After the two of them went out, Philip was about to catch up, but was stopped by Marlin. Secretary Su, you, and Secretary Cheng wait here for a while, and the two of us brothers will go out for a walk. Philip looked embarrassed, smiled, and nodded. Marlin and Frank walked out of the door and saw that there was no one around. Marlin spoke up, Not bad, I didn't expect you to be so popular in the village. Frank also put away the smile on his face and looked at Marlin. Tell me, what are you doing here? Marlin said with a hint of pride. I just want to show you that you will always be under my feet in this life. Frank had no expression on his face and just nodded slightly. Marlin clenched his fists and asked, What's your reaction? Frank asked, How do you want me to react? Should I kneel down and beg for mercy? Or should I just fight you? Marlin casually pulled out a large front door from his trouser pocket, lit it, and took a puff. If you can really kneel down and beg for mercy, I might be able to let you continue to live such a good life in the village. Frank had seen some murderous intent in Marlin's eyes just now. It seems, Reborn, it's not just your home that's changed. Even his Zhou family and most of the people who had contact with him changed accordingly. But one thing is certain. Given his current status and position, he will not affect the direction of major policies. Secretary Zhou, we have already said what we should have said before, and I have already promised you what I should have promised. Don't worry, I will never have anything to do with the Zhou family again in my life. Besides, as you can see, I am just an ordinary citizen now. I just want to live an ordinary life in the village with my wife and children. Marlon sneered at this time and glanced in the direction of the county town. Frank, although you think so, the problem is that some people don't think so. Frank heard the hidden meaning in Marlon's words. He asked back, does this have anything to do with me? Marlon said as a matter of course. Of course it matters. If one day they forgive you and come after you again, I don't believe you can keep your promise. Frank asked, what do you mean? Marlon flicked off the ash from his cigarette and said to Frank word by word, it's very simple. Just stay in Shuja village and don't leave the village for the next 2 years. Then I can let you go for the time being. Marlon said this. In fact, I know it clearly in my heart. Not to mention 2 years. Just give yourself half a year. He could find a way to make Frank disappear from this world completely. To put it bluntly, the reason why Frank is given a 2-year deadline is just a delaying tactic. He had to let Frank let down his guard first. Only then could he come up with a more perfect plan. Frank smiled faintly and asked, is that the only condition? Marlon nodded. Yes, that's the condition. Frank said bluntly, okay, I promise you, I will never leave the village in the next 2 years. Just at this time, Lu Dezhu came over carrying a bag of noodles. I'm coming, Secretary Zhou. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Let's go in first. Paul trotted over to Marlon first and invited him in with a smile on his face. Frank's expression immediately changed. He smiled enthusiastically at Marlon and said, Secretary Zhou, let's go. After returning to the yard, under the gaze of everyone, Marlon gave a brief speech consisting of many words of thanks. After finishing speaking, Marlon patted Frank on the shoulder and said earnestly, brother, although I am the deputy secretary of our commune and you are a villager of Shuja village, our essence is the same. We are all serving the people. It's getting late. I won't stay for dinner today. I'll definitely come back to visit you in a few days when I have sorted out my work. Frank held Marlon's hand tightly and said, in that case, I won't keep you here. You can go back first. Marlon nodded and turned to walk out. Philip and others naturally followed. Soon, the yard became quiet. Frank carried a full bag of flour to the kitchen. When he arrived at Eve's room, Eve and Stella looked at Frank in confusion. Honey, what's going on? Isn't Marlon on good terms with you? Why is he so kind to come visit us today? Frank sat on the Kong, holding his daughter in his arms. Looking at her fair face, he laughed and said, what good intentions can a weasel have when paying New Year's greetings to a chicken? But don't worry, he is in a difficult situation now. Eve was even more confused. She licked her dry lips and asked, husband, why are you talking so vaguely? Tell us now. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for him to come to our house? Frank turned his head, stared at Eve, and said word by word, of course it's a good thing. Stella's heart was finally at ease. She nodded and smiled. I think it's a good thing. If nothing else, the bag of flour the captain just brought over weighed a full 130 to 140 kilograms. In previous years, our family couldn't get this much flour in a year. What Stella said was not an exaggeration at all. In the past, their family could only get about 100 kilograms of wheat a year at most, and the rest was mostly corn and potatoes. The wheat is ground into flour and used to eat noodles during festivals or as filling for dumplings. Usually, cornmeal and potatoes are the staple food. It's not like today, where we eat white flour for every meal. Frank had not finished eating the white flour he brought home a few days ago, and now the team had sent so much more. This amount of white flour would be enough for them to eat for a month, even if they ate noodles every day. Certainly, although life at home is better now, Stella knows that she still needs to be frugal. In the alfalfa field on the back mountain, Kevin and Li Jiangguo saw that everyone had left, so they quickly put down their work and rushed back home. The two just rushed in from the room. Li Jiangguo couldn't wait to ask, what's going on? Is everything okay? Frank smiled and put the child who had just fallen asleep on the Kong, saying, what could possibly happen? Haha, don't worry. Dad, you and Uncle Tu go wash your hands. My mom has gone to the kitchen to cook. Let's eat together later. Chapter 51, Full Moon Wine. Kevin and Li Jiangguo were both confused, but seeing the bright smiles on the faces of Frank, Stella, and others, they were basically certain that what Frank said was true. It seems. It's really okay now? Sitting on the threshold, Kevin asked carefully about what had just happened. Frank said it lightly. Eve also showed a faint smile on her face and told Kevin and Li Jiangguo that the team had given them a bag of flour today. The two elderly people finally put their worries to rest. However, Frank knew that with Marlon coming to Anyang Commune, the trajectory of his life would definitely change dramatically. At present, As long as the policy of contracting output to households is not implemented, I must learn to be patient first. The people do not fight against the officials. This is the experience summed up by the ancients. This is true no matter what era it is. The next period of time, when Frank had free time, he would go to the alfalfa field behind the mountain to build houses. When he had free time, he would work in the fields with a few educated youth. Although there haven't been many changes compared to before, the situation at home has undergone earth-shaking changes. Nothing else to say. While other villagers were still eating wild vegetable dumplings for every meal, their family at least achieved freedom from white flour. Unconsciously, little Lee Si-Hui has reached her 1-month-old. Whether in the city or in the countryside, a banquet must be held when a child reaches the full moon. Frank started preparing 2 days in advance. You don't have to go to the commune to buy cigarettes, alcohol, candy, melon seeds, and other things. After all, his family has opened a sales outlet, and you can get them directly in his own store. But other vegetables and the like still have to be purchased at the commune. Although the beginning of spring has passed now, but the vegetables in my own fields have not been planted yet, let alone holding a wedding banquet. Frank and Marlin, Lou Daswi specially approved 3 days of leave for Frank after he learned that Lee Si-Hui was planning to hold a full-month banquet. 2 days before the wedding banquet, Frank asked Kevin to take some time off and drive his tractor to the county town. After buying the ingredients for making the 8 great bowls, Frank found the film projectionist Li Hosheng in the commune on his way back to Shujia village. The plan was to have Li Hosheng show 2 movies for the villagers in the open space in front of his house on the night of the full moon banquet. Li Hosheng took $4 from Frank and agreed solemnly. After leaving Li Hosheng's house, Kevin looked unhappy. Seeing this, Frank handed Kevin a cigarette and asked, "Uncle, what's wrong with you? You look a little unhappy." Kevin turned his head and glanced towards the front door of Li Hosheng's house. Without saying a word, after lighting the cigarette, he walked toward the tractor and said to Frank, "I'll tell you later." Frank was curious. He thought that in his previous life, he had never heard of any grudge between Kevin and Li Hosheng. But this Li Hosheng is not a good person either. Relying on his identity as a film projectionist, it is said that he is mothers-in-law in several brigades in Anyang Commune. Not very tall, but he married the daughter of Lao Lu's family in the commune street. Only 20 years later, in the end, the girl was unable to stay with Empress Li for life and ran away with someone else. Frank and Kevin came to the tractor, and they both held the handle and turned it hard. Boom, boom, boom. Wait until the tractor starts. Kevin sat in the driver's seat, and Frank sat on the toolbox next to the driver's seat. After driving the tractor several dozen meters away, Kevin said to Frank, "Frank, I'm telling you this. Don't tell anyone about it when you get out." Frank nodded. Kevin sighed and said in a seemingly harsh tone, "Do you still remember my sister, your aunt?" Frank nodded. "Of course I remember. Didn't she marry the Mopen Brigade?" Mopen Brigade is also one of the brigades under the jurisdiction of Anyang Commune. Kevin said, "Well, she has a daughter. You should remember her, right?" Frank smiled and said, "Of course I remember. Didn't I often come to your house to play in the past few years? I remember her name was Lotus, right?" Kevin held the tractor steering wheel with one hand and slammed his left hand hard on the shelf next to him. "Yes, it's Lotus. What good girl. I didn't expect that last fall. She was dragged into the cornfield and raped by that bastard Li Hosheng." Frank was stunned. Until now. Only then did he remember that in his previous life, Kevin and Li Hosheng had a fight in the village, but it seemed that it was in 1982. At that time, he had completely broken off with his family. But later he heard that Kevin and Li Hosheng had a fight, apparently because of someone's death, but he didn't ask much about who it was at the time. It seems now, the reason for the fight should be related to the Lotus. "Uncle, how was this handled in the end?" Frank asked. Kevin gritted his teeth and said, "What else can I do? After the Lotus was destroyed, your aunt came to me, and I went with her family to find that beast to argue with him, but he refused to admit it. Finally, when he saw that we were planning to call the police, he gave in and paid 50 yuan in compensation." Frank was silent for a few seconds, then continued to ask Kevin, "Why don't you let Manhwa marry Li Hosheng?" Kevin cursed. "This bastard is already married, and his baby can already walk. How can Lotus marry him?" Frank was silent again. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, Frank continued to ask, "Where is Lotus Girl going now?" Kevin choked up with tears in his eyes and said, "Where else can I go?" This incident caused a lot of uproar in Mopen village at that time. No one in the village would want me anymore. "A few days ago, your aunt sent someone to bring me a letter saying that she had found a new owner for Lotus. It was Ma Kai-wan, a butcher from the Qianling Brigade. Hear this. Frank's previous doubts were completely resolved. He could guess what would happen next with his heels. He had seen this horse butcher once before when he was at the market in the commune. He was about 47 or 48 years old, with a big beard and a strong build. He was drunk and was making a scene on the street. Li Jianguo pulled Frank and cursed Kevin Ma in front of Frank after they walked away. You can imagine, if Miss Lianhua really marries such a man, will her life be easy in the future? In fact, in the previous life, the situation regarding Lotus was exactly what Frank thought. Originally, Lianhua was only 19 years old, which was a huge age difference between her and Ma Kevin. When the girl got married, her heart was full of grievances. As a result, after marrying Ma Kevin, when Lotus entered the bridal chamber that night, she did not see any blood, and Ma Kevin became angry. Since then, Ma Kevin encounters something unpleasant. He will beat and kick Lianhua. 1 week before the fight between Kevin and Li Hosheng in 1982, that Lianhua could not bear the humiliation and jumped into a well to commit suicide. Chapter 52. Hire a nanny. After knowing this situation, Kevin vented his anger on Li Hosheng. After sorting out my thoughts, Frank suddenly seemed a little excited and said to Kevin, "Uncle, you must tell my aunt not to let Lianhua marry Ma Kevin. You and I both know exactly what kind of person Kevin Ma is. If Lianhua marries a man like him, the rest of her life will be completely ruined." Kevin frowned and said helplessly, "I know what you said, but the problem is, if she doesn't marry Kevin Ma, who else will want her? Now we can find an older woman for Lotus. Even if she is discovered, this old man and young wife can still make ends meet." In fact, it's no wonder that Kevin and Lotus family are so cruel. The key point is that the overall environment in rural areas is different in this era, especially women. We attach great importance to this aspect. However, as a reborn person, Frank knew clearly that the spring breeze of reform and opening up was coming. The level of science and technology continues to improve. People's ideology and consciousness will also undergo earth-shaking changes. By then, I believe Lotus will definitely meet her true love. But right now that he knew about this, he had to do everything he could to prevent this tragedy from happening. Although he is not a kind-hearted person, but humans have human nature. Uncle, don't think like that. Kevin Ma has a bad temper, but I think you should be a good person. Besides, if I remember correctly, Sister Lianhua is only 19 years old this year, right? I heard that Kevin Ma is already 48 or 49 years old this year. There's a 30-year age difference between the two of them. Now you want Lianhua to marry him. To be cruel, you might as well crush Lianhua to death. Kevin felt like he was punched in the chest. He slowed down the car. Turning his head to look at Frank, he said, "So, what do you think we should do about this?" Frank looked at Kevin seriously and asked word by word, "Uncle, I'm going to ask you a question now. Do you believe me?" Kevin nodded and said, "Look at what you said, kid. If I don't believe you, who else can I believe? You are now a capable person in our village." Frank smiled bitterly. "Uncle, please stop teasing me. If you really believe me, you should take some time out these 2 days to go to your aunt's house and stop Sister Lianhua from marrying Ma Kevin, no matter what method you use." Kevin looked embarrassed, even though he was Lotus' uncle. But he knew a lot about the situation of the Lianhua family. Like their family, there are many children and life is hard. Often, there is no food for the next meal after the previous one. Lianhua, as a girl, could not earn many work points by working in the fields. In addition, now that this incident has happened, the little girl locks herself in a room every day, not going out the front door or the back door. Kevin sighed and told the story of the Lotus family. Frank thought about it, and then he said to Kevin, "Uncle, do you think this will work? You know the situation of my family now. My father and mother can't help much with the supply and marketing point. Eve is still busy taking care of the business at the supply and marketing point, even though she hasn't even finished her confinement. Besides, my mistress next door has also been ill recently and needs someone to take care of her. Go to my aunt's house and tell her. Then you and my aunt can go to Mopen Brigade and find a brigade secretary. Ask for half a year's sick leave for Lianhua. Then bring Lianhua to my house. Help take care of the kids, cook meals, etc. Of course, I won't let her work at home for nothing. I will pay her $5 a month." Kevin's scalp tingled when he heard this. Frank in disbelief. Frank asked curiously, "Uncle, why are you looking at me like that?" Kevin said, "You kid, your ideological awareness hasn't improved, so why are you regressing? Do you know that if you do this, isn't it obvious that you're taking the path of capitalism? Now that everyone is equal, you still dare to spend money to hire farmhands. Have you forgotten the criticism of landlords a few years ago? Frank smiled and said to Kevin, Uncle, you are worrying too much. If you don't tell me about this matter, who would know? Besides, I think my aunt and Miss Lotus are even less likely to tell this kind of thing to others, right? Besides, some areas in the South have already started to implement the household contract responsibility system, so it should be implemented soon here as well. When the big group disbands, everyone will look after themselves. Who will care about these things? At this point, Frank took another puff of his cigarette, paused for a few seconds, and continued to Kevin. Also, I heard that in some areas of the South, villagers can go out to work. According to your theory, does that mean that all these people are taking the capitalist road? As long as we can stop this matter right now, and then gradually untie the knot in Sister Lianhua's heart, let her face her previous misfortune, forget the past, and move towards a brand new future, isn't this also a good deed for you and me? Kevin's mouth was half open. Frank blankly. The tractor was still moving forward. Frank looked ahead and hurriedly shouted to Kevin, Uncle, be careful. Kevin suddenly realized what was going on, quickly came to his senses, looked straight ahead, and quickly turned the steering wheel. After breaking out in a cold sweat, Kevin asked tentatively, will this work? Frank smiled and said, why not? Or are you worried that our family can't support a big living person? Kevin smacked his lips, thought for a while, and whispered, okay, in that case, after the full moon banquet is over, I'll go to your aunt's house to talk. But the $5 a month you just mentioned is a bit too much. Frank waved his hand and smiled. Not much. What's the big deal with this little money? Kevin shook his head. No, that's absolutely not possible. If you give me $5, I won't agree to it. Your money didn't come from the wind. It's fine if you provide food, drink, and accommodation, but you also give me $5 a month. If you do this, I will be sorry to your father and mother. Okay, I'll make the decision. If you really want to pay me, just give me $2 a month. Seeing Kevin's determined look, Frank nodded and said with a smile, okay, I'll listen to you. $2 is $2. Also, I have something else I want to ask you. Kevin smiled and said, what else do you want? Frank whispered, what do you think about letting Guoqiang be the projectionist? Kevin was startled this time and stepped on the brakes. Fortunately, Frank was young and had quick reactions. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off the tractor. After finally sitting firmly, Frank said hurriedly, Uncle, don't get excited. If I get thrown out, I'll die here today. Chapter 53, Planning for the Future. Kevin was also startled. He asked with concern, are you okay? Frank smiled bitterly and said, fortunately, I am young and quick to react. No, I better go sit in the carriage. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. Kevin's face turned red. Full of embarrassment, he said, This incident, wasn't it my fault? No wonder Kevin is shocked by this era. The film projectionist is one of the 8 major members of the commune. On the surface, projectionists do not belong to the commune management industry. To put more bluntly, the other party is just a movie projectionist. But the times are different. At that time, televisions were still becoming popular in the northern region. In addition, the movement to destroy the 4 olds in the past few years also suppressed local opera quite severely. Under such circumstances, film, a new art form, naturally came into the sight of the general public. Invisibly, it has become the spiritual food of farmers in remote areas and the only special way for these people to access the outside world. Secondly, scarcity makes things valuable. There were more than a dozen brigades and hundreds of production teams in Anyang Commune, but there was only one film projectionist, Li Hosheng. Usually each brigade can only show movies 3 or 2 times a year. And every time, when it was almost time for the film to be shown, if a leader from above came down to inspect, the projectionist would go to the auditorium of the commune to show the film for the leader. Certainly, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is income. The projectionist received 32 yuan from the commune's collective account every month, which was a few yuan higher than that of an ordinary rural teacher. 2 years ago, as the policy gradually relaxed, projectionists were allowed to take private jobs. If a wealthy family had a wedding, for example, Frank's family invited Li Hosheng to show movies, and the fee for each movie was $4. Usually, when invited to an event, they would not just show one film, but usually start with 2 films. So that's the calculation. In just one night, you can earn at least $8. Including his own salary, the projectionist's monthly income is now at least 100 or 80 yuan. Kevin knew in his heart that if his eldest son could become a projectionist, then their family would be extremely proud. Until then, the eldest son will not have to worry about finding a wife, and their family will be able to live a good life. After the two of them sat on the tractor and talked for a few words, they confirmed that Frank was not injured. Kevin quickly withdrew his thoughts and asked Frank, Frank, you just said that you want Guiqiang to be the projectionist. Is this possible? Frank also calmed down at this time. He handed Kevin a cigarette and they both lit it. After taking a sip, Frank said to Kevin, Uncle, everything depends on human effort. Don't worry about it. I'll help you find a solution. Kevin's eyes welled up with tears. He stretched out his fist, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with a sob, Frank, if Guiqiang can really become a projectionist, I, Kevin, will be happy to hand over my life to you. Frank smiled and said, Uncle, please don't say that. There is one more thing you have to listen to me about this. Kevin asked, what else? Frank looked at Kevin seriously and said, Second uncle, Guofu, Goen, and Guoping are not in school right now, and Guoli is also old enough to go to school. Our brigade school will open in a few days. Then you can find a way to get all the children to school. Kevin smacked his lips, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then sighed helplessly. I know this too. Your 4 cousins in front are all boys, and Guoli is a girl. Frank immediately interrupted Kevin and said, whether it's a boy or a girl, it's time to go to school. You have to go to school. You have to listen to me this time, no matter what. As for tuition fees, as long as Guiqiang can become a projectionist, I don't believe that his income, plus yours and my aunt's, can't support 4 students. Let's not talk about anything else. I think as long as my cousins work hard, you could train 4 college students. Then you'll be very proud in our Shujia village. Kevin nodded and said, Frank, I understand what you said. No matter what time it is, learning is always beneficial. Just like me, I went to night school a few years ago and learned a few words. I also like to borrow some newspapers and so on. In our village, I am considered to have some culture. That's why I became a tractor driver. Compared to other families in the village, our situation is still better. But if we can really let Guiqiang become a projectionist, I promise that the boys in my family and Guoli will go to school at that time. Frank nodded and said with a smile, Okay, in that case, let's settle this matter first. Let's go, Uncle. It's getting late. Let's go back first. Kevin was in no rush to start the tractor. Instead, he looked at Frank with tears in his eyes. Seeing Kevin staring at him like this, Frank asked curiously, Uncle, is there anything else? Kevin said tearfully, Frank, I won't say anything. Second uncle scolded you a lot before, but I didn't expect you didn't hate second uncle. Now you're still helping me in various ways. From now on, Frank quickly interrupted Kevin and said, Uncle, please don't say that. I was the bastard before and I deserve to be scolded. And you scolded me for my own good. How could I possibly hate you? Let's go home. I'll have to go to the village to hire some laborers after we get back. Kevin nodded, collected his thoughts, and jumped off the tractor with Frank again, picked up the handle, and cranked hard. Boom, boom, boom. When the tractor started to emit black smoke again, Frank and Kevin got on the tractor and headed towards the village. The news that Frank's family was holding a full-month banquet had spread throughout Shujia village. When Kevin and Frank arrived at the gate with their belongings, quite a few villagers had already gathered in the yard. Lu Dazui, with a cigarette in his mouth, sat on the steps with Fatty Chui, holding teacups in their hands. Seeing Frank and Kevin coming back, Lu Du hurried over to ask for credit and said to Frank with a smile, Frank, look, don't say that our captain doesn't care about your family's affairs. I gave him a day off this afternoon and recorded their work points so that they can come to help your family. Frank smiled and thanked him. Captain, thank you so much. Come on, have a cigarette first. Frank handed cigarettes to Lu Dazui and Fatty Chui, then turned around and greeted the villagers who were washing radishes, peeling onions and garlic, and cleaning the yard. Lu Dazui refilled his cigarette and grinned at Frank. Frank, where are the guests? I've taken a look and I've brought all the kitchen helpers here today, but you still need to invite the chef. There's also the butler and the guests, so you have to invite them all yourself. I don't dare to do it for you. Chapter 54, Repaying a Favor. This is the tradition in our village. Bring some cigarettes with you. By the way, let your second uncle accompany you. Let me know who you invited when you come back. When he comes to your house to help, it will be considered as working for our team. I will ask Lao Feng to record the work points. After Lu Dezhu finished speaking, he did not forget to move closer to Frank and said, but don't say anything nonsense in front of the leaders of our brigade. In a collective economy, the person with the most power in a brigade is undoubtedly the branch secretary. For the members of the production team, the one with the most power is naturally the captain. With just a few words, Liu Dazui showed vividly how much power he, the captain, had. Frank was no fool, and he quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Captain, I know the rules." Everyone moved the things from the tractor to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Stella was kneading dough with her second aunt and the wife of Wang Xiaoyong from the village, preparing to steam white flour buns. When Frank came in, second aunt quickly slapped her flour-covered hands into the basin a few times and then came closer to Frank. Uncle Kevin, aunt is also a kind-hearted person and has helped Frank's family a lot over the years. Frank, boy, why is the full moon banquet so big this time? Yesterday, I heard from your second uncle that you were planning to hold a big banquet, but I didn't expect you would do it this way. We are family, so I advise you to wait until tomorrow afternoon to invite the guests. The day after tomorrow is for business, and this way we can save 2 meals. You go and invite them this afternoon. The laborers will come tomorrow morning. You will be responsible for their meals at noon and in the afternoon. If it was just ordinary steamed bread and wild vegetable dumplings, it wouldn't be a big waste of food. But you're planning to feed the people who help you with noodles with sauce this afternoon, and you're also going to serve some cold dishes. Just these few meals alone will cost you at least $20. Frank smiled and said, "And it's okay. Invite them earlier, so we can have more fun, right? As for food, I've already prepared it. As for flour, I bought 2 big bags with my food coupons 2 days ago. Plus what our brigade gave us a few days ago, it's enough." Although Stella also felt that it was inappropriate for her son to do this. But then she changed her mind and realized that the villagers had helped the old couple a lot over the years. Especially after that brat Frank met his biological parents in the city, their family's life fell into a slump. When they ran out of food, if the Eastern family in the village hadn't given them a bowl of rice, and the Western family hadn't contributed 2 pounds of rice, they would have starved to death by now. Now the family situation has improved. Even if they don't work every day, they can bring in at least $1 or $2 of net income from selling goods on consignment basis. Frank went to the Commune Supply and Marketing Cooperative a few days ago and brought back a list saying that when the weather gets warmer, he will collect mountain products in the village, which will increase the family's income. Therefore, it is a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to hold a full month banquet for the child and treat the villagers to a good meal as a way of thanking the villagers for their kindness in the past years. His second aunt, let Frank take care of it. Sigh. Our family has troubled our fellow villagers over the years. Now that our family's life is a little better, we should take this opportunity to thank our fellow villagers. Second aunt sighed, returning to the wash basin. That's true. Afternoon. Frank, holding a cigarette, and Kevin started hiring people in the village. In addition to the manager and the workers, there are naturally several cadres from the brigade. Philip, Paul, accountant Fong, and director Zhu. Time came to the next day. It's just dawn. Stella got up from the Kong early, and when she saw that the dough in the basin had fermented, she pulled Li Jianguo up from the Kong as well. Hurry up, the dough is fermented. Let's wash our faces and go steam the buns. Li Jianguo is old after all. He is 12 years older than Stella. Stella is only 48 this year, but Li Jianguo is already 60. He lazily got out of bed, put on the new cotton-padded jacket he had made a few days ago, and took the pipe from the side without any hurry. Just as he was about to roll a cigarette, Stella glared at him unhappily. Look at you. You don't look like a farmer anymore. You look like a rich landlord. Li Jianguo chuckled and stretched out his hand. Stella rolled her eyes at Li Jianguo, but still handed the matches next to the pillow to Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo rolled a cigarette and took a puff. I'm a rich landlord. I remember you scolded me for not disciplining my son before the new year. Now look, there are 3 large basins full of flour on the Kong. Can you imagine such a life? Stella got dressed and lit the fire in the stove. Help Li Jianguo put the teacup on the stove, pour water in it, and then take out 2 fried dough cakes from the cupboard. Don't be so pretentious. Hurry up, finish your tea, and go steam the buns with me. I'm going to the kitchen to make 2 poached eggs for Eve. Li Jianguo hurriedly whispered. Cook 1 more. Stella scolded. You old mouth, you still want to eat poached eggs? Li Jianguo said, I don't deserve to eat, but you can't just not eat anything in the morning, right? Frank has told me many times that every time I cook poached eggs, you cook 2 and scoop yourself half a bowl of clear soup. What are you doing? Stella casually said, I feel sorry for my daughter-in-law. Li Jianguo laughed and said, then I still feel sorry for my wife. Stella's face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. She rushed over angrily and punched Li Jianguo on the shoulder without any hesitation. You old man, keep your voice down. Aren't you ashamed? The old couple said a few words. When Li Jiangguo saw Stella carrying a bowl of noodles out, he leaned against the wall, smelling the aroma of the fried dough sticks sizzling on the stove, and a sense of happiness surged in his heart. The same goes for Stella. When I came to the kitchen and opened the jar of eggs, I couldn't help but tears welled up in my eyes when I saw the jar full of eggs. It's a little after 7 in the morning. Frank had also gotten up. As usual, he first boiled some hot water and then went to the upper room to drink tea and eat fried dough cakes with his father. While Eve was having breakfast, he went to the store to replenish the goods that were sold out yesterday. At this time, the workers who were invited yesterday also arrived one after another. The first to arrive was the woman who helped in the kitchen. By noon, everyone had arrived. The aroma of pork sauce wafted from the kitchen. The manager is Luda Now too, from the village. Luda Now is in his 50s. More than 10 years ago, he fought in a war across the river. During the battle, a bullet shot directly off his left hand. After returning to the village, he became a fighting hero in the village. In addition, Luda Now's father used to be the village party secretary, so he has a very high prestige in the village. In addition, he is educated and possesses certain leadership skills. Therefore, no matter whether it is big or small, the village would ask him to be the manager. Chapter 55, Girl. The sun is shining brightly and the spring breeze is blowing. The sunshine now shines on people. It is warm and comfortable. All the villagers gathered in the yard. There are 3 tables in the yard. Luda Now was sitting in the middle seat at the middle table. He held the cigarette in his right hand, took a puff, and then looked at the workers sitting around. After clearing his throat, he spoke again. Tomorrow is the full moon day of Comrade Frank's little girl, Li Sihui. We invite everyone here today. Everyone knows why. The host didn't treat us badly this time. Apart from other things, the good cigarettes and good wine are now on the table. In the kitchen, a 3-foot-long machine surface is also placed on the chopping board. In the pot, everyone can smell the aroma of meat sauce. So what should we do next? I don't need to tell you, right? Luda Now had just finished speaking. The villagers present spoke up one after another. Needless to say, just treat it as our own business. We will definitely pay attention to it. That's right. Frank really doesn't treat us as outsiders this time. We will definitely work hard. Big head, we will do whatever you arrange today. Lu Dabo waved his hand and said with a smile, Okay, since you guys said so, I will start making arrangements. Old Wong, old son, the 2 of you will be there to greet us at the door tomorrow. Also, his second uncle, you should also greet us at the door. After all, there is no one from your family at the door, and Old Wong and Old Son are not familiar with some of your relatives. In addition, you 3 will be in charge of serving the dishes. We have prepared 6 tables. You 6 will entertain our guests. You must ensure that the guests have good food and drink. You 2 young men, treat us. Speaking of this, Luda suddenly remembered something and looked at Frank. Frank, there is something I forgot to discuss with you. Frank asked, Uncle Lu, what else is there? Lu Dabo said bluntly, I heard that old Yin, who used to write the gift list in our village, broke his leg a few days ago. Apart from him, there are only a few people left who can read. You know the situation. We can't let them sit next to the gift table at the door, right? Although Luda now didn't explain what he meant, Frank understood what he meant. Although there are many people in their Shuja village, but there are only about a dozen people who are really literate. And these people, either he was a cadre of the brigade or a cashier of the production team. In short, letting those in power in the village sit at the gate and accept gifts would make them feel uncomfortable even if they are willing. Just as Frank was thinking about it, unexpectedly, a faint voice came from outside the door. Team leader, why don't you let Xiaona and I receive the gifts? After hearing this, the villagers present turned their heads and looked at the 2 girls who were talking. Kevin said, How can this be possible? How can we let 2 girls sit at the door and receive gifts? Li Jiangguo was at a loss at this time and looked at Frank. Frank smiled and said, I think this is possible. They are both serious intellectuals. Besides, when I was working in the fields with them, I heard from Peng Wu that Miss Yuan has a very good handwriting. Kevin looked helpless and said to Frank, Frank, you kid, aren't these 2 little girls sitting at the gate accepting gifts a joke to outsiders? Frank waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, uncle. Since they are all here, let them receive the gifts tomorrow. The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know what to say. Unexpectedly, Lu Dabo laughed heartily at this moment. Ha! Look, his second uncle. In our village, I think Frank is the only one with high ideological awareness. Before, we kept saying that men and women are equal and that women hold up half the sky. But what's wrong now? How come it's not okay to let two young girls accept the gifts? However, it's okay for you to accept the gift, but you have to promise me one thing. Feng Yuanan asked. Uncle Lu, tell me, what's the matter? Lu Dada stood up and glanced at Frank. Frank said you have a good handwriting, but the couplets are not finished yet. Frank, tomorrow is your big day. Don't you plan to put up the couplets? In my opinion, let's let Miss Yuan show off her skills today. Feng Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, I can write it, but if it's not good, I hope you won't laugh at me. Lu Dabo shook his head and said, No, besides, you know the situation in our village well. There are not many people who can read. Huh, even if you write it wrong, it doesn't matter. Speaking of, Lu Dabo turned around and looked at Kevin. Kevin, I remember you have that couple book at home, right? Bring it here and let Miss Yuan write it down. Unexpectedly, Feng Yuan waved her hand and said, That's not necessary. Just prepare red paper and a brush. Just as Frank remembered from his previous life. Feng Yuan is definitely a person with real talent and hard work. This time she went to the countryside just to gain some experience so that after returning, she could directly devote herself to work and serve the people in a serious manner. The villagers present were all shocked. They had never seen anyone write couplets without reading a couplet book. When Teacher Sue in the village wrote couplets, he had to copy them from a couplet book. Frank quickly took out the brush, red paper, and ink. Feng Yuan stepped forward, and after the red paper was placed in place, she picked up the brush and began to write. After writing only a few words, the villager Lao Wang couldn't help but shout, Good, it's really well written. At this time, Old Sun glanced at Old Wang and grinned. Old Wang, aren't you illiterate? Lao Wang said bluntly, I am illiterate, but I have never eaten pork, but have I never seen a pig run? Look at the handwriting, it's neat and square, just like it was printed with a stencil. Chui Xiaona, who was standing nearby, chuckled and said, Uncles, you may not know this, right? Miss Yuan's cursive writing is really amazing. Her teacher is from our provincial capital. Before Chui Xiaona finished speaking, Feng Yuan glanced at Chui Xiaona. When Chui Xiaona saw the expression on Feng Yuan's face, she stuck out her tongue, giggled, and quickly shut up. Soon, the couplet is written. After Feng Yuan put down the brush, she looked at Lu Dabo and said, Uncle Lu, do you think I can come and receive the gift tomorrow? Lu Data touched his chin with his right hand and nodded, saying, Yes, absolutely. The owner has agreed. How can I refuse? As soon as the words fell, unexpectedly, Chui Xiaona actually looked at Lu Dabo and said, Uncle Lu, is it true that guests don't have to give gifts? Uncle Lu nodded and smiled as if it was a matter of course. Of course. Chapter 56, Brother-in-Law is Coming. Chui Xiaona was even happier. She turned around and said to Feng Yuan as if to take credit. Yuan, look, I told you it's okay, right? You will enjoy a good life if you follow me. I will take you to a banquet tomorrow. At this time, Old Sun laughed and said, Ha, I was wondering why these two little girls came here to accept gifts. It turns out they were planning to have a free banquet. Lu Dabo also smiled and said, You two are really children who have not grown up. You know what kind of person Team Leader Zhou is. Even if you don't give gifts, can we still kick you out if you come to the banquet tomorrow? Chui Xiaona said bluntly, Hee, we won't eat charity. Luda now didn't understand and said with a smile, This is not borrowed. It is given directly to you to eat. Chui Xiaona covered her mouth with her hands and burst out laughing. Feng Yuan glared at Chui Xiaona, then stepped forward and said to Lu Dabo and the others with a smile, Actually, we are just greedy and want to join in the fun. Frank nodded and smiled. Okay, no problem. You can tell Peng Wu and the others tomorrow to come over when the banquet starts. No need to bring gifts. We will arrange a separate table for you. Feng Yuan hurriedly thanked him. Chui Xiaona is very outgoing. Chuckling, she said, Okay, you guys continue chatting. Yunan and I will go directly to the kitchen to help. When the two little girls left, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Tiju squatted on the steps, smoking a cigarette. It's this kid Frank. Previously, this group of young people almost poked a hole in the sky of our Shuja village, but now, they have become the happy pill. Everyone joked for a while. Lu Dado also withdrew his thoughts, and after Frank put away the couplet, he sat in his original position and continued to say to everyone, Now, remember what everyone is doing. After dinner this afternoon, everyone should stay busy. If you can borrow a table, please borrow one. If you can borrow a bench, please borrow one. Oh, and there are also wine cups and other things. Anyway, it's been so many years since the wedding, Everyone knows what they need, so I don't need to explain it one by one. Whoever borrowed something will be responsible for returning it after the banquet is over. If it is lost or damaged, it has nothing to do with the host. Speaking of this, Lou Dabo stood up again and took the cigarettes from the tray that Frank had placed on the table. Usually we smoked economic cigarettes worth 8 cents at most, but this time the host prepared Dakiaman, which is smoked by city officials. Everyone take a bag today. When people borrow something, give it to them. Don't just put it in your trouser pocket. When we get down to business tomorrow, we'll have 1 pack each, and we'll light some for guests and relatives as well. If I knew who was giving out the economic cigarettes tomorrow, I, Luda now, will be merciless next time something like this happens. Everyone laughed and nodded in agreement. After everything is done, Lou Dabo turned around and shouted to the kitchen at the top of his voice, "It's ready to go up." The 2 girls, Feng Yuan and Shui Xiaona, came out first with plates of food. There were 2 dishes, one was cold pork head and the other was chopped roast chicken. There is some on every table. The woman in the kitchen went out carrying the saljiban. Several younger guys also stood up and went forward to serve the noodles. When bowls of noodles were placed on the table, some people were already drooling. Most people at that time had little fat in their stomachs, so they were all big eaters. Large black porcelain bowl. The average serving size is about 5 bowls. Some people felt embarrassed when they were eating the 6th bowl. They looked embarrassed when they picked it up and said to Frank with a smile, "Frank, I have a big appetite. This is the 6th bowl. Please don't laugh at me." Lou Dabo also felt embarrassed and said, "Then why don't you eat less?" The other party rolled his eyes at Luda now and said, "Hey, I didn't eat yours." Frank smiled and said, "Everyone can eat. There will be plenty of saljiman today." Li Jiangguo also smiled and said, "That's right. Everyone can eat as much as they want, but we should save some space for drinking. In the afternoon, when everything is ready, ask the kitchen to prepare some side dishes and we can drink together." Everyone smiled and nodded. After Luda now had eaten 5 bowls, he finally felt embarrassed to take the 6th bowl, although if he was allowed to eat, he would definitely be able to eat 2 bowls. Putting down his bowl, Lu Datu lit a cigarette and continued to say to everyone, "When you go back, tell your wife and children that there will be a movie tomorrow night in front of Frank's house." The villagers started to make noise again. "What? Showing a movie? Frank, are you really going to show a movie in our village?" Even Feng Yuan and Shui Xiaona looked up and said, "Team leader, are we really going to show a movie?" Frank smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Haha. Wait till tomorrow night. You guys come and watch a movie." Shui Xiaona smiled happily and said, "That's great. I remember the last time we watched a movie, it was in the next village, right?" Laughter filled the courtyard. In the room, Eve looked at the lively scene in the yard, holding a bowl of greasy saljiman with a happy smile on her face. But what Eve didn't expect was, just at this moment, suddenly 4 young men rushed into the yard. Take the lead. It was none other than her biological brother, Zhao Dachui. Eve only took a glance, and the bowl in her hand fell to the ground instantly. The villagers didn't know who the visitor was, but Li Jiangguo kindly stood up and walked over to them and asked with a smile, "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Dachui stiffened his neck and put one hand in his pocket. "Is this Frank's house now?" Frank saw that the visitor had bad intentions and thought that Marlin had sent someone here to cause trouble. He stood up, but with a small smile on his face. "Yes, I am." Before he could finish his words, Zhao Dachui suddenly grabbed Frank's collar and said, "You are so bold, boy. Who told you to kidnap my sister?" Frank was stunned. He had heard from Eve before that he had an uneducated brother who was arrested and sent to a labor camp a few years ago for stealing a cow from someone else. It seems now, this guy was released. After realizing this, Frank frowned and took advantage of the situation to separate Zhao Dachui's hands. "Your sister and I are a legal couple with a marriage certificate. If you come here today to celebrate your niece's full moon, I welcome you. But if you come here to cause trouble today, I won't allow it." In fact, Frank had already heard from Eve about her family situation. They were originally a happy family. Zhao Dachui actually destroyed his family. I thought that after being sent to labor camp for a few years, this guy would behave more properly after he came out. But judging from Zhao Dachui's current attitude, some people are born to be dogs and can't change their nature. Chapter 57, Give me 2,000. Frank said. Zhao Dachui immediately frowned, stared at Frank, and said with gritted teeth, "Boy, do you want to die? You keep saying that you're a legal couple, but I ask you, have you given the betrothal gift? Also, there's an old saying that goes, it is the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Who told you about this marriage?" Not only did you get my sister pregnant today, but the baby is already 1 month old. Damn it. If you don't tell me the whole story today, I will never let you off. Lu Dezhu, who was sitting on the steps, frowned, stood up, and walked in front of Zhao Dachui. Young man, open your eyes and see clearly this is Xujiao village, not your Zhaojiao village. If you want to act arrogantly here, believe it or not, I will go and tell the militia company right now and tie you up first. Unexpectedly, a young man behind Zhao Dachui stood up with a sneer. After glancing at Lu Dezhu, he said with disdain, Captain Lu, have you forgotten the fight between our Zhaojiao village and your Xujiao village a few years ago? Look who I am. When Lu Dezhu saw the young man in front of him, his heart trembled. Of course, he knew the boy in front of him. A few years ago, a fight broke out between people from Xujiao village and Zhaojiao village over a trivial matter. Although Xujiao village won the fight, it was a Pyrrhic victory. 7 or 8 young men in the village were beaten and had blood all over their heads. Even he, the production team leader, had a toe broken. In the end, the police commissioner had not come to mediate. There will definitely be casualties in the 2 villages. And the guy in front of him was exactly the one who broke his toes that year. Just as Lu Dezhu was thinking about it, Zhao Dachui sneered and said, Listen to me today. If Frank doesn't give me an explanation for this matter today, I will never let you go. To put it bluntly, we are just a bunch of poor people. We are barefoot and not afraid of you who wear shoes. If you have the ability, you should stay in Xujiao village for the rest of your life and don't come out. If anyone dares to come out, I will go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife to kill you. You son of a bitch. Although the policies were relatively strict at that time, but poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. In addition, most people have a weak legal awareness. The level of science and technology is backward. Once someone is killed, it is basically difficult to find the murderer, especially this kind of small ravine. Then it would be even more impossible to find out the truth. Lu Dezhu originally planned to stand up for Frank. But now, after hearing what Zhao Dachui and the guys next to him said, he also became scared. Yes, he has a wife and children. If he really offends these bastards, will he still be able to go to the market in the commune? After leaving Xujiao village, there is still a long mountain road to go. This stretch of road is usually sparsely populated. If I were killed, I would probably be taken away by wolves before anyone could find me. Think of this. Lu Dezhu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Frank frowned, glanced at Zhao Dachui in front of him, and said with a sneer, Zhao Dachui, let me ask you first, what explanation do you want from me? Zhao Dachui didn't say anything and directly stretched out 2 fingers. Boy, I won't hide it from you anymore. 2,000 yuan. Give me 2,000 yuan today, and I won't say anything. Just treat this sister as if she is dead. Zhao Dachui also heard that Frank caught the criminal and received a reward of 2,000 yuan. He came here today. I came here just for the $2,000. Before Frank could speak, several villagers in the yard could no longer listen. Old Sun clenched his fist and said loudly, Young man, listen to what you say. Are you talking like a human being? 2,000 yuan. Look at our Xujiao village. Who can come up with so much money now? Zhao Dachui sneered and said, Don't think I don't know anything because I was in the labor camp before. Didn't Frank catch 2 gangsters a few days ago? I heard that the higher-ups gave him a bonus of 2,000 yuan, and there's also a bonus from the county. Add these up, let alone 2,000 yuan. I'm afraid it's at least 3,000 yuan, right? Today I asked him for 3,000. Is that too much? Frank was not in a hurry to set a trap for Zhao Dachui. After all, he still doesn't know what Eve's attitude towards Zhao Dachui is. If Eve could come out now and completely draw a line between herself and Zhao Dachui, then next time she would have the absolute means to make sure Zhao Dachui would die without a burial place. Thinking like this, Frank smiled and said, Well, this isn't the place to talk. Why don't we go to the room and talk? The words haven't finished yet. Zhao Dachui slapped Frank's hand away and said, Stop talking nonsense and give me the money now. Just at this moment, even the room couldn't stand it anymore. She was wearing a headscarf and holding a sickle in her hand. After rushing out of the room, she rushed directly to Zhao Dachui without saying a word. Zhao Dachui, you beast, you forced my parents to death. Are you planning to force me to death now? Well, since you are doing this, then none of us will live. While talking, Eve was already rushing towards Zhao Dachui with a sickle in her hand. Looking at Eve's attitude, Frank already knew what Eve was thinking. See the situation. Frank hurriedly shouted to his father and Kevin beside him, Dad, Uncle, please bring Eve in quickly. The villagers came forward one after another and blocked Eve's way. Eve burst into tears, and tears rolled down her face like raindrops. Don't stop me. I want to die with him today. Woo woo woo. All of you get out of the way. Zhao Dachui put his hands in his pockets and stood there motionless. He sneered and said, Haha, you're amazing, sister. I didn't realize that after not seeing you for a few years, you can actually wield a sickle. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me today. Damn it. And don't spread rumors about me outside. My parents are dead. Blame them for their short lives. It has nothing to do with me. As for you, I don't intend to force you to death. I've just come to ask for the bride price. After Frank saw Eve's attitude, he gave his father and second uncle a look. Wait for Eve to be dragged into the room. Frank's mouth curled up slightly. With a half smile, he said to Zhao Dachui, Comrade, you are being unreasonable. What do you mean by parents' orders and matchmakers' words? What matters now is that everyone is equal. Women can hold up half the sky, and what matters is free love. You have been in the labor camp for so many years. I didn't expect that your thinking has not kept up with the times. Fellow villagers, you are all watching here. If he dares to attack me next time, I will beat him up. When the police come, everyone will be my witnesses. Chapter 58, Shouting for Help. Zhao Dachui smiled, looked in the direction of Frank again. He sneered and said, Good boy, your tone is even more arrogant than my foot odor. Come on, I'm standing here today. If you have the guts, try to touch me with one finger. Damn it, I just have no place to eat. Haha, if you touch me, you will be my son from now on and take care of me until the end of my life. Frank didn't want to fight with anyone today, but now, he knew he had no choice but to take action. Face this rogue. If he doesn't teach the other party a lesson, the other party will definitely rely on him in the future. Think of this. Frank thought for a moment and asked Zhao Dachui seriously, Are you sure you want to take money from me? Zhao Dachui said without hesitation, 2,000, hurry up and give it to me, and I won't be here talking nonsense with you anymore. Frank pretended to be embarrassed and said, I can't keep so much money at home. Just come with me and I'll give you the money. In order to get the other party away from here first, Frank continued, but 2,000 is definitely not enough. My wife had a difficult labor and heavy bleeding when she gave birth, and it cost more than 1,000. Now I only have more than 600 left to receive gifts. More than 600 yuan is the income of an ordinary farmer for 2 to 3 years, or even 4 to 5 years. Zhao Dachui also heard about Eve's difficult labor. It is also said that Eve did not have enough money during her hospitalization and had to borrow money from villagers. But after being discharged from the hospital, Frank paid back all the borrowed money. When the young men who were following nearby heard the word 600, their eyes lit up, and someone whispered something next to Zhao Dachui. After Zhao Dachui listened, he immediately nodded and said, Okay, 600 is 600. Let's go. Frank was walking in front and was about to go out, but Stella and others surrounded him. Frank, you can't go, you follow. Stella was talking. No one expected that Zhao Dachui would actually take out a dagger. Then he said to Stella, Today, either give me money or I will kill this little bastard. Frank stopped Zhao Dachui in front of everyone and said, Zhao Dachui, don't use the knife. You have to know that robbery is a felony now. Zhao Dachui also came to his senses and put away the dagger. Is this considered robbery? I just came here to get back the betrothal gift that belongs to our family. Can this be considered robbery? Frank ignored Zhao Dachui and turned to the villagers and said with a smile, Don't worry, everyone. Sit down and wait for a while. I will be back soon after I finish my work. Most of the villagers also know Frank's methods. This kid, even 2 vicious criminals holding big black stars were captured alive, not to mention these 4 little scoundrels in front of them. But when Frank left, they still reminded him, Frank, you better be careful. Frank responded. After going out, he led 4 people towards the village entrance. Zhao Dachui followed Frank, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and threatened in a low voice, Boy, don't try to play tricks in front of me today. Let me tell you, I already know where your home is. If you dare to have any bad thoughts, I will never let you go. Frank smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. The money is hidden in the warehouse of the militia company at the entrance of the village. Zhao Dachui didn't think much about it. In his opinion, there were 4 of them now, but there was only one Frank. The most important thing is that they all had knives in their hands. Since Frank dared to take action, they might as well knock the guy down and slaughter him like a pig. After a while, a group of people came to the door of the militia company's warehouse. After Frank stood still, he looked at Zhao Dachui in front of him. Suddenly, he raised his voice and said, "Oh no! Someone's trying to steal a gun." This voice was shouted out. Zhao Dachui couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. He hurriedly yelled at Frank, "Boy, you bastard, you're actually playing dirty tricks?" He had just said this. Frank suddenly raised his foot and kicked Zhao Dachui hard in the heart. Zhao Dachui stepped back and stumbled to the ground. Frank rushed forward, and while the other three men were not able to react, he raised his foot and stepped directly on Zhao Dachui's right arm. Snap! With a crisp sound, Zhao Dachui's right arm broke into two pieces, leaving only skin and flesh connected together. The other three did not come to their senses until then. Before they could pull out the daggers from their bodies, Frank looked at one of the young men with a sharp gaze. Then he picked up a goose egg-sized stone on the ground and smashed it directly on the opponent's knee. Immediately following, Frank kicked open the warehouse door. After rushing into the warehouse, he picked up two rifles and threw them out the door. The two young men outside the door were dumbfounded. When they were about to run away, Zhao Dachui hurriedly shouted, "You two bastards, don't you see the rifle? Hurry up and pick it up." The two of them came to their senses. He quickly bent down and picked up the rifle from the ground. That's exactly what Frank wanted them to do. After the two men had the rifles without bullets in their hands, Frank walked to the door calmly and shouted in the distance, "Help! Help! The warehouse is being robbed." The entrance of the village was not far from Philip's house. Philip was basking in the sun in the yard, planning to go to Frank's house for a drink later and be the master tomorrow. Unexpectedly, I heard shouting coming from the direction of the warehouse. He quickly got up, went out, shouted loudly, and soon rushed towards the warehouse door with 7 or 8 young men. Wait for Philip to arrive. One of the guys holding a rifle had his arm broken by Frank. The remaining one was holding a rifle without bullets, staring blankly. Philip gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. "You bastard! Why don't you put down your rifle quickly?" Until now, the guys just came to their senses and realized that they had been fooled by Frank. And, if he fails this time, he might even lose his head. There was blood in Zhao Dachui's eyes. He stumbled to his feet, holding his broken arm, staring at Frank with murderous eyes on Frank. Frank sneered and whispered, "Fool! If you play with me, I will kill you." Speaking of, Frank didn't hesitate and rushed over, kicking the last guy holding a rifle to the ground. Philip finally let go of his worries. He waved his hand and shouted to the young man behind him, "What are you all still standing there for? Tie up these little bastards." Just a few minutes later, the scene fell silent. The 4 boys were in so much pain that they had no time to cry out for justice and could only keep shouting for help. Chapter 59, Wolf Left. There were constant wailing sounds at the scene. Zhao Dachui and others never expected that they came in a threatening manner to ask for the bride price. But in the end, they did not get the bride price, but now they are beaten like this. But right now, they didn't have time to argue with Frank. After all, his arm was now broken into 2 pieces. Not to mention continuing to yell at Frank. If he wasn't rushed to the hospital, he might even lose his life. Thinking like this, Zhao Dachui had tears in his eyes. With tears in his eyes, he said to Philip and others, "Hurry, hurry, and send us to the hospital." Philip snorted coldly. Not to mention that Frank and the leader of the commune were brothers. Even if they were not brothers, Frank was still a member of their Shujia village. In this situation, Philip will definitely side with Frank. Facing Zhao Dachui shouting, Philip came to Frank first and asked him seriously, "Frank, what's going on?" Frank said with a bitter face and full of helplessness, "This is Eve's eldest brother. He came to my house today and asked for 2,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. I said I didn't have the money, so he refused. In front of so many people with all kinds of threats, and they all had knives on them." At this point, Frank sighed helplessly again. "Alas, I was also afraid that things would get out of hand in my yard, and it would be difficult to handle, so I tried to calm them down first and lied to them that I was out looking for money. As a result, we just brought them here. They saw that this was our militia company's warehouse, so they stopped and insisted that I take money. I told them I had no money, and they actually tried to rob me and said they wanted to kill me with the guns inside. I have no choice but to take action. After all, this gun belongs to the country. Besides, if they snatch it away, won't we be shot?" Zhao Dachui and the remaining 3 guys were all dumbfounded. They never thought that Frank would say such a thing. Besides being shocked, Zhao Dachui hurriedly cursed, "Frank, you bastard! You lied in front of everyone. You will die." Philip rushed forward at this time, and without saying a word, He kicked Zhao Dachui hard on the waist. Damn it! You're the beast who killed your own parents? Damn it! How dare you come to Frank to ask for a dowry? Let me tell you, even if Frank gave you the money, I wouldn't agree. I've been the village party secretary in Shujia village for so many years, and I've never met a beast like you. Philip turned around and said to the two young men next to him, You two go to the commune right now and find our commune commissioner. Ask him to bring a few policemen to arrest all these animals. Just as the two young men were about to turn around and leave, Frank sighed and said, Uncle Philip, wait a moment. Philip knew that Frank had a good heart. After hearing this, he quickly said to Frank, Frank, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you can't be soft-hearted this time. I've heard about what kind of bastard Zhao Dachui is. He ruined a family, and now that he's been released from the labor camp, he's coming to your house, ready to harm you. If you don't send this beast to a labor camp to educate him for a few years, who knows what kind of trouble he will do in the future? Zhao Dachui gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. You guys deserve a horrible death. You are wrongly accusing me. We didn't steal the gun. I just came to ask for the betrothal gift. It was him who started it first. Philip sneered and said, You said he started it first? Who can testify? The three young men next to Zhao Dachui shouted hastily, We will testify. Yes, we can all testify to that. It was him. He brought us here and broke my arm. The three of them were talking to each other. Philip's brows knitted together. In front of several people, he said in a resounding voice, Oh, you three can testify, right? Then now, all these people behind me can testify for Frank. We saw you trying to grab the guns, and you were threatening Comrade Frank with our militia's rifles. Damn it. When a special envoy comes, will he believe me, Philip, or you four little bastards? Damn it. You are so bold as to come to our Shujia village to cause trouble. If I don't let you stay in for a few years this time, I will not be the head of Shujia village. Zhao Dachui gritted his teeth and threatened Philip loudly. Are you Philip? You bastard. I'll remember you. Anyway, I won't be shot when I'm sent in, but when I get out, I will make sure you, the old bastard, die without a burial place. Philip sneered. He looked at the two young men next to him and said, What are you still standing there for? Go, get on your bikes, and go to the commune to find someone right away. The two young men turned around and walked a short distance. Was finally kicked down by Frank shouted hurriedly. Wait a minute. Uncle Philip, have you forgotten me? I am the son of Zhao Guohua from the Zhaojia village brigade. After hearing this, Philip couldn't help but narrow his eyes and looked at it carefully. After just a few seconds, Philip quickly stepped forward, helped the young man up, and asked hurriedly, Wait, are you Lang Sheng? Lang Sheng's eyes were filled with tears, and he choked up and said, Yes, Uncle Philip, I am Lang Sheng, woo woo woo. You are finally here. If you hadn't come today, I would have been beaten to death by that kid from your village. The look on Philip's face changed dramatically. Just now, he was planning to help Frank cut these ungrateful guys into pieces. But now, after he confirmed Lang Sheng's identity, he couldn't help but start to reconsider the matter. This is not the case, because Longxing's father is the party secretary of Zhaojia village. The key point is that Longxing's second father, David, is the director of the management committee of their Anyang commune. Although a small number of communes and revolutionary committees across the country had been replaced by governments at all levels at that time, this trend had not yet spread to small places like Pingshan County. The leaders above are also waiting. Wait and see whether other places can stick to this policy. It's not their fault. After all, policies change too quickly in that era. You might be promoting traditional culture in the morning, but be dragged out for criticism in the afternoon. Besides, collectivization has been carried out for so many years. The vast majority of leading cadres have become accustomed to it. Change now, not to mention whether they can accept it or not. At least, most of the people below probably can't accept it. Besides, this work cannot be done just by saying it. The adjustment and arrangement of personnel, the work deployment after the establishment of each department, etc., all need to be approved one by one. Chapter 60 Philip Regrets. This is also one of the reasons why Pingshan County has failed to keep up with the times. Although the most powerful person in the commune is the secretary, the director of the management committee also holds considerable power. In addition, David, like Lu Denao too, had crossed the river and fought in the war, and Zhao Guohua was one of the few serious old intellectuals in their Anyang commune. You may look smiling on the surface, but if you really provoke the other party, you don't know when you will suffer. As for Frank, although he now has a brother who is the deputy secretary of the commune and a father who is the deputy director of the revolutionary committee in the city, Philip knows that the best way to deal with such a thing is undoubtedly not to offend either side. After all, if he offends anyone, he, as the branch secretary, will feel bad. While thinking this in my mind, Philip tugged at the sleeve of Frank, who was standing next to him. When Frank saw the embarrassment on Philip's face, he asked, "Uncle Philip, what's wrong with you?" Philip dragged Frank to the side, and seeing that no one followed him, he whispered, "Frank, this Lang Sheng is the son of the party secretary of Zhaojia village. You may have heard that his second uncle is the director of the management committee of our commune, the second in command. And David, he's well known in our commune for being protective of his children." You said this. Frank naturally knew what Philip meant. As a second-generation man, he is no longer the young and naive person he used to be. After the other party has finished speaking, Frank pretended to be embarrassed and said, "But you can't hide it, right?" After all, there were 4 people, 2 of them had broken arms, and 1 had a broken leg, which can be considered serious injuries. If they don't report it, they will have to pay for the medical expenses themselves. Philip turned around in circles and was silent for a few seconds. Then he whispered to Frank, "Frank, how about this? How about we just go and ask David to come over and let him decide? If he says to report it, then we will report it. But if he says he won't report it, let's ask him to find a way to get the medical expenses. In this way, we don't have to pay." Frank seemed helpless and said, "Alas, if we do this, I'm afraid Zhao Dachui will come to our village again and cause trouble for us." Say that. In fact, Frank has his own thoughts. I had just attacked Zhao Dachui with a fatal blow. Let's step down. With the current medical level, it is impossible for Zhao Dachui's arm to recover to normal condition. The right hand is broken. Only the left hand is left. If you go to the hospital to recover, it will take at least 1 or 2 months. If I remember correctly, in less than 2 months, Pingshan County will issue a notice to confiscate the firearms of the militia companies in each village. Immediately following, that is the strictest gun ban. No gun. With Zhao Dachui's small body, if he were given a knife, he probably wouldn't even be able to defeat Eve. Besides, he was not afraid even if Zhao Dachui came again. This time he could break one of Zhao Dachui's arms, and then next time he could take this guy's life. "Uncle Philip, since you've spoken, I'll do whatever you say." Philip smiled happily after hearing what Frank said. For Philip, Frank's agreement to this matter now was a favor to him. After all, Frank's background is not simple. Besides, if I do this, it might bring unnecessary trouble to Frank. But now, when I propose a way to solve the problem that was beneficial to him, Frank nodded and agreed without any hesitation. How could he not remember this favor? "Frank, I know you are a good comrade in our village, no doubt about it. Okay, if that's the case, you can go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of the rest. Don't worry, everyone is watching here. I will never let them cause trouble for you again." Frank smiled, and before leaving, he stopped again. Looking at Philip in front of him, he said, "Uncle Philip, why don't I stay here? If someone comes and acts arrogantly, I will go ahead and prevent you from being involved." Philip had a look of gratitude on his face. He stepped forward and grabbed Frank's hand and said hurriedly, "Frank, there's nothing to say, nothing more to say." Uncle Philip, even at this time, in our Shujia village, we value friendship and loyalty. You are the best. Frank smiled and said, "Uncle Philip, you have helped me a lot before, haven't you? Besides, we are from the same village. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. You're the locomotive of our village. The future development of the village and whether our villagers can live a good life all depend on your performance. Under such circumstances, I dare not let anything happen to you." Hearing this, Philip turned around and asked the 2 young men to go to the commune to invite David. He held Frank's hand and said earnestly, "Frank, why don't you want to be the leader of your production team? If you become the leader, I will arrange for you to come to our village in a year and work as an accountant directly. In 2 years, I won't want to do this job anymore, and I'll just give this position to you. You are young, have a sharp mind, and see things more deeply than most people. To be honest, if you could be the village party secretary, our village would definitely develop faster than if I were the village party secretary." Frank smiled and handed Philip a cigarette, then stood up and threw most of the box of cigarettes to the villagers next to him. "Everyone sit down and have a cigarette and take a break." After saying this, Frank looked at Philip and said with a smile, "Uncle Philip, you are wrong. How old am I now? How can I be the village chief? On the other hand, you are experienced and highly respected in the village. Of course, if you talk about the future development of the village, haha, when you're undecided, do you kind of ask me? Can I still hide it from you? Frank paused, looking into the distance with a deep gaze. After taking a puff of a cigarette, he continued, most people out there are now starting to work on their own. If this trend reaches our Shujia village, you will be in charge of the interior affairs, and I will be in charge of the exterior affairs. If we work well together, why should we worry about not being able to get rid of this poverty label? Frank's words made Philip's blood boil. It was as if he had returned to his youth. He stood up as if he had been given an injection of chicken blood, and hurriedly expressed his opinion to Frank. Frank, after hearing what you said, I am really ashamed now. It's all Uncle's fault. Your father came to me and said he wanted to marry his children to me, but now that I think about it, I'm such a worthless person. Tell me, if you were my son-in-law, how could something like this happen today? Chapter 61. David's Worry. Philip was not being hypocritical now. These are his real thoughts. Frank's father had indeed come to see him before. But what about him? He disliked Frank for his low education and lack of skills, and the fact that the Zhou family was not doing well. Instead, he was full of sarcasm and ridicule towards Frank's old father. At that time, Frank was already past the age of marriage, while people of the same age as him in the same village had already married and had children at the age of 18 or 19. But Frank, he was 22 years old and still hadn't married. The family had no choice but to ask people for matchmaking, and it happened that the result was a coincidence. When they were going to the market that day, the old couple happened to run into the village party secretary of Zhaojia village, Zhao Guohua, who was holding a little girl, Eve. Two people were arguing on the street. Through the conversation, the old couple learned about Eve's family situation and that there was only one girl left in the family and her parents were gone. Stella softened her heart, and after some persuasion, Frank's father also nodded in agreement. So they found Zhao Guohua and arranged the marriage. As for the bride price, the old couple told outsiders that they didn't give a penny. Actually, they still gave Zhao Guohua 80 yuan. In Zhao Guohua's words, this girl is from our village. Her parents are dead, and she has a brother who is in labor reform. I am now the brigade secretary. You have to give me the betrothal money. But, to avoid unnecessary trouble, you can't tell anyone about this. That's all. Frank got married without knowing why. Eve, unknowingly, became a wife. Philip, who originally looked down on Frank's family, now sees that Frank's family is living such a prosperous life. How could he not be envious? Think about it. He had married his daughter to Frank back then. Wouldn't he be able to smoke dakium and cigarettes every day and eat man for every meal now? As for identity, although my daughter is now a teacher, but it was just a private enterprise and the wages were paid by the commune, so the Revolutionary Committee did not recognize it at all. The only public school teacher in the village is Su Junjia. He originally wanted to wait for the old man to retire and then have his own daughter take over. But after he did some calculations, he found that it was not cost-effective at all. Not to mention how much money he spent to raise his daughter. The key point is that if he wants his daughter to become a public school teacher, he has to curry favor with the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee. This is a considerable expense. Su Xiaofeng only earns 10 yuan a month now. It's only a little over $100 a year, although they're much better than the laborers in their village. But for their family, the expenses are also huge. The more I think about it, Philip felt more and more regretful. But now, what's the use of regretting? Frank already has a wife. I can't be so shameless as to ask Frank to divorce his wife and marry my daughter, right? The two of them talked back and forth for almost 40 minutes. The two young men who went to the commune to hire someone just came back on their bicycles. At this time, the three injured people looked dying. As for Zhao Langsheng, he was sitting nearby, scratching his ears and cheeks. Philip and Frank stood up, and David arrived quickly. David, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit and black-rimmed glasses, just came up to Philip and asked with his fists clenched, "Philip, what the hell is going on? Why are so many people injured?" Zhao Langsheng saw David. Tears welled up in his eyes. He hurried forward and said to David with a sob, "Second uncle, they wronged me, they..." Zhao Langsheng hadn't finished speaking yet. David kicked Zhao Langsheng hard and knocked him to the ground, although he protects his own son. But David knew in his heart that his nephew was not a good person either. Plus, he saw Frank still standing next to Philip, although this guy is just an ordinary farmer. But now the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee and the deputy secretary of their commune are relatives of this guy. There are some things that he has to do, even if he is reluctant to do them. Zhao Langsheng fell to the ground, wiping his tears and asking, "Second uncle, why did you hit me?" David angrily scolded, "You still have the nerve to ask me why I hit you? Why did I hit you? I'm talking to Secretary Su. Why are you butting in?" Zhao Langsheng was speechless for a moment. Philip walked forward slowly and told David the whole story that Frank had described. After hearing this, David's forehead was covered with black lines. He had been in the commune for many years and had seen a lot of things, both black and white. In addition to his understanding of Zhao Langsheng, no matter how brave this kid is, he would not dare to rob the guns from the militia warehouse. Everyone knows that in this period of time, if you do this kind of thing, you will really have to eat peanuts. But the problem is, now Philip, the village party secretary, is right in front of him, plus there is this kid Frank, and so many people from Shujia village. Even if this matter is black, it can be made white by these people. Think of this, David said in a loud voice. You have committed such a serious crime, you bastard. Do you want to die? Philip sighed and said, Director Zhao, don't be angry. According to the regulations, this kind of thing must be reported to the Revolutionary Committee. But I think of Lang Sheng being here. If this is reported, I'm afraid. David saw through Philip's thoughts at a glance. These bastards just don't want to pay for the medical expenses. But if Zhao Langsheng were really sent to the Revolutionary Committee, wouldn't my eldest brother be extinct? The brain is racing. David made a decision quickly. He sighed to Philip and said, They are all young people. In my opinion, let's forget about this matter. Let them figure out the medical expenses themselves. But can you trouble the driver from your village to drive a tractor to take them to the hospital? Philip is no fool. If the tractor from their village is sent to the hospital, won't it be even more difficult to explain? Think of this. Philip hurriedly said, Oh, Director Zhao, it's really unfortunate. The tractor just broke down today. I don't know when it can be repaired. How about this? If it's possible, I can arrange a few people to pull a cart to take them to the commune. The commune will have a car by then, right? You can take them to the county hospital. David gritted his teeth. The hatred in my heart grew even stronger. Zhao Dachui, who was standing beside him, could no longer bear it and shouted to David, Director Zhao, where do we have any money? Woo! In this situation, if we're sent to the hospital, won't we also be seeking death? The reason why David didn't let Philip send a few people to the Revolutionary Committee this time was just to protect his nephew. As for the life and death of others, he doesn't care. Chapter 62 successfully solved. Besides, they're all from the same village. Philip knew what kind of person Zhao Dachui was, so how could David not know? A big part of the reason why my nephew has become what he is now is because of that bastard Zhao Dachui. Think of this. David frowned and cursed. Shut up. You just got out of the labor camp and you don't know how to behave in the village. Why do you come here to ask for a dowry? Look at how capable you are. You even dared to snatch the malicious guns. It's only Secretary Su who was kind enough not to shoot you. If I shoot you, your death will be in vain. After saying this viciously, David turned to Philip next to him and said, Secretary Su, I'm sorry to bother you. Please find a few carts. Philip hurriedly asked the villagers behind him to find 3 carts. In less than 20 minutes, peace returned to the village. Philip smiled and patted Frank on the shoulder. Frank, hurry back. It's already late. We still have a banquet tomorrow. You still have to have a few drinks with the guests this afternoon. Frank directly pulled Philip and said with a smile, Uncle Philip, can you not go this afternoon? Hurry up, let's go together. Frank's house with a smile. Zhao Dachui was lying on the cart. He complained bitterly. Zhao Langsheng and David walked in front. Langsheng helped his uncle push the bicycle. Before David asked what happened, Zhao Langsheng explained, Uncle, this is really not our fault. It is true that they asked for a gift, but we did not rob the militia company's guns. We are not so bold as to be so bold. Without waiting for Zhao Langsheng to finish, David waved his hand and said, Okay, stop talking so much. I can guess what happened. Zhao Langsheng was stunned. He looked at David. Puzzled, he asked, Second uncle, since you know what happened, why do you want us to pay for it out of our own pockets? David looked at Zhao Langsheng like he was a fool and angrily scolded him. You idiot, you are so old. How come you still don't understand this little trick? Let's not talk about the fact that Frank is now a big shot in the Revolutionary Committee. Just look at the situation today. There are dozens of people from Shujia village facing 4 of you, and you all have knives on you. Under such circumstances, if the matter is really brought to the Revolutionary Committee, do you think you can get away with it? Now you can pay for the medical treatment yourself. At least you can keep your head. But if we ask them to pay, they will definitely make a big deal out of it. By then, not to mention me, even the top leaders of the Revolutionary Committee won't be able to protect you. Zhao Langsheng said tearfully, Second uncle, if that's the case, then will our loss today be in vain? David clenched his fist and said, "Don't worry, I will not let you suffer this loss today for nothing. There's still a long way to go. I don't believe that I can't eat this little bastard alive with my skills." As he spoke, David began to think about it. After Frank returned home, Stella and others gathered around. Kevin asked with concern, "How is it? Is everyone okay?" Frank didn't explain what happened, but just smiled and said casually, "Everything has been completely resolved with the help of our village chief. Everyone, please sit down and wait for the dishes to arrive. Let's have a few drinks together." After Frank finished speaking, everyone started laughing. Old Son grinned and said, "I knew our Frank was capable. Look, after all the fuss just now, didn't he resolve the matter?" Frank exchanged a few words with his fellow villagers outside. Then he started drinking. Before I knew it, it was night. Frank crawled into the warm bed. He kissed the child next to him first, then hugged Eve in his arms. Eve, with tears in her eyes, whispered to Frank, "Honey, is this matter really completely resolved?" Frank smiled and said, "Of course. Don't you still believe in your husband's ability?" Eve said, "I believe it, but you don't know how shameless this bastard is. If you really give him money, he will definitely come to us again in the future." Frank smiled and said, "Don't worry, honey. I didn't give him a penny. Eve was taking care of the children at home, so naturally she had no idea what was happening outside." Eve was curious and asked, "Huh? He didn't pay me? How could he leave without paying me?" Frank smiled and said, "You're not leaving? If you don't leave, I can't kill him." He got out of Frank's arms in an instant and asked with concern, Did you fight? Husband, are you injured?" "Zhao Dachui, that bastard is a good fighter. Back then, my dad was kicked in the chest by him. My dad vomited blood for 2 days, and finally..." Frank put away the smile on his face, grabbed Eve's hand, and said seriously, "Eve, don't worry. With Zhao Dachui, I am not afraid of 8 people at once. Also, I broke Zhao Dachui's right hand today. You won't blame me, right?" Eve opened her arms and hugged Frank tightly. Then she smiled and said, "Hubby, as long as you're not injured, I will be completely relieved if you can beat Zhao Dachui to death without breaking the law." Eve had no other feelings towards Zhao Dachui except deep hatred for her. Now that Zhao Dachui is dead, perhaps she can live a truly peaceful life in this world. Frank only patted Eve's back gently, but he had already planted the seed in his heart to kill Zhao Dachui at the same time. Time flies, and it is the next morning, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers. The full moon banquet of Frank's little princess, Li Si-Hui, has officially begun. The first people to arrive in the morning were the laborers who were hired yesterday. After the workers had eaten, the Soljamin, relatives and friends from the village came one after another to give gifts. In the past, holding banquets in the village was different from that in the county town. In the county town, there were many tables, but in the village, there were few tables, chairs, and benches, and the place was also small. There were so many friends and relatives who came with gifts that there was not enough space for them to sit at once. So it can only be divided into several times. There are a total of 6 tables in the yard and the room. Those who come to give gifts in the morning will first have some saljaman to fill their stomachs, and will not officially start to sit down until those who come to give gifts at the beginning have arrived afternoon. Certainly, apart from the guests, the busiest person is naturally the host. Frank's father is old and not suitable for running around. But Frank is different. As a father, he not only has to chat with the guests about family matters, but also has to worry about all the arrangements for the banquet. Although he was tired, Frank was really happy. Chapter 63. The police are here. Of course, some people in the village felt unbalanced about Frank's behavior and discussed it with others in private, saying that Frank had just given birth to a daughter and there was no need to make such a big fuss. But people who think this way only dare to complain a few words in private. This era, who among the common people would dare to provoke someone who has a good relationship with the village cadres? Not to mention the village cadres. They're the team leader of the production team, the timekeeper, and others. That's not someone that ordinary people can provoke just by wanting to. Therefore, the entire banquet, on the surface, everything seems to be harmonious. Before we knew it, it was noon. Just when the villagers had already started to eat, someone from the commune came unexpectedly. Philip sat at the front table in the courtyard. Marlon and David walking towards him at the gate, his eyes lit up. To Frank, who was greeting his friends and relatives not far away. "Frank, come and see who's here." Frank heard the sound and looked towards the door. This look, his eyes couldn't help but light up. I didn't expect Marlon would come and join in the fun today. But As soon as this thought came to Frank's mind, he saw that in addition to Marlon and David, there were two other police commissioners. Early 1980s. Their Anyang commune has not yet become Anyang Township. Therefore, there is no police station either. There are a total of 5 police officers in the commune. Generally speaking, these 5 people are responsible for maintaining public order in the entire commune. Although the staff is a bit small, but times were different. At that time, during the collectivization period, even if someone wanted to do something illegal, it was difficult for them to even leave the village, let alone go to a farther place to do something illegal or criminal. As for some bad things happening in the village, it is basically the brigade that mediates. The commune would only call in special police commissioners if serious incidents, such as murder and arson, occurred. Frank knew it. If Marlon wasn't looking for trouble, he would definitely not have brought the police here. Thinking like this, Frank and Philip stepped forward quickly. As soon as he came up to the two of them, before Philip had a chance to speak, Marlon smiled and said to Frank, "Brother, congratulations." Speaking of, Marlon pulled $2 from his trouser pocket. He handed it to Feng Yuan, who was receiving a gift next to him, and smiled. "This is a little gift from me, as your uncle." Feng Yuan also heard about the relationship between Marlon and Frank, but she didn't know how deep the conflict between Frank and Marlon was. After taking the money, Marlon's name on the gift list, but before writing the name, she also added the words Deputy Secretary of the Commune. Frank was polite and said, "Secretary Zhou, what are you doing? You just came here. Why do you need to offer gifts?" Frank thought to himself, "You want to pretend, don't you? Well, I'll let you continue pretending. Anyway, you pretending to be nice to me won't cause me any loss at the moment." Marlon waved his hand and said, "Well, look at what you said. Isn't this our old tradition?" Until now. Philip just stepped forward and said to Marlon with a big smile on his face, "Secretary Zhou, it's just right. This round of dinner has just started. You and Director Zhao, please come to the front." After Marlon heard this, to Philip, and then said to him bluntly, "Secretary Sue, I just stopped by Frank's house today. It's like this. For what happened yesterday, you and Frank still need to follow us." Philip's heart skipped a beat. Frank also glanced sideways at David next to him. In fact, he really didn't expect this result. He never expected that David would bring the police here today. But think about it. It's good like this now. The original handling of this matter left a small tail. Just right. Today he can also cut off this little tail completely. Think of this. Frank nodded and said, "Okay, the police comrades are here. Let's go to the brigade." The words haven't finished yet. Kevin, Stella, and others also gathered around. Kevin smiled and asked Marlon, "Secretary Zhou, is everything all right?" Marlon smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. You guys continue to be busy. After the police comrades finish their investigation, Secretary Sue and Frank will be back." After leaving these words, Marlon gave the policeman next to him a look. The two policemen came forward with a smile and said to Frank, "Comrade Frank, please come with us." Frank knew he couldn't escape. He walked in front and smiled to Philip. "Uncle Philip, let's go and take a look at the situation first." The group soon arrived at the village branch. 2 rough finished rooms. There's several office desks in the room. As soon as I walked in the door, Marlon smiled and said to David and the other 2 policemen, "You know the relationship between Frank and I, but we are committed to impartiality in law enforcement. Don't make mistakes just because we are brothers. Whatever needs to be done, just do it. Comrade Frank first. Secretary Sue and I will go out and talk for a few minutes. Then you can ask Secretary Sue." Hear this. Frank began to feel uneasy. He knew how despicable Marlon was. Philip out with him now. And if this kid said a few words to make Philip stand on his side, he might really be in big trouble this time. But right now, he couldn't stop Philip and Marlon from leaving, could he? Watching Philip's back as he turned and walked out, Frank could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that Philip could still remember some of the things he and Philip had said privately last night. If Philip believed himself, Marlon took Philip out today, he had nothing to worry about. But what if Philip doesn't trust him? Well, if there's really no other choice, I can only give up and take action against Marlon in advance. Soon, the office fell silent. David looked in the direction of the 2 policemen. One of the policemen stopped smiling. He frowned slightly at Frank and said, "Comrade Frank, now you can tell me in detail what happened yesterday." Frank looked at the 2 policemen with equal seriousness. "You were talking about Zhao Dachui coming to our village and robbing, right?" The 2 policemen looked at each other, and the fatter one suddenly frowned and slapped his hand on the table. "Robbery? Frank, we just asked you to tell us in detail what happened yesterday. How to determine the specific nature of the incident is our business. You are not a public official now. How can you arbitrarily put such a high hat on others? Chapter 64. You know a person's face, but not his heart. Frank nodded and smiled. Oh, so that's how it is. Well, listen carefully. I'm going to tell you everything that Zhao Dachui did after he came to our house yesterday. Just as Frank was telling the two policemen the whole story. Outside the door, Marlon handed Philip the door to the front door, and the two of them stood on the steps to the side of the office, facing the sun. Marlon sighed and asked Philip, Secretary Sue, how old are you this year? Philip was also confused. He had always thought that Marlon and Frank had a good relationship. Until last night, when he learned from Frank that his relationship with Marlon was not very good, he still didn't believe it. But now, considering what just happened, the relationship between Frank and Marlon is indeed not as simple as they see. These two guys, there are definitely some big contradictions. While thinking like this, Philip said casually, I'm 50 years old this year. Marlon nodded slightly and continued to ask, how many children are there in your family? Philip said truthfully, originally there were 3, but the eldest and the second died young of illness, and now there's only 1 daughter left. Marlon sighed and said, I didn't expect that Secretary Sue also has a hard life. With tears in his eyes, Philip said, alas, it's only because the country's policies are good now. Otherwise, people like us wouldn't know how to live the rest of our lives. After chatting briefly with Philip, I saw that Philip gradually relaxed his guard. Marlon gradually got to the point, and then said to Philip in a mysterious tone, Secretary Sue, there is something I didn't want to tell you, but now I see that you and I can get along well. In addition, I have also inquired about your character, and you have a good reputation in the village. I don't want you to be blinded by certain people. Philip became alert. He asked, Secretary Zhou, what are you going to tell me? Marlon glanced sideways, looking towards Frank's office, and then said to Philip earnestly, originally, this matter was directly related to the reputation of our Zhou family. You should know what my father does in the Revolutionary Committee. After this incident happened, my father repeatedly warned us not to tell anyone about it. But there is no other way now. If I don't say anything and continue to indulge this kid, I don't know how big a mistake he will make. Listen to what is said and heard. Who is Philip? Although he is not well educated, but being able to be the village party secretary in Shuja village for more than 10 years, he is definitely a real old fox. So after Marlon finished speaking, Philip asked quietly, Secretary Zhou, you were talking about Frank, right? Marlon sighed and said, isn't it this guy? Originally, my parents thought they owed him something over the years, so after he met them, my father not only taught him more advanced knowledge, but also gave him money every now and then. What happened to this kid? He behaved badly, drank alcohol all the time at home, and even threatened my parents. What's even more shameless is that he even secretly stole my sister's underwear. Secretary Sue, tell me, is this kind of person still considered a human being? Philip deliberately showed a surprised expression and asked in a seemingly unbelievable manner, this is impossible? Frank, this kid, he wouldn't do such a thing, right? Say that. In his heart, Philip did not believe it at all. Although Frank has done some things that have let the Leaf family down since he became related to the Zhou family. But Philip also watched Frank grow up. He believed that this kid was very competitive, had a bad temper, and was easily impulsive. But this kid stole his own sister's underwear. Philip would never believe this. But Philip did not express his thoughts in front of Marlon. Marlon seemed full of hatred and said, Secretary Sue, do you think I can still lie to you about this? Besides, you're the head of our Shujia village. When Frank went to the county town, didn't need to ask for leave from you. But now, why doesn't he go to the county town? Also, his wife gave birth to a child. Such a big event. Why didn't my parents come? To put it bluntly, he did something shameful and was discovered by my parents. He was kicked out of the house, and now he is too embarrassed to go back. See Marlon's expression when he speaks. Philip thought to himself, Marlon, do you really think I'm stupid? I've lived for 50 years, and I've been the party branch secretary for more than 10 years. I've seen all kinds of people. Frank could figure out why he left the Zhou family with his heels. To put it bluntly, it's because of you that I was excluded. Now, in order to completely prevent Frank from turning over, you actually framed Frank in front of me, making it impossible for Frank to live a normal life in the future. You are so vicious. Certainly, this idea can only exist temporarily in Philip's mind. In front of Marlon, he just murmured, I was wondering why he doesn't mention Director Zhou anymore. Marlon flicked the ash from his fingers. Then he looked at Philip and said seriously, Secretary Sue, You are a good cadre who has been tested by our country and people. You know exactly what happened yesterday. So I think next time the police ask you, you should tell them the truth. Wrong is wrong. After all, Frank injured so many people. He still has to bear the responsibility for the medical expenses and so on. Isn't that right? Philip nodded and said, Yes, Secretary Joe, you are right. I will remember what you said. Marlon was overjoyed. He never thought that he could make Philip favor him with just a few words. While happy, Marlon held Philip's hand tightly and said, Secretary Sue, you should work hard in our Shuja village. I heard that your daughter is a private teacher in our village. When the time is right, I will find a way for you to make her a public teacher in the village. This way, you won't have to worry about your retirement in the future. Philip is not a fool. When it comes to making friends, he still knows who he can make friends with and who he cannot. Marlon is such a bad person. If he believed what this bastard said, he wouldn't know when he would be sold out by this guy. Okay. Then I'll thank Secretary Joe in advance. Philip thanked him profusely, but he knew in his heart what he would do after he went in. Chapter 65. Bruce comes to give gifts. Now, Frank. At this time, he was being questioned by two policemen in the office. After he finished telling the whole story with exaggeration, the two policemen's foreheads were filled with black lines. One of them said in a resounding voice, Comrade Frank, do you know that you will be held legally responsible for wrongly accusing a good person? Unexpectedly, Frank stood up suddenly, with a stern face, and said to the two policemen in front of him, Of course I know that wrongly accusing a good person will lead to legal responsibility. If you don't believe me, you can ask the villagers in our village about this matter. Besides, since you want to investigate this matter seriously, in my opinion, you should not investigate it. You work with Director Zhao, and this matter also involves Director Zhao's nephew. I might as well go directly to your police chief Wang and ask the county police department to send someone to investigate this matter. The two policemen's expressions suddenly changed. After being stunned for a few seconds, they quickly turned around and looked at David. David's heart also skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked Frank, Xiaozhou, do you still know Director Huang? Frank said as a matter of course, I caught two criminals, and Chief Huang personally rewarded me with several hundred yuan. Do you think I know them or not? Besides, you also saw them when I caught the criminals and brought them to the commune last time. David's palms were sweaty. Originally, he came here today with the intention of putting the blame on Frank and, on the other hand, to get closer to Marlon so that their positions in the commune would be more stable. On the other hand, it can be regarded as revenge for my nephew who was beaten yesterday, and 3 young men from the same village were seriously injured. But it seems now, before they had sufficient evidence, they brought the matter to the county town. Maybe the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee would reward these young people with peanuts. Frank, you misunderstood. They're not here to investigate the matter. They're just here to inquire about the situation. After David changed his words, the two policemen quickly changed their words and said with a smile, Yes, don't be impulsive. We are all from the same commune. Besides, you are now a celebrity in our commune. With so many eyes on you, how can we say that you are wrongly accusing a good person? David came over and handed Frank a cigarette. Let's go. Let's go out first and let Secretary Sue come in to briefly explain the situation. If there is no criminal conspiracy, we will go to the banquet with you. Frank stood up. As he walked out the door, he said to David, Director Zhao, I'm not saying this, but yesterday I didn't plan to do anything to Zhao Langsheng because he's your nephew. Now you've even brought the police here. Do you really think I, Frank, am confused and don't understand anything? David's face turned red. After going out, he quickly looked at Marlon next to him. Marlon nodded secretly to David. Seeing Marlon's expression, David felt relieved. He frowned and said, Well, white can't be black, and black can't be white. Let Secretary Sue go in and explain the situation first. David shouted at Philip, Old Sue, go in and talk to the two policemen about what happened yesterday. Philip responded, Go to the office to explain the situation. What a coincidence. Just as Frank and Philip were taken to the village branch to inquire about the situation, a dark green Jeep drove into the village. The car drove from the front of the village to the back and only stopped slowly when it arrived at Frank's house. Get off the bus. Not someone else. Bruce, deputy director of the county Revolutionary Committee, and his son Michael. Michael's wife had a difficult delivery in the county hospital. She borrowed money from Frank and was transferred to the provincial capital on the same day. In the words of a doctor in the provincial capital, it was fortunate that the patient was transferred to another hospital in time. If it had been 10 minutes later, there would definitely have been 2 deaths. Bruce is a person who remembers favors. He knew it clearly. If Frank had not been willing to lend them $700 and asked them to raise the money that day, even though they could have raised the money, by the time they got there, wouldn't their daughter-in-law and grandson have died? Originally, Bruce planned to come back early to thank Frank. But my daughter-in-law stayed in the provincial hospital for half a month. After he came back, his family owed a lot of money again. It will take some time to gather $700. So this matter has been waiting until now. Today, we held a full moon banquet for our grandson in the on-site cafeteria. After the banquet ended at around 2 p.m., Bruce was counting the gift money when he suddenly thought of Frank. He then gathered together the gift money and the remaining money in the family, borrowed $300 from someone, and quickly asked his son to drive him to Frank's house. One comes. He did it to pay back the money. Secondly, he also wanted to thank this kind young man in person. Secondly, he also knew that the villagers cared about their reputation. If he could come today, Frank's life in the village would be easier in the future. At least, no one would dare to cause trouble for Frank easily. In Frank's yard, most of the villagers were worried, especially Kevin and Stella, Frank's father, and Eve, who was breastfeeding her baby in the room. All of them had tears in their eyes. The banquet was still going on, but the lively atmosphere just now is missing. Deputy Party Secretary Paul saw a Jeep coming outside the door. He quickly stood up and said to Kevin next to him, "Uncle, take a look. Are there any relatives coming from the county town?" Kevin looked hurriedly toward the door. At this time, Bruce got out of the car. Michael pulled the car over, then went to the back seat and pulled out a blanket and a toy car that the guests had given to his children today. When the two of them entered the door, Kevin and others went forward to meet them. Paul looked surprised. Seeing the person coming, he stretched out his hand from a distance. "Oh, isn't this Director Zhao? Why are you here?" Bruce smiled and said, "Haha, why isn't Comrade Frank here?" While Bruce was speaking, Michael had already gone forward with something to give as a gift. Except for these two things. Michael also gave $10. You know, when villagers come to give gifts, most of them are only 10 cents. A better relationship, it's just 2 cents. As for relatives and those with whom we have a particularly good relationship, it's only 50 cents. For example, Marlon, who is considered Frank's younger brother, only gave $1 as a gift. But Michael just gave out $10, and everyone present was stunned. Paul naturally caught a glimpse of this whole great unity. He was shocked and hurried forward to explain to Bruce. "Director Zhao, Frank has just been taken away by Marlon, the Commune Police, and David, the Deputy Director of the Commune Management Committee." Chapter 66. I don't know the rules. Speaking of Marlon, Michael and Bruce are now steaming from their belly buttons. Although Bruce and Marlon as father are both deputy directors of the County Revolutionary Committee, but the two of them have always been working against each other. To put it bluntly, Bruce is thinking about how to make people live a good life. But Marlon as father only thought about how to cater to the policies and how to play power games. Certainly, originally, the disagreement between the two of them at work would not affect the relationship between the two families. However, this time when his daughter-in-law gave birth, what Marlon did completely refreshed Bruce's three views. Bruce was furious after hearing his son's account of what Marlon had done in the ward. He slapped Michael twice on the spot. Then he started scolding Michael. Fortunately, after this incident, Michael truly understood Marlon's character. So after what happened in the hospital, even if the two of them met, they would not talk nonsense like usual. Besides, Bruce also knew that Marlon came to Anyang Commune to serve as deputy secretary. Although at the meeting, he expressed his opposition to this matter. But Pingshan County is so big that he can't decide on his own. Several leaders usually eat and drink at the Zhou family's place. Now that the son of the Zhou family is going to be the deputy secretary of a commune, they're naturally willing to support him. All of the past events flashed through my mind like a slideshow. After thinking for a few seconds, Bruce's heart tightened and he asked Paul hurriedly, "Tell me first, what are they taking Frank to do? And where did they take Frank?" Kevin then stepped forward and spoke seriously. When Bruce learned that Frank was only taken to the village branch, he turned around and walked out the door while saying to Paul, "You are a village cadre, right? Take me to your village branch now." After saying that, Bruce turned around and said to Kevin and the others with a smile, "You guys continue to eat. I'll come over with Comrade Frank later." Bruce left under the leadership of Paul. The yard was instantly in an uproar, especially the captains of the remaining production teams and the village accountant and director. They all sat at one table. The villagers gathered around. Asked seriously, "What does this leader do? Why did you drive here?" "I just saw that young cadre actually gave a gift of 10 yuan. What? $10? Oh my God. What kind of relationship can allow such a large gift money? Xiaoying, is this Frank S. biological father in the city? Stella was also confused and shook her head and said, no. Kevin then whispered, I just heard from Paul that this person seems to be Director Zhao of our county's Revolutionary Committee. The words haven't finished yet. Lu Dezhu was shocked and said, what? Director Zhao? Bruce, right? Oh my God. This is one of the few cadres in our county Revolutionary Committee who really cares about us ordinary people. I heard from my uncle a few days ago that Director Zhao proposed in front of all the leaders that some villages in Pingshan County should also implement the household contract responsibility system. But after it was proposed, it was rejected by most people. The villagers were talking about it. Inside the village branch office, the two policemen heard Philip's account of what happened yesterday. They had already vaguely realized that the situation was not good. After seeing the changes in the expressions on the two policemen's faces, Philip said bluntly, I know you definitely don't believe what I say. Let's put it this way. There are at least 20 villagers who knew about this incident yesterday. I can go find them right now to testify, Philip said, and stood up to leave. The two policemen stood up hurriedly. One of them smiled and said, Secretary Sue, please wait a moment. I'm going to go out and talk to Director Zhao. The policeman who spoke rushed out of the door quickly, ahead of Philip. Before he reached David and Marlon, the policeman frowned and shook his head. After seeing this scene, David looked quickly at Marlon, shouted to Marlon, what the hell do we do now? Marlon was also a little surprised. According to common sense, after saying so much to Philip just now, even if Philip was a piece of stone, he would be more or less influenced. But it seems now, what I said to Philip just now was pure nonsense. This old bastard says one thing in front of you and another behind your back. He is such a piece of shit. It's okay to be angry. Now this matter must be handled properly. I thought so in my heart. Marlon forced a faint smile on his face, and when he came to Frank, he stretched out his hand and said to Frank with a smile, Brother, it seems that things are just as you said. Don't worry, Director Zhao has just said that black can't be turned white, and white can't be turned black. The words haven't finished yet. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of the village party committee, a middle-aged man suddenly asked in a stern voice, Secretary Zhou, what is black that can't be white, and white that can't be black? I want to hear what you guys are talking about, too. When Marlon heard the other person's voice, he knew who it was before he turned around to look. David, who was standing on the steps, his heart beat faster when he saw Bruce. He thought to himself, oh my God, why the hell is Bruce here too? Marlon quickly stepped forward and asked Bruce with a smile, Uncle Zhao, why are you here too? Bruce put his hands behind his back, frowned slightly, and said with an unhappy look, don't call me Uncle Zhao first. Tell me, what is going on? Marlon could tell from the expression on Bruce's face that today's incident didn't seem to be going well. In order not to involve myself, he simply turned around and said to David, Director Zhao, why don't you come and tell Director Zhao of our Revolutionary Committee about the situation? David and Bruce still have a long way to go. Plus, he already felt guilty about this matter. In panic, David suddenly had a brain twitch and stepped forward and said, it's like this, Director Zhao. There was a small misunderstanding in the village yesterday. Today, I brought the police from our commune to inquire about the situation. Bruce had actually heard Paul S. account of the whole incident on the way here. He looked stern and asked David in a resolute voice, a small misunderstanding? Tell me, what is this small misunderstanding? Also, you brought two policemen to investigate the situation? Did anyone call the police? If no one called the police, who told you to bring the police to investigate the situation? Who gave you the authority? The police are directly under the management of the county police department. Don't you know this rule? Chapter 67, Return of Favor. Facing Bruce's questioning, beads of sweat had already appeared on David's forehead. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. In front of Bruce, David no longer cared about Longxing's life or death. Among the many leaders in Pingshan County, Bruce is well known for his integrity and hatred of evil. Into this guy's hands, it will be difficult to do your job in the future. In panic, David tried his best to calm himself down. Then he quickly took out a cigarette and handed it to Bruce respectfully, whispering to him, Director Zhao, this is what happened. Originally, we just came here to inquire about the situation. After all, what happened yesterday left 3 people seriously injured and 1 person slightly injured. David also wanted to change the nature of the incident to exonerate himself. He hadn't finished yet. Bruce continued to press the issue. Didn't you hear what I asked you just now? What I asked you was, what exactly is going on? What happened? if the police just found evidence? Well now, they have nothing to say, as they are in the right. But the key is, the two policemen just asked for a long time, and both Frank and Philip told the whole story without any loopholes. Even according to what these two people said, the four people who were injured yesterday were considered light injuries, and they should have been killed. Seeing David was speechless, Marlon's mind raced. He moved closer at Bruce and said, "Uncle Zhao, this is what happened. Yesterday, Director Zhao of our commune received news that a vicious robbery occurred in Shujia village. After Director Zhao got the news, he rushed over without stopping. When he arrived, he found that someone was seriously injured. But as you know, we don't have the power to investigate the truth of the matter. Director Zhao had no choice but to send the person to the county hospital for treatment with the villagers of Shujia village. He was busy all the way until today, when the matter was reported to the commune. After we received the news, we did not hesitate at all and immediately found our police comrades to learn the details so that we could make a fair and just judgment. I have to say, Marlon is a young man after all, and his reaction is much faster than David's." Bruce's expression eased after listening to this. He nodded slightly and asked, "Well, if that's the case, then it's understandable. So now, have you found out what happened?" David remained silent. Marlon said with a smile, "It will take two police officers to make the final decision." As he said this, Marlon glanced at the two policemen next to him. The two policemen stepped forward quickly, reporting to Bruce. "Leader, after our investigation, these four people are extremely evil. They're not only suspected of robbery, but also suspected of robbing the militia company's firearms. After we return, we will report this matter to the county and let the county police station intervene." When David heard this, both his legs began to tremble. He didn't dare to think about it. If his nephew was killed, how would he return to Zhaojia village and face his elder brother Zhao Guohua? Marlon, you little bastard, what a stupid idea you came up with. It's okay now. Now that things have turned out like this, how am I going to live from now on?" Bruce said bluntly. "Well, you must deal severely with such vicious guys." After a brief reminder, Bruce looked at Frank and walked forward with a smile. "Frank, congratulations." Frank showed a somewhat awkward smile on his face, stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Bruce. "Uncle Zhao, why did you think of our village today?" Bruce laughed and said, "Look at what you said. What's wrong? My child is celebrating his first month. As a grandfather, shouldn't I come over to support him?" Bruce is a man of loyalty and righteousness. He said this in front of everyone, just to tell Philip, Marlon, and others that although Frank is just a farmer, I am behind him. You all better keep your eyes open from now on. If anyone comes to cause trouble for Frank for no reason like he did today, I will never forgive him. Philip stood at the door of the office, his head buzzing after seeing what had just happened. Fortunately, I was not blinded by lard today and made the right judgment. I did not follow Marlon's advice and frame and suppress Frank. Otherwise, will he still have a good life in Shujia village in the future? Frank showed a grateful look, held Bruce's hand tightly, and sighed softly. Everything was said without words. Bruce naturally saw what Frank was thinking. He reached out and gently patted Frank on the shoulder. Then he looked at the two policemen and Marlon and others and asked, "There's nothing to worry about Frank now, right?" David and Marlon can only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. They both shook their heads and said, "No more." Bruce said bluntly, "In the future, be more humane when doing anything. Their child is 1 month old today, and you brought the police to take them away from the banquet. Aren't you deliberately trying to discredit them? If you say you have sufficient evidence, then you can just take them away. It's no big deal. The key is that you don't have any evidence in your hands. Tell me, what are you doing?" David nodded quickly and said, "Yes, you are right." Marlon said, "That's right. This is something we didn't think about enough." Bruce nodded and said, "Okay, now that you know you're wrong, just be more careful next time." Bruce looked at the two young police officers and said, "Listen carefully, you two. We must deal with this matter seriously when we return home. We must report it to Chief Huang and have him send someone to interrogate him personally. I will meet with Chief Huang in advance when I return home today." The two policemen could only follow Bruce's instructions and make promises in person. Bruce stopped talking nonsense. He turned to Frank, Philip, and Paul and said with a smile, "Let's go. The villagers are still waiting in the yard. Let's go over to the feast. I want to join the fun today." Frank was completely relieved. As he walked towards home with Bruce and the others, Frank smiled awkwardly and said, "Thank you so much for what happened today." Bruce interrupted Frank and said, "Frank, I'm the one who should be thanked. You don't know that if Xiaohua had been transferred to the hospital a few minutes later that day, she and her child would have died. If you don't lend me this money, I will go and raise it myself. I won't be able to raise that much money in less than an hour or two. Chapter 68 Godfather. Michael also came over and said to Frank with a smile, Frank, Xiaohua and I have discussed it. If you are willing, you can be a godfather to my child in the future. We two families should be considered relatives and visit each other frequently in the future. Frank laughed and said, Then I'm trying to climb the social ladder, right?